Hello folks, welcome to Realme BGIS 2025. Today is going to be the final day of round number 4 and Group 3 and Group 4 will be playing their final matches. So, joining alongside me, it's going to be Fixes, but as of now, the yesterday's performance of all the teams in Group 3 and Group 4 has been incredibly well. What are your thoughts about this final day?
Honestly speaking, when you talk about how the matches went yesterday, I'm shocked and happy at the same time. Shocked why a lot of these big names could not show up, just barring a couple few. But happy at the same time, a lot of these undergods did make their mark.
Oh, they did definitely because a lot of teams we did expect, yes, the bigger names to perform, but the teams those who actually made it possible. So many names coming in my mind at this moment. NRI, that is ESG, again Shadow Blitz. So many names all across my mind coming in that okay, they have stepped up in some couple of matches and they have gained a lot of points.
That's the thing, right? So many newer names have come up on our minds, and I was even baffled. Like, what is going on? You've got the likes of Wildfangs, you've got Dragon Esports, everybody's struggling at this point. But let me remind you, Necros, that we also need to understand today is the Judgment Day. Today is the day where all these teams might be feeling a lot of that pressure. This is where experience comes into play. Every single decision that you make will matter a lot.
Completely agreed, and the kind of pressure that will be on their mind that okay, we need to get the points to be in the top 7, qualify for the quarterfinals, and during in the entire process they have to keep their calm. Okay, we can do it. We won't, even if they have one good match, they need to keep up. Okay, we have got one good match, but we need to keep up with the momentum. Once they decide, okay, we had a good match, we can just chill for some time, that is the point where they make the mistakes.
Yeah, that certainly will be. I mean, you blink it and you miss it. That's going to be the decider, right? Because it's pretty much out in the open, just barring God's Reign. But before that, we need to talk about what's on the line, right? The prize pool of 2 crore plus. Of course, the addition of the esports crates will be there, out of which the lion's share will be taken over by the victors, getting 60 lakh rupees, Necros.
Exactly, and till 16th position, everybody reaching the grand finals will be rewarded, every team will be getting, but also alongside that, we have the individual rewards, the Realme MVP, fan favorite team, best IGL, best clutch, emerging star, and MVP of the final. So, you do get the individual rewards, you do get the entire prize money as a team. So just imagine getting the first position and also having the MVP on your team. So a lot of prize pool that you will take away, but how are you going to reach that? By getting the points, and this is how it is going to be distributed.
Yeah, I'm talking about the winner getting 10 points and it keeps on descending. What really stands out, folks, is that for every single finish, you get that 1 point each, which means you are rewarded to be very aggressive inside the lobby, something that teams are pretty much avoiding so far. But when we are talking about the teams, I think it's right time we take a look at both the groups that are playing right now.
Exactly, starting with group number 3, God's Reign, TWOP, SBA Esports, TMG Gaming, Arc Knights, 4BR, Alibaba Raiders, Last Hope Esports on the first screen, the first 8 teams from group number 3 itself. But we also have the other set of 8 teams coming up from the side of group 3 on the other sheet. But I mean, these teams have been doing a lot of teams. Talk about God's Reign, they have been doing some incredible stuffs out there in the first day itself, grabbing so many points. They are sitting in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, it was just by the virtue of that second and the third game that they are at the top pretty much. But when you talk about Group 3, of course, they're going to be coming into play a little bit later after Group 4 matches are done. But when you look at the other half, we've got Team Shockwave, we've got Team LOLs, we've got Myth Officials, we've got CFS I4I, we've got AIB Esports, Team Mayank, Genix FM, and Botex. But as we move on ahead, Group 4, this is the group that will be playing their first 3 games. In fact, the last 3 games, but they'll be in the first order. So we start off with Wingod, we've got Fumerical Esports, we've got Wildfangs, we've got Blitz Gaming. Then we have SWG FF Esports, followed by NRI Esports, LOC Die, and Dragon Esports Necros.
So many big names, those who have made their mark in the previous day itself. LOC Die, NRI once again coming up out of the shadows. Everything went for themselves on their side. But talking about the other set of 8 teams, we have got SBZ out there, ESG Gaming. We have got RES out there, as well as AACO, Ace Official is there. We've got Neon X, 4 Fraggers, Genesis, and Triple H. For Triple H, it hasn't been a great day, but
Yeah.
I mean, last 3 matches, they have to pull off something great.
Yeah, they literally have to pull off a rabbit out of their magic hat. As we take a look at the overall standings, this is folks for Group 4. So for Miracle Esports, I think this was really surprising because lately they had been struggling a lot, and all because they had a change in their IGL. And after which, they feel like they're perfectly in tune, even for Genesis Esports. They're on a redemption arc, and look at them, 32 points. But look at this group, it's still so much out in the open. At this point, can't really say that even for Miracle Esports or Genesis have qualified. They might have one step inside the doors of qualification, but they are yet to cross over that mark.
Completely agreed. And the next point on the next chart, we have Dragon Esports, Wildfangs, so many big names, even Wingod out there, who hasn't been able to secure a lot of points in the first 3 games. But the kind of game that they have showed for themselves, it seems like, yes, today is going to be the day where they will look forward to get some more points. Team Triple H, team heads held high.
Yeah.
They have 0 points in the first 3 games, and that is really, really concerning.
That indeed is. But, they've got 3 more games in which they can come back, or they need to come back if they have to keep their hopes high. As we talk about the schedule, we begin with Group 4. We've got Erangle, Miramar and Sanhok. That will be the end of it. And then we've got Group 3, where we will start off with Sanhok, Miramar and Erangle is where we end it. But I think it's fair enough to say that the day is incomplete without our prediction. So let's see who the casters have gone for. I know who I've gone with.
Yeah, pretty much yesterday's prediction were a little bit of roller coaster ride, but it seems like we have got some interesting picks coming in. Anki has went with Wingod, I have gone with Dragon, but all the other casters, they have decided to go with Wild Fangs in like a bonding or a partnership kind of thing.
No. I mean, it feels like we're all normies at this point. We're all expecting Wildfangs to play really well. And that hasn't happened yesterday. They could have done so much better, but completely get why Anki and you've gone with Wingod and Dragon Esports respectively. Because for Dragon Esports, I'm still expecting that charisma to be shown up by Fury to maybe get those clutches. Because Dragon Esports, yeah, they are getting those points, but not like how well they performed in round 3. And same goes with Wingod. Considering it's a young lineup, they're starting to feel a lot of that heat.
Yup, they are feeling the heat and they are looking forward to get some more points. But talking about points for Miracle Esports, the table toppers from group number 4, they had 34 total points and they have also got 20 finishes out of those 34 points that they have accumulated. So the fragging department of 4 Miracle Esports, they have functioned really well in the previous day. But when it comes down to the position points, I feel like they can do it much better.
Oh, they certainly can. I mean, what really stands out? No chicken dinner. Look at that. 14 position points in 3 games, which is quite nice. Even 20 finishes, nice average. 34 points in total. So for Miracle Esports, they've improved massively. And there's no other way to put it out. But for Team Blitz, what we witnessed was they did manage to get the chicken dinner. The first chicken dinner from their group was awarded, or rather was gotten by Team Blitz. And after that, they could not get even a single position point. So that consistency is a little bit of a concern, because when you talk about Team Blitz, yes, they might have been the talk of the town, but in round 4, things have gotten very, very intense. They're still in the race. They still have a very good chance. They better not mess it up today.
Completely agreed. And even for Wild Fangs, they have only 1 placement point fixes. There are 16 finishes that they have taken over the span of 3 the maps that they have played. 3 different maps, 3 set of matches completed, 16 finishes got, all fine and well. But 1 placement point that shows us that they are doing really well when it comes down to the fragging department, getting those finishes earlier on, but they're not surviving till the later part of the map. So that is concerning, and I feel like Sensei wanted to go for a chicken dinner approach in the map of Sanhok that they played yesterday, but it went all downhill.
Yeah, it certainly went downhill, and at this point, it was so difficult for Wildfangs. But, time is of the essence. They will have to bounce back. But this time, with us, we've got Realme on board, and they've got a very beautiful message for you guys just about now.
What a beautiful phone it is, just in front of us. The Realme P3 Ultra 5G
Yeah.
with such a beautiful design and a performance. I mean, this is a phone which is all power packed for now, just coming up in the market, recently launching on 19th of March. So it's not very far from the launching date and we can just get our hands on it.
It's almost on the horizon. It is going to be launching on the 19th of March, like you mentioned. And this is exactly the phone that people that are going to colleges, somebody new, getting into esports, and wants the best bang for the buck. We are talking about this phone housing the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Double the performance, bro, in its segment. So that's really exciting. And when you talk about that stable 90 FPS gaming, what else do you need inside the battlegrounds?
Exactly, you get the entire FPS out there, and also it has got a 6000 mAh battery, so you can play for a lot of hours. You can just get it charged done, and you can use it for such a long time throughout the day. You can play, you can stream, whatever you like. But
Yeah.
again, moving back on the discussion of what is happening in the group, we start off with group number 4. A lot of expectations, but I really want to know at least 2 names from you of the teams. Those are like you are feeling that they can do better.
I mean, are you talking about Group 4?
Yep.
So in Group 4, I have to talk about Wildfangs and Dragon Esports. Two teams that we expected to perform really well, but they fell down hard. It feels like Wildfangs, they are going out of their natural habitat. For once, they're starting to play for chicken dinners, and that is clearly not working out. In round 3, we saw them blitzing through the squads. They went on rampaging a lot of finishes, and even for Dragon Esports, they're starting to doubt themselves. And there's also one of those things that I've heard in the community that Trey Scott apparently has got his exams going on, out of which he could not practice a lot with the team. So that is also one of those important factors. But when we are talking about the groups playing right now, WinGod Esports, this is also a team that really needs to step it up.
Completely. There is LeBron. We did see them coming into the picture later in the games that they played yesterday. But the positioning was right. But when it came down to entering the circle, maybe finding a sweet spot in the major crucial moments of the map, they were crumbling down. They were not able to find the places. The gunpower was there. Silopi was trying to step up this game. He was trying to find those frags, but not a kind of game, not a kind of outcome that WinGod wanted for themselves in the very day one.
But you know, ESG played really well yesterday. Even for the likes of Raka SAS, they played really well yesterday. I mean, we've been talking so much about these bigger names that we completely ignored the fact that these underdogs did pack a punch. And if they can somehow hold on to their composure today, who knows, in the quarterfinals we might get to see some newer names. This is exactly why we host such official tournaments where we want all these undergods to make their mark. And this would be the point where esports actually wins. Would really want to see some new team Limras forming out there. We would really love to see some new big brothers coming out there. That underdog journey to come to fruition, and that happens when all these teams make it inside of the grand finals.
And they are willing to get it there as well, because right now, as you mentioned earlier, all the teams have been performing well, and they just need only one good match, one chicken dinner to get that head start for today's day. And the next 2 matches, they can play it slow and steady, have 5-6 points on an average, and they would be really good to go.
Yeah, they would be, because at this point, you know, for all these rather inexperienced teams but who have played really well, they will start feeling the hate, because there would be a moment when even Triple H would realize that we've got nothing to lose at this point. Let's go all out. Let's break our shackles. If they decide to drop in on them, they have to be prepared for those drop clashes. The pressure will be high. Let's see how they turn up.
Yeah, this is going to be the moment, the first map of Erangle. That's where we start. And once again, Erangle is a default map. We know, everybody knows all the nook and corners of the entire map. You know the ditches, you know the ridges where you have to play along. But right now, all the answers will be answered in this very first map of Erangle.
It is going to be a gruesome battle, and only the top 7 make the cut. They will be moving on ahead inside of the quarterfinals, and this is the game of Erangle, folks. It's going to be really interesting as the flight path trajectory all the way down south towards Stalber. And pretty much a standard one, by all means, Necros. None of these teams would be having a huge problem dropping down. And it should be good, considering the fact that we've already witnessed Erangle once. So anticipating no drop collisions early on.
They will look forward to just get the loots done, not mess up with any kind of extra strategies or some extra things that will kind of backfire them.
Yeah.
And for teams like Wingod, we talk about 4Fraggers, SWGX, FF Esports. We were talking earlier in the day that every team has a chance of making a comeback, and this starts from this map itself. So you don't want to mess things up. Get your stuffs, get the loot as early as possible. Find a good position inside the circle and play along with it.
I mean, at this point, eyes definitely will be on the bigger names here. We're talking about Dragon Esports, Wingod, and even for Wildfangs. And it makes me really quite unsettled looking at Wildfangs, because they've got not just Dragon Esports around them, they've also got the players of Ace Officials, you've got Raka Esports dropping down around their drop location. Of course, they have to travel a little bit towards that Milta side, but I hope they've got their vehicles, they can safely make it inside of that Milta city.
Yup. I also feel like that, but Ace Official once again will be playing a major crucial factor out there. But the circle entirely is there in the southwestern side, keeping the Query region in the dead center.
Ooh.
But as of now, Sensei seems to be in some little bit of trouble. He has the UMP with him, but Taken is coming with the crossbow and also Uzi to chime in. Sensei is in a 1v4 situation and he has no backup for himself. If he can pull this thing off, it will be miracle. But because he has just 20 more bullets left in his UMP, it was always a tough task. And eventually, that's going to be the first finish registered to Ace Official.
Oh my goodness, what has happened? It seems like thunderstorm strikes Erangle.
What?
What?
No way! He did actually connect those AKM bullets with a red dot and eventually got that knockout. Self is down and he will be finished as well.
Oh my goodness. Wildfangs. Not even a single minute has passed and they're down to their final two. Imagine about the pressure creeping up. And this is what we were mentioning about Necros. It's going to be such an important day, and Wildfangs, one of the favorites from this group. And right from minute one, look at this. Even Dragon Esports, they're aware that Wildfangs will be coming inside of Milta, and seems like they are ready. Trace God, he needs to watch out. The commotion created from that buggy, he's given his position away. But where on earth is Scout now? He's so alienated from Trace God.
Fix's Scout is still there in the areas of farm. He's there in those split compounds
all
alone, and he has so many teams nearby. Raka Esports, they're rotating as a team, as an entire unit, but also we have another fight actually in our pictures. Triple H will be against Blitz. Virus is going all up close and personal. They did not have a great match. Triple H, once again, they're crumbling down one by one. Both the players are lost. This is going to be the final finish that they want to secure. 3 finishes registered. Virus has got 2. Blitz Official, what a start. Blitz Gaming, my bad, has an incredible start for themselves. 3 finishes backed up, not a single loss.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about Team Blitz, they're exuding a lot of confidence, honestly, Necros. So much hype around Bro is Pro, but to be honest, in round 4, we have seen Ayush performing really well. And he's been one of those players who's even in the top fraggers for his team, whilst Bro is Pro is doing his deed. But still, Ayush is one of those players that has really impressed me. So, goes on to show, in the bigger picture, that this looks like a well-knit unit. So, I think should have no trouble qualifying for the quarterfinals. But such a huge blow, such a tough pill to swallow for Wildfangs and their supporters. Because at this point, now they just have 2 more games, out of which one is going to be Sanhok. I do not like how things are looking for Wildfangs, to be honest.
They have to step up their game, but for you guys to step up performance in your game, you can definitely get your hands on Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is launching on 19th of March. So if you can go to Google and search Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you can stand a chance to win some exclusive freebies. So don't miss this opportunity. Go right now.
Yeah, we did talk about the more stable 90 FPS gaming in the segment. Let me just give you one more. It also has a GT Turbo optimization mode. Once you're inside the battlegrounds, all you gotta do is switch it on and then forget about any sort of lags and hiccups. And it is going to be launching on the 19th of March, so might as well check it out. But Wingod, now they have understood the lay of the land. Imagine Wingod, ideally, they always head around those Georgie areas, but this time they're very quick. Just dropping down around Quarry, get enough loot done somewhere around the ferry pier, and stay hunkered down at the center, just around the forested region. So I think they should be fairly fine. But, you know, the problem with Wingard is what I felt is the fact that they lack experience in terms of LeBron being one of the youngest IGL. So he needs to really get the boys at the same track, what they're thinking. Whilst for Dragon Esports, they've been in the scene for a long time, but now they need to show up.
This is a moment where everybody needs to step up their game. You've got just final 3 games for yourself to make it up to the top 7, qualify for the quarterfinals. We were talking about 4 Miracle just a few moments ago, right? And on our screen, this team has also showed some real class in yesterday's matches. So we were talking about that Hesperos was not there playing in the main 4 in the previous day. He's not a part in today's lineup as well. So far we are seeing Reaper. This team was way too close of getting 1 chicken in the map of Miramar, but unfortunately the situation turned different.
It's still fine. Even in Sanhok, they had their bidding, and does not matter. As long as you're on top, all that for Miracle Esports should be eyeing out for is at least 7 or 8 points. Ensure you get that in this map itself, and then you've got the free hand, the leeway to whatever you want. You've almost qualified. But even for Genesis, when you look at the players, a lot of those returning names, a lot of those seasoned veterans, they come out to play, and boy oh boy, they really delivered yesterday. When a lot of people were anticipating that they are washed, they should pretty much retire, I think they did not give up. The resilience has finally paid off. They're also 1 step close into qualification. But now, take a look at the circle. You've got LOC. They've started to squeeze in around those northern areas of Quarry. You've got SWG, also around those northwestern areas of Quarry. Then you've got Wingard. So 4 teams almost vying for the center, whilst the majority of them starting to migrate from the eastern side. As of now, look at Wildfangs. They haven't budged. They've not even made it inside Milta anymore.
I feel like Wildfangs, they are feeling that heat. They're already in the back foot. So they do know that they have to play it a little bit safe. They don't have one of their crucial assaulters safe in this game. We have seen, whenever we have seen Saif in the picture with Wildfangs, he's delivered. He has got those crucial knockouts. But again, when we talk about the knockout factors, we have a player to watch out for. It's going to be NRI's Sour, OG.
Yeah, another returning name inside of an official event. Previously playing from MG Esports, Sarwar, Chandan, Hitman, all 3 players combined with Soham under a new banner this time. Sarwar has really improved a lot, and he's got the players of Raka Esports under his crosshairs as we wait for that circle shift to happen. And Raka Esports, that's some really nice read of the circles. And yesterday also in Erangle, they played extremely well. And this time also, the reads have just helped them securing such a solid footing for themselves in this game.
Sitting in the dead center and exactly the position you want to be in. You do have the hard compounds, but NRI, they are looking for those openings. Catalyst has been taken down, but I don't think NRI, they're going to go for a blind rush because they know that this is the dead center of the circle. You make a wrong move and you will be thrashed from different sides. Even you won't be able to understand from where you are getting the shots on. So NRI, all the decisions have to be really, really good in terms of understanding the situation, understanding the ground reality at this point, because they have so many teams inbound. LOCX, they are in the close proximity. Also, you do see the players of Wingard maybe in the southern side. So if they have a chance to chime in, they will look forward to get some third party on these compound fights.
Yeah, I mean, for NRI sitting at 23 points, all they need to do is focus on at least getting 7 or 8. A decent average, and they might be good to go. But look at this, Shadow Blitz also making their way inside the main island. They've crossed over the bridge. There has been no resistance imposed on them at this point. So they're going to be pretty much chilling over here. Let all the other teams squeeze in. So from their body language, what is really visible to us is the fact that they will be playing from the edges. And if you want to play from the edges, you have to be very aggressive. And this is where this new phone will come to your aid. Das House is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Really helps you in your gaming endeavors. As of Wingard, Necros, they're playing it quite safe. This is quite different from how we know them to perform. This is a team that likes to take those early fights, and it feels like that now they're starting to let the pressure creep up. It will only ease the moment they have a good game in this one.
This compound that they're holding fixed, I feel like this, they want to make it work out for themselves. They do know that a lot of teams from the eastern side, from the southern side, will be trying to chime into these compounds. And exactly a little bit further, you do see the players of SWG out there. So, yup, they are taking the time, they're having the patience. And as you mentioned, they're feeling a little bit of heat. But LeBron, he doesn't have a lot of ammunition to play along with, so he needs to get some loot for himself if he wants to take some further fights. But LOCX die. They're also finding those hard compounds. So one thing is for sure, the teams, those who have rotated quickly, they do have those hard compounds in their name because you do need those compounds for yourself to find a lot more finishes. If you don't have one, that's a little bit problematic.
Yeah, it would be. At this point, everybody is just hunkered down. This is one of those circles where you've got those open areas, you've got a lot of compounds to also take over. But for Wildfangs, look at them rotating pretty late. In fact, they will be the last ones making their way inside the circle, which is fair. They want to play from the edges. At this point, for Wildfangs, what's going to be important is they will have to play around the circle. But look at that cluster forming up around that western side. You've got Genesis, you've also got ESG, you've got LOC, and even from that southwestern side, that injection towards that quarry area, that influx, it's going to be so tough. You've got Genesis holding the doors, you've got SWG. I'm starting to wonder how will Fumerical Esports breach their way through.
Talking about breaching, I'm still seeing one of the players of Triple H out there in the western side. I mean,
even Neonex.
Yeah, Neonex, they're also there in the areas of Georgiapol, still trying to enter. And these late rotations, it's good, but it has backfired the teams a lot of times, so they have to be a little bit cautious while entering. But as of now, ESG official, they will be taking a fight against LOCX Die. This is the moment. This is a fight for the compound. And Alpha, he needs a lot of support out there. He needs some cover fires coming up instantly to vacant the topmost floor of this compound just to back off and find a good position for himself to fight back.
A very important fight for both these teams. Both these teams intending to qualify, and there you have it. Already LOC opening things up, get a knock and a finish. Nexus done and dusted. As of now, ESG, they feel surrounded. Punisher down on his knees. He needs some revive there. But who will come to his aid? That's the big question. Alpha, does he have enough grenades? Because he's not popping anything. Just 5 to work with. As for now, LOC, they've taken quite a lot of loss there. As Alpha, he decides to retreat and would eventually want to get the rest back up.
This is a very important revival for LOCX Die because from behind comes Genesis Esports as well. This is not the kind of ideal position where LOCX Die would be looking forward to be in shadow. He comes up really close. The shot's being fired from a different direction. Genesis will be preying onto these leftovers of LOCX Die, and yes, they have registered 2 finishes. Free ones for themselves, but ESG, this is an important fight, and this compound fight has to wrap up quickly. Otherwise, another team's coming up from the side of NRI. They will try to chime in, but Cyrax gets the opener, gets Avery down.
Oh, but look at this. Shadow, good spotting on NRI Esports, because at this point, had Genesis overstepped, they could have really fell flat on their faces. As of now, ESG, they get a little bit of that breathing room to somehow recover and recuperate. As for Genesis, they can stand tall around these compounds, just hold it off. Still inside the circle, ESG not having the numbers advantage, but the presence of NRI really making it difficult for Genesis to actually commit for the push. But still, Genesis are happy about the fact that they've secured 2 early finishes. Again, few step close to qualification.
But one thing is for sure, Shadow will look forward to at least eradicate this team from this particular area, though he has went for a very long rotation up in the ridges, trying to find some sweet spot. And you can see the eastern side completely fill up with teams. Ace Official is there. For Fraggers, you do see them in the southeastern side. There is Shadow Blitz. A lot of teams out there, but for now, it was a win-win fight for ESG, that what they took just a few moments ago.
Look at Genesis, how quickly they maneuvered and got that high ground to themselves. But for Neon Officials, looks really difficult. As for Miracle Esports, no trouble whatsoever in dealing with them. Neonex Officials trying to rotate from the sidelines, and for Miracle Esports, just having that free hand. They spotted them, they shot them, and just like that, they've got 3 finishes under their name. So the tally keeps on increasing and almost closing in on 40 points. It's going to be interesting, but for Miracle Esports is not what I'm really concerned about at this point, Necros. For Wildfang, somehow they've made it inside the circle, but they really need to survive, and just mere surviving is not going to make the cut. Look at that inside that little shack. All right, last player of Neonix official still alive. Thakur did take quite some hefty amount of damage. I can't understand why. Can they afford to do that? Because now their position is pretty much given to everybody inside the server.
That was really bad move, and this is not a position I'm really fond of, Fixes. And for Wildfangs to survive in this shack for a longer period of time, I'm really afraid how are they going to do it, because Ace Official will be one of the teams to prey on them. They will dump those utils inside, but it would be a tough call for them even to come closer to this shack, because once again, they know that there is Genesis on the ridge who are constantly taking the shots against them. So they also have to find a shelter in another shack just in the close by of Wildfangs.
You know, as things look at this point, Genesis have it all cut out for them. All they've got to do is keep on holding on to that King of the Hill situation, whilst for Team Ace and for Wildfangs, they will have to withstand that push coming from every possible direction. As for 4 fraggers, they've inched in close on the players of Wingod. LeBron, he does strike, he gets that first knock and will get that confirmation. But look at them, all the players of 4 fraggers, they are relentless. At this point, blitzing through the compounds, and God X4 does shift onto his DBS, a slap on the face, and does get that knock.
That was a crucial one for Godex. It could have been a fraction of seconds matter that he would have been taken down, but Genesis instantly trying to steal away those finishes. They've got one stolen away from the side of Wingod, but LeBron getting taken down and out. This might be affecting Wingod a little bit more, but 4 fraggers, only 1 point from this particular match itself. Not a kind of start that they wanted for themselves though, but this position, one thing Wingod has to do is get rid of Genesis, otherwise they are doomed in this compound.
At this point, Genesis, look at that luxury they have for themselves. Honestly, for to stay over there, but Wildfangs pretty much under a lot of pressure at this point. They have used up majority of their resources, a lot of those smokes being laid out, and there will be another shift. That is going to be of the utmost importance as Infinity almost did thread the needle there. Did almost find a knock onto it, Shadow. Still, no avail though. Ace cannot really make that push just by the virtue of that one knock. So they have to play at this, look at the circle, and look at this. It's all set up for Genesis. All they've got to do is just watch their 6, because for Miracle Esports, at some point or the other, they might make a rush for that central spot. You've also got SWG, but for Team Blitz, they could pose a threat, because we've got some traction happening around the northern areas. You've got ESG alongside NRI.
They will look forward to just go slow with the game. But as of now, Dragon Esports, they're still in the compounds. ESG just will be knocking on the doors. But the compound that Dragon Esports are holding is out of the circle. But eventually, as we speak, SWG, they engage a fight with 4 Miracles. So Reaper has been taken down. And eventually he will be needing some revivals. But Scout gets taken down. Trace God, he's trying to fight back against Shadow Blitz. They were trying to chime in. They slammed onto the compounds. But eventually, who is going to reign supreme? Is Scout still alive? Trace God is there. But Honors, he wants to cook up that nade. But eventually, that one crispy shot right onto the face gets taken, takes them down. And Wildfangs, they will be out. But still, it's going to be Genesis from afar trying to chime into the fight and find some finishes for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Wildfangs had no other option. And Trey Scott, he knew that Mo is going to delay that inevitable. That nade will definitely sail in. For Shadow Blades, they've taken quite a hefty loss over here. Down to their final man. Of course, Liger has inched in a little bit close. Needs to get his fallen comrade back alive. But look at that rush coming in front of us. You've got Team Blitz pushing it on the players of Raka Esports. Catalyst and Nanu, they will have to piece this one out together. And in the blink of an eye, Team Blitz, they get eviscerated from the lobby.
What a beautiful crossfire setup it was from their side. Nanu was all ready. He was there in a different position. But eventually, when we just talk about this is the position, Raka Esports, they have done an exceptional job out there holding on to their grounds, not let anybody trespass their territory. But right as now, Ace Official, the position has been compromised. And yes, Coffin, he has a read. He also has a read that there is Genesis on the top and they are being pushed by Dragon Esports. This is all full-fledged fight happening in Genesis Esports. They're showing calm, composure, and everything is in their favor as they wipe the entirety of Dragon Esports.
But now look at this. The floodgates have opened. This is the queue where for Miracle Esports need to dive in. This is the queue where they need to go in for the push. Because if they do not do that, Mac is going to get his fallen teammates back alive. for Miracle Esports. They've heard all that commotion and finally they come for the slam in as they step out of their vehicles. And just like that, for Miracle Esports, right decision making, and that has paid off. As even for the players of SWG, they look interested, but knowing the fact that for Miracle Esports haven't taken a single casualty, they were reluctant in going in for that flush.
But look at this decision. For Miracle, they know that that's not a good spot to just stay there. Genesis were holding it for such a long time. They have given away so many informations, completed the fight, got the finishes, again came back to the edges. They want to take it slow and steady. They want to get all the information around them. And Reaper, he's doing the exact job what he was supposed to. For Miracle still positioning themselves in that central spot. You do see all the other two players out there, but there will be other two to get the backup. But Reaper has been taken down outside of the circle and will be completed as well.
As the dust settles for Miracle Esports, they're doing everything right. That point, that little bit of a movement there. It's not a bad spot, Necros. The reason why they did that was they were not really settled, because they did not want to just step out of their vehicles, and eventually it would have been somebody from SWG would have shot them down and would have gone in for the flush. So what they did instead was to somehow reorient themselves, find some better comfortable grounds once their two players were settled and the circle shifted towards them. That is where they decided to just go back and take that spot. It's still the best position inside the server. As for NRI Esports, they're also doing their bidding now to make things better for them. The good thing is they've still got all of their players alive. Even for Wingod, they might have lost out on one of their players, but still 3 in contention. So it is looking like a decent game for them.
Slowly and steadily, you do see all the rotations coming in from the northwestern side. Yes, NRI, they are trying to chime in, but I'm really concerned how is Taken going to get his resistance against Raka Esports, because all the players will be coming out in the open. They're trying to get the vehicles ready, all set for the rotation, but right as now NRI, they will be in the direct radar of Raka Esports. Exploser, he's trying to take the shots. Showham has been dropped down to that 1 pixel HP, while NRI, they will be looking forward to settle down through the smokes, get some information, and then try to push up.
Right around the foothills, I do not like NRI's position. They're feeling so uncomfortable over here, pretty much exposed. You've got teams on the higher ground, you've got Raka Esports. At this point, they cannot really afford to take a fight against Raka Esports unless and until they come out in the open. Because look at that, Raka Esports aren't inside the circle. So NRI really need to hold on to their horses. Really need to let the players of Raka Esports reveal themselves. That is where they need to strike. Because for Raka Esports, it's going to be so difficult as they go in for the march. You've also got the players of Ace officials to deal with. So NRI, they need to make sure they count every single knock, because this is a game where they can actually go big. Nanu, he's already taken down. So much resistance coming in from Miracle Esports. Almost Exploser on the verge of getting picked off. One more knock, and I'm pretty sure NRI will double down on that.
Tekken is just being the party spoiler for the side of Raka Esports. With Dragon, he has all the information in the world. One good nade being tossed up. It's going in the right direction. Coffin is there. Catalyst is there. But as of now, the shots being fired. How are they going to survive for that long? Nanu gets completed off by Hitman. NRI also chimes in. It's a complete sandwich situation for Raka Esports. Exploser can't survive there, and that is it for the side of Raka Esports, as they will be decimated.
Yeah, it was a checkmate situation. Could not have done enough. But look at this. Tekken is still alive, still kicking. Inside the top 5, but he feels quite lonely. As for NRI, they still have their numbers up, still alive. They're also doing quite decent, but for Miracle Esports, they have been posing a constant threat to everybody inside the server. As for now, Wingod, Sile OP, we know he's a young fragger. He's made a lot of name for himself, and this time he needs to start to deliver. Look at that amount of damage. He's somehow tanked. Still alive though. Infinity and Godex, they will have to provide that cover fire. But the big question is for Miracle Esports, now they're feeling a little bit threatened. They do not know where the influx is coming from. One side you've got SWG, the other side you've got NRI, and there could be any moment where even Wingod could strike in.
This is a very interesting circle to play along with. For Miracles, they have to go down, but before that, they want to just completely shut down the threat from behind. NRI, all the positions are being completely noted, and now this is a moment where they want to push. Dragon Drops down to 50 of his HP. The artillery strikes will be coming in from the side of NRI to flush the players out from their position, and Chandan strikes back. Beard Baba has been taken down. That's the green signal. That's the opener for the side of NRI. Finds Dragon down as well. This is all going in. The Utils being dumped on the right spot. Poco is all left alone there. He will be taken down in a blink of an eye. 4 miracles. The position that they were holding has completely been denied as NRI marches with all the 4 players.
Yeah, just too much on their plate to deal with, and eventually they succumb. As NRI, they're making all the right movements there. Pretty well aware of maybe one player's ace's position, but Sarwar, he gets pushed upon. It's going to be SWG. Now they come here for their bidding. Toss their hat onto the ring as Arca IGL trying to push in through a beautiful drop shot at that. He's got Ujjwal on the backlines, but look at Chandan responding back, still trying to keep their hopes and dreams alive. It is a 2-on-2 situation. As for now, SWG, this is also a position where Wingod can capitalize. All they need to do is play their cards right.
But also in all the mids, Taken is there. He's still surviving out there in the shack. He can be the party spoiler, but SWG, what a beautiful nade from Hitman. He goes all up close, and Wingod is coming up from behind. Hitman has to be really cautious about every move he's taking, but he gets taken down. Zed is just too good at that position. Oh my god, SWG, they will be decimated by Wingod from behind, but NRI, they're in a very vulnerable position at this moment. Fix is not a great spot for NRI to fight with, and eventually, all the Utils being dumped on the right spot. This is really concerning for them.
Wingod has completely taken over. All those decisions really working out for them. But look at this, Soham, completely oblivious of Taken's whereabouts. He does not know, still has a rock to hide, but Sarwar, he's facing so much of that heat as Wingod, they decide to punch through, they decide to go in for that blitz strat as Sarwar, he also falls, and piece by piece, NRI, they are getting dismantled over here as Infinity, he goes in for that final finish against Soham in a 1v1 in which he prevails supreme.
Out of all the commotion, Ace officials, one last player Taken was surviving. He was silent throughout the game, throughout the final fight. And now that is paying off. 6 placement points being earned by him. Ace official doesn't have a lot more finishes. Only 6 in the name, but 6 adding on to it will grant them at least 12 points from this match. And that is where Taken wanted his team to go. And he has accomplished. It's a 1v3 situation. His position is might have compromised. And it's gonna be Wingod taking away the winner chicken dinner.
What a game. What a game of Erangle to completely flip the script over here, Necros. Just barring for Medical Esports, who had a really good day. Look at that. Look at that comeback we got to witness from Wingod Esports. They were struggling before this game, and this time they changed everything. Right from their drop location to how they are going to approach the circles. They lost out on LeBron pretty early into the game, but what was the difference maker was patience. They waited for all these teams to fight it out. They had a couple of finishes to work out with eventually, but that push on the players of Medical, NRI, that was just too beautiful, man.
I mean, even that one decision, Sahil came up front to get some information. He got flooded with nades and he decides, okay, I'm going to back off. He got the call, reunited with his teammates. And that is where I feel like they saved one of the crucial players and that paid off in the end. Wingod, a complete control final fight, and they knew that circle is in our favor. We don't have to overextend because the entire final fight was all about getting the rich control, getting the upper hill. They were never in the question.
Now, let's talk about what has happened. Wild Fangs completely dropped the ball. Dragon Esports, I don't think they've collected even a single point out of this game. 2 big names under massive threat. But then again, when you talk about the undergods, NRI Esports, they were sitting at 23 points before this game. They had around 7 to 8 finishes to work with, so I'm assuming 10 or 11 points collected, and now they've breached through that 32-33 points marker. Wingod, they weren't doing great either, but with that chicken dinner, with the amount of finishes they got, I think they might have touched the 35 to 36 points marker. And now even Ace officials, as a matter of fact, this is one of those teams that did not show up yesterday but showed up big time today, getting that second position with around 6 finishes, 11 points. Now they suddenly feel like they can qualify. So much has happened. So many teams have made that comeback. Now in 2 games, it's going to be so difficult for us to decide who will be the top 7.
I mean, it was already there before the first match started. We didn't see that the entire overall standings, it was really close. So we were talking about this. One good match for any team sitting in the mid or at the bottom, at least till the 13th or 12th position, can make a good comeback. SWG, they were also chiming in. They got a good finishes as well. Couple of finishes, got 4 miracles down out there. But I mean, this entire Quarry region fight gave us so many comeback stories, even Ace Official coming into the picture. We have to give credits to Tekken for surviving for such a long time.
Yeah, surely. You know, when you talk about this game in the broader spectrum, it was all about that high ground, that king of the hills position being a dead spot, because every single team that was taking that position was eventually getting third party or were being pushed upon. We had Genesis first. They were the ones who held on to that position. They were quite firm there. But next moment you see that they get pushed upon. Then you have got Fumerical Esports coming out of nowhere. They take over that place, and suddenly they had so much on their plate. One side it was NRI, the other side it was SWG. Even from the foothills, Wingod were constantly poking them. So they just got overwhelmed, and then it was eventually that NRI took over. Whilst they took that spot, that is that place, that's that position where Wingod got all that freedom to close in. And we know they have that experience that did show up, and they got the chicken dinner.
Completely a beautiful storyline for the side of Wingod Esports, but we are again going to walk through the entire map as we move on to the highlights part, because that's where we can get to see what happened actually in this entire final stretch. Raka Esports, they were having a really good time until the shift came in, but Chandan OP's nade did so much damage on 4 Miracle.
Yeah, and this was bound to happen, right? Sometimes, even if you have that high ground, you do not have a vision on the teams around the foothills or are ascending. That is where it gets really deadly for you, and it backfires. And that is what happened to the players of Fumerical. But for SWG, this was also a team that made the most out of the situation. I've not got much to complain about them. And at this point, they did get a decent amount of points. But look at the timing by the players of Wingod Esports. They hit the bull's eye. Not even a single mistake made in that position. And then Tekken, he really had nothing else to do. I mean, all he could have done was maybe snuck in a finish or two, but still fine. But Chandan OP, like you said, from NRI Esports, he gets to be the MVP in this game. 6 finishes, nice team contribution. Yeah, map impact 10%. It's still a big number considering just one player getting so much impact done in that map.
Followed by that, we have Shadow with 5 finishes, Sahil OP with 5, Beard Baba having 4, Infinity having 4. So Wingod has 2 players coming in the question. Indeed, they had 11 to 12 finishes, if I'm not wrong, out of which total of 9 were contributed by Sahil and Infinity, and they literally controlled the entire southern side all by themselves. But talking about how many points have all the teams earned from this particular match, we have the standings right in front of our screen. Wingod, they have got 22 points in total from this particular map of Erangle, followed by that NRI Esports with 14 points, Ace Official with 12, 4 Miracle Esports having 11, Genesis having 8, 5 for SWGX FF Esports, Raka SS Esports having 4, and 4 for ESG Esports as well.
Oh, interesting stuff. Genesis, they might have crossed through that 40 marker. Same goes with Fumerical. So we might have 2 teams that have already qualified. Ace Official, before the day started, they were sitting at 3 points, and they unleashed themselves. And their wrath was felt by Wildfangs. They had nothing to lose, and Wildfangs in the entire world trembled there. Even for Dragon Esports, just 3 points is unacceptable. Given their position, they have to recover in the next 2 games. And even for Blitz Gaming, not really the best of outings. And for teams head held high, this is not looking good. 4 games, not a single point collected.
This is a complete disaster, and in the overall standings, we can get a good idea about what is happening. Top 3 teams not having chicken dinner, sitting on top with the consistent performance that they have pulled off. So yeah, that pretty much sums up that you don't need chicken dinners always to be on top and qualify. Rather, you just need to be consistent.
Look at this. We have Raka at 28 points. They're at the 7th spot. And then you've got Shadow Blitz at 21. That's a big difference in this points distribution system. So when you turn the page and you look at the other teams, now I'm talking about the big names. I'm talking about the likes of Wildfangs, Dragon Esports. For them, sitting at 18 and 16 respectively. It's not looking good, Necros. They've got 2 games, and both these teams, and even for Wildfangs, they've not gotten a single chicken dinner in the past. This is where I feel like it's going to haunt them, because they are not they're not very well adapted with their position game, and if they do not go guns blazing, then I think their journey might come to an end.
Yep.
in round 4.
Yeah,
Imagine.
completely. Like the next two matches, Miramar, Sanhok. Again, we do know Sanhok is a kind of map which can give you some certain heartbreaks or sudden setbacks that you don't want for yourself. But Miramar has to be the map. Sensei has to put up something, some new strats, something new to get the placement points, play for a later half of the game because they do have the assaulters. They are in a good form. Talk about Seth, talk about Sensei himself as well as Scout. Everybody is in form. So I feel like in terms of fragment department, they can pull off. But what they need is proper positioning.
At this point, they need to start believing in each other because if there was any form that has dwindled away, they're not really feeling themselves anymore. Now they are feeling shocked. They were not prepared for what happened. They will have to bounce back. Same goes for Dragon Esports, but all that action resumes, folks, after this very short little break.
बैड स्क्वाड तो बची नहीं, क्या हुआ? कमबैक नहीं हो रहा क्या?
प्रो स्क्वाड जो मैप खेले उसे मीरामार कहते हैं और उसी स्क्वाड को जो बिना स्कोप के निपटा दे उसे विक्टर कुमार कहते हैं। तेरे बैग में इतना एमो नहीं होगा जितना विक्टर कुमार एक स्प्रे में उड़ा देता है।
विक्टर, कहाँ है तू?
जिन हॉट ड्रॉप पे तुम जैसों के खोपड़े उड़ जाया करते हैं, वहां पे हम अपने एक्स सूट सुखाया करते हैं।
विक्टर, बाहर आ!
ताजमहल की कसम, इस तंदूरी नाइट में एक चिकन डिनर तो बनता है। दीवान, कम टू माय मैदान।
बैडएस बनने के लिए सिर्फ स्वैग नहीं, स्किल्स भी इंपॉर्टेंट है।
डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओह यस।
After a short little break, we are back with the Realme BGIS 2025. The first match was incredibly well, and joining alongside me this time, it's going to be IC Baby 1-2. So I missed you, man. But the first map of Erangle was really something which gave a lot of heartbreaks to the fan favorite teams like Wild Fangs. They literally got thrashed. The first two players got taken down earlier on, and the late game was really something that they would like to forget. But I really want to know your opinions, what they should do actually to make a comeback.
It is going to be a little bit of an interesting one because right now we know for a fact that Wild Fangs doesn't have a chicken dinner. With 2 matches left, they need both the chicken dinners to successfully qualify themselves into the top 7. So I think now's the time. It's now or never for them.
Exactly, but right as now, you have a chance to get your hands on this Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is launching on 19th of March. It has world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, which makes it a really powerful device, and also having a 6000 mAh battery. So you know you can play games for hours and hours, and also it supports a stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming, so you just know what you need to do on 19th of March.
See, now this is where things get a little bit interesting as well, because now, speaking of 19th of March as well, when the phone comes out, I feel like it's about time to get yourself a brand new phone. to actually play the game itself, because as of now, I'm pretty sure for a fact that Wild Fangs is gotta be on peak performance in order to actually qualify in towards the next stage, which in this case is going to be the quarterfinals. But one thing I really like about today's games is that people are starting to get a little bit more active compared to playing a little bit more passive. So that's something that I think I like the adaptation that's been made, but it is so risky.
Yep, it is risky. But when we talk about quarterfinals and we talk about 19th of March, there is another thing on 19th of March. Yes, there is going to be group draws from 6 PM onwards, where it will be all in the open grounds, that which team is going to be in which group in quarterfinals itself. So you don't want to miss out. Do join us live in Crafton India Esports YouTube channel. So once again, 19th of March, 2 things to do. Get yourself a Realme P3 Ultra 5G and also join us for the group draw.
Exactly, the group draw will be decided on which teams will be seated where in the quarterfinals itself. So things are going to get a little bit serious here because, again, if you make it to the quarterfinals, you have 2 more stages to make it to the grand finals, and you have to be the top 8 in every single team. However, now, let's talk about realistic stats now, especially like we said as well, the fan favorites, even the casters here, everybody expecting Wild Fangs to make a comeback, except for Anki, who predicted Wingod. And yeah,
Dragon Esports.
They did really well. Yeah, they did really well. Great. Yeah, good for them. But anyways, back to a serious topic here. Wild Fangs, I feel like they are in a situation where if we were to put them in, based on their past historical performances, right? They have not gotten second chicken dinners, but they do have high finish volumes. And right now, if they have high finish volumes in game number 2, and game number 5, and also game number 6, this is where they will put themselves in a spot where they have to fight from the wild card stages, possibly. They would be somewhere in the top 8, top 7. So that's something that if they are back to their usual playstyles, then they will be able to bounce back.
Yeah, they have to keep their heads up high at this moment. I know there's a lot of pressure going on, even in the minds of players. They got taken down earlier on. Erangle, it has gone by. So we just keep that thing aside. Focus on the next map because Miramar is on its way. And in the Miramar, Sensei and his teammates, everybody has to step up their game to get a check-in and qualify. For the other teams, it is also applicable. But let's jump in right now.
Well, there you have it. This is going to be Game 5 for Group number 4, as they are going to be venturing in towards the lands and deserts of Miramar itself. The flight path is going to be coming from the southeast corner of Los Leonas and going to be ending on the outskirts of La Cabrera. So a pretty, I would say, centric flight path for all these teams, except for teams going for Minas, which I don't think a lot of teams are going to be going in for. But we do have to give credit where credit is due, because Wingod really stepped it up for a very, very good comeback this game. But consistency is going to be the key from every single teams that is going to be participating here to try and make their way into the next spot there.
Completely agreed. And Ace Official, even what they did in the previous match, I really want to put some highlights on them. They got a good point a game, 11 points that they have accumulated, 12 points, my bad, from the previous map of Erangle. So I feel like if they even come up with the same kind of strategy and the same output results in this map of Miramar as well as in the next map of Sanhok, they might also stand a chance to qualify. But right as of now, Puerto Paraiso seems a little bit congested because 4 fraggers, they're going on to that direction, but they do also have some neighbors out there to deal with.
I like that I actually brought up Ace in particular, because Tekken was the reason why NRI couldn't get the chicken dinner and take that fight properly against Wingod in particular in the previous fight. But in this fight, especially in this map, based on the trends coming from the previous game here, teams are getting a little bit more active. And speaking of active, guess what? They do have a little bit of a run in here between both Blitz as well as 4F. 4 fraggers coming in a little bit of a 1 versus 1 situation. Pro is able to get 1 pick, but unfortunately they're both knocked here respectively from both 4 fraggers as well as Blitz Gaming as of yet. And this stalemate is going to be a little bit of an awkward situation, just because of the fact that both the players that are knocked is kind of out in the open.
This is really tough job for getting the revival done. You also see Sam in a really good position with a UMP in his hand. Blitz are looking forward to get the smokes out, but eventually you do see Ayu stepping up. The top fragger of the previous day, again has to do the bigger job. Gets 1 crucial knockout. Pro is still there. He's safe. But for the teammates to reach there and get the revival done, it's a tough job. will be confirming one of the finish. 4 fraggers, not an ideal start.
No, I like how Ayush has been playing the Winchester as well. It's one of the greater guns against low armored players, especially in the early stage of the game where nobody has like level 2 helmets, level 2 vests, or even level 3s as well. It does pack a little bit of punch, so for him to get a little bit of nice picks here is great. But look at how 4 fraggers is. They don't really have a lot of mats. Those Winchesters, any tap means they're pretty much done and dusted. It's not like exactly the greatest spraying weapon, but it's effective damage that counts in this case. But we are going to be putting that fight in a little bit of hold there. 4 fraggers, they lose 2 players. Blitz still going to be chilling in Porta Portorizo, but the circle seems to be at a graveyard circle. Maybe even a Los Leones one, like how yesterday is. That urban warfare is just absolute chaos in the map itself.
So many teams got beaten down one by one. It was a nightmare run for Dragon Esports in the previous map of Miramar that they played yesterday. Once again, they will be looking forward to grab the points because in the previous match, they got just 3. So a lot of teams are in a dire need of points. Dragon Esports, Wildfangs, both the neighbors, both the teams holding the Los Leones will be looking forward to chime in. But talk about teams. Ace Official, they're also in the areas of Power Grid. They will be looking forward to go with the slow rotation, play the very same game of what they played in Erangle, but this time, having some more players in the end circle.
Oh boy, Blitz, they're really taking it a little bit slow. They want to clear off the vicinity first before they actually continue with their journey. And you can see the teams are starting to get a little bit more active based on game number 1. Whereas yesterday's games, everyone has been playing, just playing so passive. And that patience has kind of put everyone in a very, very awkward spot just because the numbers game kind of affects everyone's rotations, right? You don't really know where other teams going to be coming in. And now 4 fraggers, they are in a situation where if they get taken out right here, it doesn't really matter for Blitz just because of the fact that they know that nobody's going to be third-partying, right? But if you go to a stage 5, stage 6, and people start to get active, that is where you see all those third, 4, 5, maybe even 6 parties that come into play. And I know that Blitz is taking this risk, and if they do it wisely, they can loot up safely and then rotate in by stage 3.
Yeah, they're almost in close by to the circle, so they don't even have to rotate very deep if they don't want it for now. But 4 fraggers, they're also keeping everything in a check. They don't want any overcommitments. They don't want to overpeak. They know they don't have a lot of utils or healings to play along with because I don't see any healings on the players of 4 fraggers as such, except bandages or maybe a couple of energy drinks. With Virus, he's already up close. Does he have an 8? No, he doesn't have one. The 4 fraggers, they do have some nades, but oh my god, Birju Baula, he has been taken down. And that's how open it for the side of Blitz to go all in and get this thing done and dusted. Virus is in a really crucial position. He'll just drop by, get his position done. The revival is under the process, but Virus, he's taking the time. He needs the support. He doesn't want to go all alone, but the shot's being fired. He has some of the pixels in visual, but he wants to go all in. There's a 1 pre-nade out there, but that doesn't bother.
What?
He switches instantly. The other player was healing, and that's done and dusted. 2 for Ayush, 2 for Virus, and 4 fraggers. They're out of this equation.
There's some insane reactions coming from Virus. I'm not going to lie. Virus is just so quick with his reactions as well. He barely saw a pixel, went for a couple sprays, got the first knock, ran in, got the first finish, and then did a 180 and get the confirmation. That was some insane reactions coming from Virus. Nicely done coming from Blitz Gaming. However, the journey continues as one team has been eliminated rather early. So that's a very, very good active play coming from Blitz Gaming. But now Wildfangs, I'm curious whether or not can they make this play early, because this is them going for a very, very early rotation. They are right now in the center zone with 2 bang buzzers. So I am expecting them to set up a very, very strong bunker. It's not the most mobile vehicles, but it does have a lot of HP on those vans.
Yeah, they do act like some really big covers when you are in the open grounds. If you just burst it out, it grants you a lot of space to play along with. So, I mean, everything has got 2 sides, I see. One good, one bad. The good thing about that, yes, it gives you covers. The bad thing, it's slow.
Yeah, and it's easy to be sprayed in the straight line as well.
Yeah.
But all things considered, hopefully things are going to be for the better. Wildfangs is right in the middle of the zone. This is the first time we've seen Wildfangs getting a little bit more passive in a way where they will prioritize on positioning rather than getting active, which they are known for. And high finish volumes and also the chicken dinner is what Wildfangs is going to be looking for. LOC X-Die, also one of those teams that came in from the grind, had a lot of consistency issues, but ever since grind has pretty much been done and dusted for them, every round that they have played, you can see that they have low-key been playing position rather than going for those flashy plays which we know them for, like let's say even Spray God, Clutch, Ninja Jod, even Jonathan at one point. But again, sometimes better safe than sorry, man.
Exactly. That I was supposed to mention that they just want to play it slow and steady. Okay, we're qualifying. That's what matters the most at this moment. So for LOC, yep, they will be looking forward to get some good plays. But also talking about Shadow Blitz, I mean, this team also annoyed a lot of teams yesterday. They were in the 7th position by the end of the first 3 matches, having a total of 18 points. This time also, they are still around the corner. One good match, a podium finish if we can ask for. They'll be able to sit in a comfortable spot, maybe closer to the top 7, because we do know that right as of now, in the 7th position, that one team is holding 28 points. So if you want to be there, at least 35 to 40 is what the cutoff we are asking for. But instantly talking about the circle, it has shifted towards the Graveyard and San Martin side.
Oh boy, Graveyard Circle. Very, very tricky spots to actually work with. Just because, yes, technically there are a lot of obstacles in Graveyard in particular, but the surrounding around Graveyard has so much mountain terrains where they can actually look past in towards Graveyard itself. So they do need to set up a couple of vehicles here to try to hold down the fort, but Triple H decides to crash into his Graveyard while Dragon Esports, their pit stops and checkpoints are going to be scouting out a lot of rotations from the north side. In this case, do they want to push in further? Because right beside them is going to be a team, and that's going to be Raka SAS Esports. So it's going to be driving around, circling around. Seems like they do want to take a couple of fights, but from afar, they do spot out another team as well from Dragon.
Oh my god. They want to get those opening knocks, but it's way too far. Even if they get one knock against Wingod Esports that they see afar, I don't think they're going to push in. So, yep, they're just creating that they are present there. But at this moment, Raka Esports seems like they're in some troubles between Wingod as well as the team. But Triple H, they have been welcomed really greatly by Shadow Blitz out there. One came in, knock, and instant finish. That's not the way that Triple H wanted things to turn out, but Phoenix, he has been taken down. Triple H, they want to take this fight. They know that they have nothing to lose. What they want is getting the fights, getting the points, because out of all the matches that they have played, they have not got a single point from a single match. But Adonis, he just can't risk it being in the dead center. Going in those open areas will always haunt you, because you never know which team is taking shots from which side.
It can be so haunting here in Graveyard, and Triple H taking the church area and also Shadow Blitz taking the mess hall means that they do have a lot of cover to work with, but can they zone people out is going to be the question. And so far, right now, Triple H is doing a fantastic job. They have one of the strongest compounds to kind of zone people away, but it is also a very, very high-risk position to be at, just because everybody is going to be able to spot you, especially when you're on top of those roofs. As you can see, people are slowly creeping by. LOCX Die is going to be caught off. They lose a couple of players here. Hazard pretty much stuck out in the open. Raka SAS does have the M249, so that's going to be all the way, man, from Catalyst.
M249 and on a 4X, my god.
Okay.
Exploser. He's definitely coming up with some real big tricks. Yep, he's playing a double 5.56 gun combination is what I feel. No, it's not. It's going to be a pump shotgun with him. But nevertheless, Raka Esports, they do have a small compound to play along. They're almost nearby to the dead center of the circle, but the next circle shift is what matters the most. That's going to change the tides. LOCX die. They're in some decent position, having the church control all to themselves, but the circle shifts towards the eastern side. Genesis, they will be pretty happy with the compounds that they hold for now, but they have to be cautious. In the last match of Erangle, they also had a really good spot, but they couldn't hold it till the very end, which costed them the game, and they did not get ample amount of points out there.
Well, it is getting close and personal. Everyone is trying to find a couple of spots, and look at this. Wildfangs, they are right in the mountain terrains on top of Graveyard, and they do have a potential loot crate between them, so that's going to be something that may or may not help them in other situations. We haven't seen an AWM for a long, long time now. I know those are very, very important, just popping up those helmets here, but it seems like a LOCX die, they are going to be settling down for now.
Settling down, yep. And you can also settle for getting this Realme P3 Ultra 5G for yourself. Launching on 19th of March. Go to Google, search Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win some exclusive freebies. I mean, everybody likes those freebies, so you can stand a chance to get them. But eventually, talking about this positioning, I see Wild Fangs. They have started things off in a decent way. They have found one of the finishes from one of the teams out there, but they do have some neighbors to deal with.
Well, speaking of neighbors, seems like for Miracle, they have a rough idea. They want to kind of take the mountain terrain, but guess what? When God is there to shut them down, and for Miracle into some serious trouble. Beard Baba gets knocked off. That's going to be Hitman finding him, but he himself getting traded off by Reaper as well. Well, in this case, it is a 1-for-1 exchange. Wingard somehow still able to get the confirmation as for Miracle actually loses players. This is, despite them having high ground, this is kind of awkward for Miracle to split off despite having one of the best high grounds from the Western Shorelines.
They can easily take down the players of Wingard. I really agree with all the facts that you told just now, but NRI, they caught one of the players during the rotation, so that's what costed them. For Miracles, they were always aiming to go up high, play through the ridges. They know how much this ridge, this particular altitude will grant them the advantage in securing so many finishes. Soham has been taken down. Server and Hitman, they're in a position where they might be pinned down by Reaper. So getting the revival on Soham might be a little bit tough, but Wingard, once again, they're in a very stable position. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to do something which can cost one of their comrades' life, but Sahalopi was way too much in the open, and Dragon will be the one to punish him down, though there are hard covers for Sahalopi to be on the safer grounds and get the revival.
Yep. At the same time, Circle, right at the edge as well. Eventually, they will be forced out. And I like that everyone is trying to get active, but they have to get even more active just because, right, they need those positions. And for Miracle, they're hesitant to actually push down, but who could blame them? Look at how high they are. And Circle is going to completely shift away from them as they need to cross the road in towards Graveyard because it is going to be a Graveyard Circle that is about to happen. Meanwhile, Blitz, finally, they are going to get active themselves on the east side, inside the zone. They get the opening onto his Apollo. Virus getting a very, very huge impact in this game itself. He is popping off. He's gotten a lot of crucial finishes with the UMP.
Blitz Gaming, my bad. They have been popping off really well. 7 finishes registered. And Genesis, once again, in that similar situation that they were put in the previous map. They had a good place to work out with, but they couldn't hold on to the grounds, and that has costed their positioning. But as of now, Genesis Esports, they will be wiped off from this map of Miramar. They did had a decent game in the map of Erangle. They were in top 3, top 4, and eventually this match is not going to pinch them as much, though it's a 0-pointer game for them. But Blitz Gaming, look at them, 8 finishes. Ayush again popping off the heads. They do have a really good compound. They have a really good area in the entire circle to play along with. So Blitz will be pretty happy with the results that they're achieving right now.
It's been a while since we see Bro is Pro kind of get active as well. And so far this past few days, Virus and Ayush has been stepping up big time for the team. And especially Virus today itself just now. That reaction is coming from him is just unheard of. Meanwhile, looking at the loot crates here, seems like both the loot crates are going to be centered inside the circle, but it is pretty much out in the open. We saw a glimpse of it early on from Wow Fang's perspective. I don't think they got themselves the level 3 helmets yet, but I'm hoping that those AWMs is going to be very, very crucial in all these fights here. Taking away all those helmets are going to be very, very important, especially if they want to get those lucky headshots.
Talking about being lucky, you can go to Google and search Realme P3 Ultra 5G and win some exclusive freebies for yourself. As it is launching on 19th of March. This device has got world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Supports stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming as well. But eventually diving back onto the game, we do see Tuora OP getting taken down. This is a sandwich situation for the likes of Dragon Esports. They don't want to fall into these compounds. They don't want to fall into those traps laid by both the teams. One side it's going to be Ace Official, another it's going to be Wild Fangs. So they have to clear off at least one team, while Ace Official, they're putting up that pressure on Dragon Esports because the entire set of 4 players, they are intact in that 1 or 2 compounds.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting trade coming from Haze as well as Dragon Esports. Considering the fact that right now, Dragon, they have a very decent compound. But the problem here is they need to start thinning out the herd. If the circle shifts to them, great for them. Or they need to just focus on its ace. But if the circle shifts out, well, they have to hard commit and wrap up this fight before they back off, because if they don't start getting active, things are gonna get a little bit too crowded. Meanwhile, Wildfangs, they get an opening knock onto his Blitz as well. Blitz currently having a very, very unique spread themselves, and them losing a couple players, it is gonna be very, very hurtful towards their formations itself, right? So I think now Ace has to make the call in 5 seconds whether or not they want to go in for the push. But Wildfang's starting to play a little bit more tactical now this game, and it's actually working out for them.
This is the kind of move that I was talking about that we expect from a team like Wildfangs, having such an experience, and eventually the circle shifting not much on the western side. It's going to be a really good circle for the teams prevailing in the western quadrant of the entire map. Graveyard Circle, it is. SWG versus Wingod will be a fight to watch out, because in that fight, Raka Esports will have all the rights to chime in and go for a third party. The util exchange happening from both the ends will create so much noise and commotion for the other teams in the surroundings to have an idea that yes, two teams out in the open, they're having a contest and where they can just chime in to find some free finishes.
You know, once upon a time, the AUG was so broken, and now it's a common drop that's kind of lackluster compared to back in the days. But hopefully with the P90 coming into play, we will see it get into active. But Wingod currently going to be losing Sahil OP, one of the star players, but God has been performing really, really well. But guess what? Wingod, they find an opening on another team, which is not the team in front of them, which is interesting. But with the circles on their back, they need to find a way to push in. And look at this, they don't really have a lot of vehicles. I don't see remnants of it. SWG is going to lose out a lot of it instead. But nothing yet happening. It is a very, very slow rotation of the circle. And they need to get a little bit more active. As you can see, they're trying their best, but eventually the activist is not going to happen. They don't really have the ammunition to work with as well. Infinity down towards like, what, 40 bullets?
It's a really tough situation for Wingod. It's almost a do or die, but in between Dragon Esports, they have been taken down and out with 0 finishes. So it's a 0 point a game for Dragon Esports once again. This was a really crucial match for them to get points and climb back up in the ladder, but oh, that's going to be really unfortunate for them getting wiped off. But ESG official, they also get eliminated with 2 finishes for themselves and the 11th spot. But SWG, right now they're prepping all set, prepping themselves up for the fight against Wingod.
This is a very awkward spot that SWG has had. Like, they're technically trying to gatekeep them, but the positions they're gatekeeping feels like they are getting gatekeeped from outside the zone, which is kind of weird, ironically. Meanwhile, the rivalry continues between both Wildfangs and NRI. We saw this run in yesterday multiple times. And this time, looks like the hit comes through. TraceGuard, he was able to get a couple of knocks in, but look at this. 4 finishes in the hand of Wildfangs. 9 teams remaining, and they're looking stronger than ever. This seems to be a potential comeback that Wildfang has been looking forward to as well. But as you can see, the circle is starting to shift in about 30 seconds. But they still have a very decent compound to work with.
Not a really fond of the vehicles that they have, open buggies out there in the buses, that they will be easy targets to chase down. So Wildfangs, once again, they have to be a little bit cautious about every step that they take. Ace Official will be in the radar. Taken, he was one of the most crucial players for Ace Official to get the points for themselves in the previous map of Erangle. This time the circle shift is what matters the most. 5 more seconds on the clock as we dive on to where this circle is going to shift. The northwestern side seems a little bit clustered, and it will be around the corners. Wildfangs, these do still have the hard compounds all to themselves, while NRI, they have to make a decision. Either they rotate from the eastern side or go west.
Oh, this is so tough for Wildfangs. Like, the hard compound on the edge is great, but rotating out is so difficult for them. Look at this. It's just no man's land in between. There's a reason why there's nobody on the southern approach, just because that small open area is pretty much succumbed to everyone from Blitz, for even LOC, X-Die as well. The only good spot is going to be the mountain right beside them, but if they go up the mountain, the NRI is going to immediately rush on towards Wildfangs, which is not exactly the most ideal circle to work with. But as of yet, 9 teams remain, but Blitz, what a big run for them. They've got 11 finishes in total. What is going on in this game?
They're literally not stopping, I see. They've got that one momentum for themselves, but eventually Ace Official, that's a really wrong move, going in the single vehicle. 1, 2, no. It's only going to be one player to get picked off. The other 2 jumped off because that vehicle got completely smoked. Virus, Just racing down, he's trying to get those eliminations out there. Bro is Pro finds one. They're taking two different fights. Triple H versus Ace. There's two teams that they're taking fight against in two different directions. But as to make sure Ace official, they're not going to enter the circle that easily. The revivals have been done, but the zone is going to push them away. Ayush is in a really great spot, pressurizing them in that one particular spot. Hyper Ash wants to take a chance, wants to take all those shots, but they will be in the open. And Ayush, he's popping out heads really well, will be confirming all those finishes. 14 in the name for Ace, for the likes of Blitz Gaming. Maybe adding the 15-1, but eventually the knocks have been there. The confirmation will be coming up shortly. Ace official down to a single player. That's going to be Rajjod.
That's a very good spread that Blitz has paid off as well. And because of this, every team from the Northeast gets completely shut down. And even Raj as well. Look at this, Virus getting 5 finishes for him. Ayush with 5, Bro is Pro with 4. Blitz Gaming is looking to dominate the lobby. And now Ace also, like you said as well, being completely kicked off the game. And we're down towards the final 17. Wingard somehow makes it in from the west side. And Raka SAS is currently pinned between both Wingard and NRI.
But you can see so many players knocked out. It was a 3-way fight. Hitman Soham is knocked out. From Raka Esports, 2 players are knocked out. Wingard has also lost 2 of the players. They are knocked out. They need the revivals. So almost 1-1 players from 3 different teams. They are surviving. They are being the medic of the team to get themselves back onto their feet. Raka Esports, Explosive just needs a revival. The entire smoke cover will be made in the western side. Everybody's playing through the edges, just waiting for the right moment to strike in. But just imagine a team coming into this picture out of nowhere. They might just be the one to put an end, but Explosive gets completed off Sarvar with a beautiful nade. That is going to be that one back foot position for Raka Esports to take a fight on. But as of now, they will be pushing on to the players of NRI, as we do see a lot of players taking some hits, but it's going to be Wildfangs out of the picture.
This is huge for Wildfangs. They are able to push NRA to the southwest side, and because of that, NRA gets eliminated. And now they have a very, very nice mountain terrain on the south side. But the question here is, does the circle help them or not? But it seems like the circle is going to push them even inner towards the outskirts of the zone, but they do have the highest ground in this vicinity, so technically they can try to pick up a couple of open stragglers, and those open stragglers may be Raka SAS. As you can see, they're slowly running away to get some sort of cover, just because Wingard is going to be coming in as well. But Seth, he is going to get knocked in. Trace God as well going to be losing his life, as Wildfangs now starting to lose up members because Wingard is not giving them those space at all.
There is no vehicle for Scout OP to enter the circle. That's a tough job. Even Blitz, they will be looking forward to hunt them down. You can see Sensei and Sav still into the picture, but Blitz are going to go all in. The shots have been fired. Sav's HP is really too low. Sensei has to do the job. Finds down Virus. This is the moment. Blitz Shadow, he has to step up, but eventually he will go in. Cypher's on a low HP, will find a couple of frags. The kind of momentum that Blitz Gaming is having for themselves, it's immaculate at this moment. 17 finishes being registered. They're clearing every team outside the circle, and eventually Scout will be taken down by Wingard, as they have also bagged up 11 finishes for themselves, I see.
Very big run here from Blitz, but look at Bro is Pro. He's getting shot by LeBron from afar. He gets a couple shots back in, but unfortunately, he's not going to get knocked in. But 11 finishes coming from Wingard. 2 games in a row, big games from all these big teams, and 5 teams remaining. Blitz currently will be running into smoke as well. Infinity looking to push out forward. He sees him, he roughly has an idea, but here comes the spray. Bro is gonna make an early exit through the car. He's looking for the reset. Infinity gonna be cooking up those nades. Bro is pretty much stuck. The rest of Blitz is nowhere to be found. Does it connect? It does chip him, but he's gonna spray through the smokes and eventually gets him as well. Bro is down for the count.
Infinity was just too precise in that particular moment, but the other players of Blitz, they have rotated towards the eastern side, leaving their teammate behind. Yes, this is going to be one of the players compromised, so they're down to the final 2 players. Blitz Gaming, they have had a really great run in this entire map of Miramar, but as of now, Wingard, they also have 3 players to work out with. In between, in the dead center, you do see Raka Esports still standing tall. And in between all these commotion, all the fights, Triple H and LOC, they're all being those happy neighbors out there in the north.
5 teams remaining. Raka SAS has no place to go. They're stuck under this ridge. They can't even peek out because any angle they peek out, they are going to get shot from afar. But inside the church and the mess hall, this fight between LOCXI and Triple H has not gone unheard of for the longest of time. And Triple H, they're pretty much stuck in only 1 or 2 exit points. And they're so afraid to push out because they don't know where the rest of the world are. And that's going to be a problem eventually. But now, Raka SAS, they're going to get pinned by every single team.
Oh, Shadow, he's cooking up a nade. One good nade, and that's going to be the end of Raka Esports. He knows about the positioning. This nade should do the job right on the spot. Gets the players down. That's going to be 19 total finishes for Blitz Gaming. What an incredible run that they are having now. If they have heard all the cues, they will know that there is 2 teams fighting out in the church. Definitely a position where they would love to chime in. Infinity's down. This is a very good moment for them to push on to WinGod and finish them off. The 2 players are still outside of the circle, but look at this fight. LOC versus Triple H. They have the numbers advantage. LOC, they do have the good positioning, but Blitz Gaming, they're chiming up from behind. This is a good position, but Shadow has been taken down. Rudy has a really great read, but will not allow Blitz Gaming to chime into this fight and get the free finishes.
20 finishes for Blitz Gaming. 4 teams remaining. What a run for Blitz, but guess what? He is going to get shut down. Friday Lord with the nade from the sides in the church. Holy moly. Triple H was able to clean them out. But now with 3 teams left, WinGod somehow gets the reset. LeBron and God X going to be on the outskirts, instead looking in towards this church where 2 of these teams are at a stalemate. And all WinGod has to do is just wait for both of these teams to take each other out as the circle will slowly close in.
Every time WinGod is the one team enjoying all those action and just diving into the climax moments. But right as now, the shot's being fired. One of the players has been taken down. Colin will be knocked out by Alpha. As Punisher wants to go in, connects a couple of shots out there. He has also dropped down. Golin has been confirmed. 1 finish for LOC out there. Friday Lord will be confirmed. Second one. LOC, they are fighting back. Triple H once again into shambles, and Rudy will be confirmed. So down to 2 teams. WinGod, it's a 2v2 situation. They have the altitude, but LeBron gets taken down. Alpha, what a beautiful trade it is. But GodX, his position is compromised, but Punisher, he has the disadvantage of that positioning. The ridge advantage stays with WinGod's GodX. He has to step up. He has got a positioning. He's got the ideal spot where he can win this match. And oh my god, 1 HP it is for Punisher. He wants to go in, but it's going to be WinGod to get this winner chicken dinner back-to-back for themselves.
What a clutch coming in from WinGod. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners in a row. What a comeback for WinGod Esports. From down in the gutter from yesterday's performance, and now 2 back-to-back, and they should be right at the top.
Angie's prediction is working in such a precise way. Yep, WinGod again, all kudos to the team and also to the luck, I would say, because in the map of Erangle, also, they went back. It was all about the hilltop fight. Everyone was fighting. WinGod chimed into the right moment and got all those finishes, and they got chicken dinner. This time also, they were on the verge of getting eliminated by Blitz Gaming, but Blitz Gaming decided, let's focus on the compound fight, left WinGod aside, and that gave them the advantage to back this chicken dinner up.
See, this is something that I think a lot of us were wondering whether or not they should be active, or was it skill, or was it just teamwork and good comps. And so far, WinGod and also Blitz Gaming played a K9 Esports in this game. Literally,
pretty
just
much
spread out so much. They got so much control and just took everyone out. So would I say, is this luck? No. In the game of Miramar, it's never luck. It's just pure skills. Unless the circle shifts into his Los Leonas, then maybe there's a lot of luck factor in this kind of scenarios.
Yeah, it did. We did see that coming in the previous day itself. But today, one thing is for sure. Blitz Gaming, they confidently took all the fights that came onto them. They were not the ones every time pushing up forward. I still think like 8 to 9 finish in that kind of situation. They were pushed by 2 other teams. They welcomed them with the opening frags, and yup, they literally took them one by one. Genesis had a really great spot. They snatched it away from their hands, and from there on, everything went right for them.
I think it comes down to just when to be active and when to be passive, right? Like I've said that today's games, teams are starting to realize when the timings are a little bit more specific here. You need to be active in certain scenarios where, oh, you know for a fact that that spot is so good so that you can actually win if the circle shifts into a certain area. Blitz did that rather early right from the get-go. I think during stage 3, stage 4 was the time when, like you said, they snatched that spot in those warehouses in the northeast section. The moment they took it, they had a 4-man spread, conquered the entire northeast section, and just completely shut down everyone who's going to rotate in. And because of that small little details, everybody was forced to cluster either south or the north side. And that's where you see this huge shift on the west side. But that is from the northeast side. But in Wingard's situation, that was a little bit awkward, just because of the fact that technically they were on the edge. They should be gatekeeping another team. But for some reason, it felt like they're gatekeeping the teams inside, which doesn't really make sense, but they somehow get away with it.
Yeah, I also wanted to pick up that point because it felt like Wingard, they were in a kind of situation where they almost got sandwiched, but I don't know what happened with NRI in that particular moment. Wingard got away with all those flow that they were coming up with, taking the fights, picking up players one by one individually. Slowly and gradually, they were converting the fights towards themselves. So that was a good approach coming up from the side of Wingard. And I feel like both the matches, Wingard, they have a very similar story. They did not start aggressively. They played it passively. They played it tactically and ended for the they waited for the right moment to go for the fights, and they took it very precisely.
I think one of the major factors on how Wingard actually won that fight was that during the south side where Wildfangs had the mountain terrain, that was the biggest threat towards Wingard. But because they had this 2-2 split coming from Sensei and Seth, who's focusing onto his blitz on the north side, and we have Trace and Scout focusing onto his Wingard, that split is the reason why I would say Wingard was able to capitalize on that as well. Because if all four of them were focusing on Wingard, Blitz would not have been able to do too much against them. But same can be said for Wingard. But because Blitz was able to take this fight against them, this fight right here, which resulted in them getting split apart and taken out, which resulted in the entire force of Wildfangs getting completely shot down, pretty much gave a free ticket pass for Wingard to continue entering towards the west side and shutting teams like Raka SAS, who's caught in the crosshairs with everyone in the middle.
Raka also were trying to give their best, but they got completely placed in a very bad spot, grabbing a lot of attention from Blitz as well. Otherwise, they would have kind of had a good resistance against the players of Wingard. But eventually, the moments, the kind of positionings literally helped Wingard securing this winner-winner chicken dinner. LOC, they were too silent throughout the entire game, but eventually at the end, they started to backfire. But talking about the MVP, it has to be Godex from Wingard, bagging 7 finishes all by himself.
Agreed. Nicely done coming from Wingard. Godex 4 having 7 finishes. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a high finish volume between both Wingard as well as Blitz Gaming. Earlier we saw a lot of finishes here, and guess what? Joining him in the top 5 is going to be 3 players coming from Blitz Gaming. We have Shadow, Virus, and Ayush. Each of them having 6 5-5 finishes in total, and Infinity will take the final spot here with 4 finishes in total. So this is a Wingard and Blitz special game in this map itself.
Exactly, and due to this, I feel like a lot of teams, those who were behind, will be facing the heat, because the next map up next is going to be Sanhok. So for them to get a lot of points, it's going to be problematic. But this is going to be the point standings for this map of Miramar. Wingard snatching 25 points in total from this match. Blitz Gaming having 24. Only 4 position points.
Yeah, it's not the position points that we're worried about. Think about this, it's 20 finishes and 15 finishes by both Wingard Esports and Blitz Gaming. So that's 35 players just because of these two teams shutting down everyone. And look at this, Triple H, they finally had a little bit of bounce back, but it's on 3rd position with only 10 points. So that's a little bit of sad news for the rest of the world who's trying to break past into the top 7 as of now. And I'm genuinely worried. Where are they going to be able to find points as of yet?
Yeah, talking about the next shot, Genesis Esports, they did not have a great match, but it's fine for them. They're in a really good spot. Talking about Dragon Esports, this is a problem. Shadow Blitz, Dragon, SWG, 4 Miracle also, they're fine, but the 0-pointer games for them will be haunting them. And Wingard on top with 59 total points, bagging 2 chicken dinners in a row. Followed by that, Blitz Gaming comes on to the 2nd position with 55 points. 4 Miracle drops down to 3rd with 47. NRI in 40, Genesis in 40. Raka HSS on 34, ESG on 31. It was not a great match for ESG or neither for Raka, because they did not get a lot of points out there. But Wildfangs, they come into the picture in top 8, bagging 10 points from this particular map of Miramar.
I think this is still a winnable situation coming from Wildfangs. They did one really, really good game. But at the same time, the cutoff on the 7th position is somewhere around 30 points. So LOCXDI is still in the picture to actually contest this. Shadow Blitz also in a position to try and contest this. Same can be said for Ace Official, considering how low the cutoff is. So as of yet, in this next upcoming final match, every one on this team needs either the chicken dinner or high finish volumes to qualify into the top 7, or maybe even try to break past their 35 to 38 point marker. Even if you don't qualify top 7, you still have a chance to break it into his wildcard stages.
Yeah, and for that to happen, I feel like one of the teams, Ace Official, Dragon Esports, they need to pull off a game like Wingod or Blitz Gaming, because if they do it in the map of Sanhok, which is doable, right? We know it's a very small map. You do get a lot of rooms to go for those third-party situations. You do get a chance to take on a lot of fights. So this is a map where I feel like the teams can come up with some good aggressive strategies and can bag up a lot of finishes.
It is going to be a do-or-die situation for some of these teams, but what I do know is that Blitz, Wingod is safe for now.
Yeah.
Safe. 100% safe.
Yeah, completely agreed. And now this is going to be the final map for group number 4. The one last match that will decide which top 7 teams will advance to the quarterfinals. But we will catch you on the next side with this short break.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. The iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion. I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, John Wild Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Realme BGIS 2025 round 4, day 4 group stages. In this case, my name is ICBB12, it is Fixes as we take you through the commentaries of today. We've seen 2 games now coming from group number 4 itself, and guess what? One final game to decide who qualifies into the quarterfinals and who may or may not qualify into as the wildcards. In this case, in the hot seat, Wildfangs at 8th position.
It looks very dicey at this point. When you're looking at the overall standings, we saw that a couple of moments ago. I feel like the cutoff has gone so high. Here the cutoff is going to be very low, so the chances of making into the wildcard looks pretty stark. But you know what, guys, if you want to ensure your chances of qualification in the next official tournaments, in all the other BGMI events, you got to check out this phone. I'm talking about the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Does house that world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra 5G chipset, and from what we have been told, or we're yet to try this out, it has double the performance in its segment. And adding on to it, when we've got a lot of nerds, we've got a lot of geeks who like those, technical numbers, they like to crunch it out. The AnTuTu benchmark for this device is over 1.45 million. That's crazy.
That is pretty high as well, and of course, like you said as well, the GT boost for the best, most optimized mode for gamers out there is going to be launching very soon on the 19th of March. So be sure to get it just by searching on Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you get yourself potential amazing rewards. Now, back to the question here.
Yeah.
Wildfangs, obviously. 3 games in a row, we've been talking about Wildfangs. Can we not talk about Wingod for a second? Because what the hell happened to Wingod? Because yesterday, today, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners out of nowhere. What happened?
I think it was all about them realizing that this could be their last potential chance, because when you look at the history of Wingod, they've been changing a lot of rosters. Lately, this roster of Wingod did show a lot of promise. They qualified for a recently held big LAN. They performed decent, but they knew that if they do not perform this time around, I think this could be the end of it. Now they realize they are completely in the corner. They had to go all out. They played by the book. The first game, they were quite systematic. But in the second, they kind of opened up and we saw that Wingod and Blitz combined literally wiped out more than half of the lobby.
That's insane. That was a very big round coming from both of them, which is so insane. But all things considered, I feel like there is something that we have to actually talk about, and I feel like in this upcoming patch, especially this past few days, especially recently, we just celebrated Holi for you guys.
Yeah.
I feel like the patch has kind of affected the overall mentality of the players. Yes, there's something new, which is a crossbow. We haven't seen a single one of it yet used at all, which is kind of, I don't know, is it really that good or not? But personally, I think you've tried it as well. It feels like a single bolt action sniper rifle.
Yeah. I mean, does not make any sense to try something new in the midst of a tournament.
Yeah.
It could backfire, especially when you're talking about having just 6 games. That's the last thing you would want to do, because after this, you might have that little bit of a leeway. You've got a lot of games to play. That is where, you know, teams can test that weapon out. But then again, we have to talk about the group draws. I see that is going to be happening on the 19th. It is going to be at 6 p.m. So make sure you tune in, because after this, we'll have the quarterfinals. That is where, you know, so many teams come back into play. All your favorite teams, the best teams from the grind, they will be there. But we need to know where they will be classified, which group they will be playing under. So all of that happens on the 19th of March at 6 p.m. So ensure you've got that dates locked in on your calendar.
Exactly. Same day, you can also get the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Same day. So
Yeah.
be sure to check it out.
True that.
Exactly. So coincidence, right? Not really.
It feels like it's all aligned.
the stars align. In this case, maybe even the lunar design as well.
You need to make your prayers.
We gotta have the cosmic universe in all in the scripture, but unfortunately, the cosmic scripture is not gonna qualify. It's pretty bad. I get it.
All right. So no, I mean, we've talked about so many of the others.
Yeah.
We need to talk about Dragon Esports also.
Yeah.
I feel like it's over for them.
Hmm.
You know, they haven't really showed enough in
Yeah.
this round. I feel like, you know, they were not playing like a team. There were so many decisions that went wrong. And in the final game, who knows? They could actually wreck some big team's performance and could maybe just thwart them out of this event.
I think it comes down to just confidence in this scenario as well. We saw Wingard being very, very confident. This game was a little bit confident as well. We know for a fact that Wildfangs has that kind of confidence. Trey Scott is able to do this kind of plays, but it feels like they're just not together at times, and that is going to be a big problem for them, especially now with the final game being the crucial factor whether or not can they qualify. It's going to be up on screen right now in Sanhok.
All right, the last dance, the last hurrah, potentially the last game for a lot of these teams inside of Realme BGIS. And what better way, as poetic it might sound, it all ends here in Sanhok. Bootcamp, one of those regions we will be eyeing out for, because that is where Team Wildfangs tends to drop at. I'm pretty sure it's going to be flooded with a lot of teams. But have they actually taken that drop, or they are going somewhere else, I see?
Wait, where is Wildfangs? I don't see Wildfangs in bootcamp. Where did they go?
Smart.
Huh? Wait, where is Wildfangs?
They actually would have been targeted. Look at Neonix
Oh
officials.
my goodness. What a interesting split there coming from Wildfangs. They actually went towards cave. This is something that I think Seth used to do a lot during
No,
Big
this
Brother.
is something that Sensei used to do a lot.
Is it?
Yeah.
I remember Seth, when he was with Big Brothers, they also like to play claim a lot. But speaking of which, look at this Paradise, SBZ, and also for...
What?
Huh? what was that? That was like the fastest finish ever. What just happened?
It was just the RNG taking over, I say. I mean, they dropped down, whoever got the weapon first. It was Gabru. Got that double finish, locked in and loaded. And yeah, that marks the end for 4 fraggers. Their journey is done and dusted. As for NRI, literally on the cusps of qualifying. All they got to do is just secure a few extra finishes. 4 spots locked and loaded. Chandan, he's starting to feel himself. Along with Wingard, if some team has stepped up, has to be NRI also.
Interesting. NRA is one of the top contenders going to play Chandan with only 17 bullets. All he needs to do is going for the rush, but doesn't even need to, because why? Sarvar leading the charge. This is the guy that you have to watch out for. He is the player to watch. And guess what? Shots are being shot from afar. Caesar with those UMP, unfortunate to say, long range fights for UMP. The bullet damage significantly drops after 150 meters.
Yeah, I mean, you know, barring all those technicalities, even for SWG, seems like the journey is almost over as Hitman. He decides to take a fight on 2 fronts. He's got Ujjwal in front of him, but it's going to be Soham who gets that knock, just making the things that bit easier for him, as he's got no trouble dealing with the players of SWG. Really could not show up during round 4 as NRI. Look at that confidence. 2 players in the far off fray. Still Hitman and Soham working it out in tandem, securing them 3 finishes right off the get-go. But when you talk about the circle also, I see it's this time pandered a little bit around the eastern side, somewhere just a little bit northeast from that quarry region. And this is where I'm starting to get concerned. How does Wildfangs cross that bridge?
Well, that's going to be a question that we have to find out in about maybe 2 to 3 minutes time. But what I do see right now is that Dragon Esports, they're expecting a little bit of a company here. Triple H comes in for a couple of spray down. Sparsh wants to get out, but unfortunately to say, he's stuck right in the outskirts as well. They've got them pinned. He needs some sort of backup, and as soon as he's trying to mix a dash for it, guess what? The spray comes through, and Friday Lord gets the pick. And Dragon Esports, they will lose a player right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, for Triple H, they started off this day without a single point, and seems like in the first 2 games they did recover. Had they somehow, you know, reciprocated or kind of played really well yesterday, maybe they could have been in the equation for qualification. As for SWG, seems like another player is gone down as Wingod. They've really started to open up. As for Dragon, they've got the players of Triple H surrounded. It's all about Duora waiting for Triple H to come out in the open, because it's a perfect setup coming in from Dragon Esports.
They've got them completely pinned as well. And fortunately for Triple H, they do have those vehicles, but Dragon, they do need those scopes to actually line up the perfect shots. Unfortunately to say, I don't think they are going to be able to find those angles yet. Meanwhile, on the screen itself, this circle is going to shift all the way to far east. So this is one of the first times we've seen a circle all the way far east, to be honest.
Yeah.
Usually it's always in Alpha, in between Alpha, Main Island, and even Charlie itself. But this time, it's been a while. We've seen the circle all the way east side. And maybe still Quarry, though. We've seen a couple of Quarry circles. But aside from that, everything has been, like, pretty centered, to be honest.
Unless and until there is a hard shift, I'm assuming it goes somewhere around Pan or Camp Bravo, or somewhere in the areas around that.
We've seen a Paradise circle.
We've seen a lot of those Paradise circles.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is not one of that.
I don't think it's a Paradise or Quarry. It might happen, but...
Very rare chances.
Yeah, fair. Is it, though? Maybe.
I mean, not for Paradise and Quarry. I'm not really convinced that it's going to go there, unless and until the gods of BGMI decide otherwise. But, you know, when you look at what's online, we've got at least 4 teams who are serious contenders for those last 2 spots. We've got Raka, SAS, we've got ESG, we've also got Wildfangs into the mix. And at this point, it's going to be difficult because the difference isn't that high. And anybody could topple each other. So they have to ensure play their cards right as Triple H. Oh, they're starting to feel the heat. But look at that, Raka. They're making those rotations. Even Raka at this point, they cannot afford a single casualty.
Yeah, it's going to be a game of who's going to be playing active and who's going to be passive, right? And like you said, teams who are not going to be able to qualify the top 7, they are going to be tentatively playing a little bit more active, just because chances of winning is very, very difficult unless you pull a very, very big number, like what Blitz Gaming does. Mathematically, it's still possible, but based on their current position, in order to do that, they need at least, 18, 19 finishes before they actually get those service points. But Wildfangs, they're only, 2 to 3 points away from actually qualifying the top 7. And the Gatekeepers is only 2 points away for them. So technically, if they get the chicken dinner right here, right now, or maybe even get like 10 finishes, they might just have enough to qualify to top 7. And even if they don't, they will still most definitely qualify to the wildcards, as their name kind of says it themselves, right? Wildfangs belong in the wildcards.
Yeah, that's going to be trial by fire. And that is one of those pits I really do not want Wildfangs to be entering into. Because now, mathematically speaking, like we said, one other team, LOC, they're also in the contention over here. And now, Dragon Esports just being ahead of Wildfangs, it's going to be an interesting one. Because Scout, he's found that initial knock. And if you also want to beam down your players like Scout did, might as well check out the Realme P3 Ultra. And this is a very difficult call for Sensei. He is, in fact, IC going in for the push. Dragon Esports, they have been pretty much found sleeping throughout round 4. But is this the time where they wake up? As Wildfangs, a 2-on-2 push against the players of Dragon Esports, as now Sensei realizes that the fallen player has been brought back to life.
Yeah, very, very interesting one as well. They made a very unique call here. Wildfang seems to be splitting up 2-2, but with this push coming in, Dragon Esports, they are actually backing out. So that's a little bit of plus sign, and unfortunately to say, Dragon Esports, they have to go down to this compound. They will be having a little bit of skirmish from Triple H, and because of all this noise being made, guess what? Wildfangs might be able to just potentially third-party these two teams.
I mean, at this point, Wildfangs cannot make a single mistake. Because for Dragon Esports, look at this. They have lost out on Spurge. So they are lacking numbers here. Wildfangs, they're all coiled up. They want these two teams to fight it out amongst each other. Dragon Esports just gone down to that one little spot they have. As of Triple H, they are playing it completely passive. Wildfangs, are they going to be the ones making all the noise?
Well,
No, they decide to part ways.
this is smart.
This is smart, but at the same time, they could land in trouble. Because if they get sandwiched, if they do not wipe out their backlines, if they do not clear it, it's going to haunt them later. Because Raka Esports, they're in contention. LOC, who are also in contention, they found out decent positions to hold on to.
Yeah, in this case, they do need to get those finishes, and you can see Wildfangs are scouring towards the surroundings here, trying to figure out whether or not if teams from the north are ready to take shots at them as well, then themselves going to be gatekeeping the guys from the south. So that's going to be two teams potentially coming their way, which gives them like 2 to 3, 4 finishes. But look at the cluster down in the middle. Wingod, they're getting pinned by every single team. SB is going to be there, Neon is there as well. Everyone is just taking pot shots on Wingod in Ban. That is insane.
You know, if I were Wingod, I'd be enjoying this. I mean, like, come on, guys, bring it on. Now, there are days where you start to feel yourself. I think for Wingod, this has to be one of those days. But seems like, you know, they've met their match.
Oh my goodness.
Because Team Blitz, they also decide to charge in. And who else? Then Bro is Pro. He's opening things up. He felt a little left behind when Ayush and his teammates were getting all those finishes. It's like, you know what? I've created so much of that buzz. Might as well double down on it. As for LOC, a very important game as well. Because somehow I see they're still alive inside this competition. They also could be the ones making it inside the top 7.
Oh boy. Hazard hasn't been able to do too much here, but here comes the spray. Wingod actually rotating away from Ban. Seems like it is a good call considering that their position was kind of exposed. They've lost one player. Blitz was there. They had Neon as well. And also Shadow Blitz was in this vicinity. Fortunately for them, the reposition seems to be good, and they are going to be neighbors next to Raka SAS. And in this case, one wrong move, Raka SAS might be wiped out, but even though I say that, it is a 2v4. So the only reason why I'm saying it is because Wingod has just proved something that none of us were expecting, which is 2 back-to-back chicken dinners today itself.
Honestly speaking, for Wingod, numbers do not matter at this point. It's all about that mentality. But Dragon Esports deciding to somehow push it against the players of Triple H. As Rudy, he decides to stray.
No.
But look at Friday Lord. He had that perfect angle, as a result of which Dragon Esports, piece by piece, they're starting to fall apart. And just now, to make matters worse, Triple H still not out of the woods yet, because this is where even for Miracle Esports, the Grim Reapers inside the lobby, they decide to chime in. Dragon does find a knock on Sinister yet again, as now Fury from the far fray, somewhere he does decide to find another knock. And for Miracle Esports, they're losing out on numbers, and this is not looking good. As look at Friday Lord, left to fend all for himself. What does he do?
Oh my goodness, there's nothing much he can do. He doesn't even have a backpack. At Fury now, here's the commotion for Miracle. They get a couple of shots in, but Fury, can he get those finishes? Because as of yet, he is on 3 finishes, and he's the last man standing coming from Dragon. As for Miracle, Beard Baba finds a little bit of awkward spot. The pump comes through. He takes down Friday Lord, but he is a little bit on a danger zone here, right at the edge of the zone. And he needs to get out. He can't seem to be able to pick up his teammates there. They are outside his zone, and it is about to shift to stage 4 very, very soon. So Beard Baba, he is actually going to try and take a save. Okay.
Yeah, it's still
Can he
stage
tap
3.
it? Oh, okay, it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, it's the 3rd stage.
Okay,
so
it's 3rd stage.
yeah, it's possible. The 4th one gets a little tricky.
Uh-oh.
But this is not good. Especially Ace. They've been the kryptonite for Wildfangs, throwing spanner to their works throughout the day. It all began in Erangle, and now Team Ace, they're feeling excited. It's the adrenaline coursing through their veins as
no.
even Raj finds another. Saif on his knees, and this is where Team Ace, they've got their call-outs. This is their time to go in for the push.
This might be it for Wildfangs as well. It's 2 versus 4, and the rest of Ace, they are going to be coming in. They do get the confirmation on Sev as well, but the pickup looks good. Phantom doesn't seem to be able to catch Trace-God. Trace-God gets the reset. Sensei now dropping down pretty low. They get the knock in. Tekken was able to get the knock, but he doesn't see Trace-God. Phantom looking for the push. He's looking for the flank. He might be looking in the wrong direction. Trace-God, he's waiting for him. He's going to go for the push, and he loses the fight.
This is it. This is it.
Oh no.
Now it's just Scout. So much responsibility on his shoulders, on this old man.
Oh no,
and now
he's
his
stuck.
position is compromised. Just waiting for that inevitable to strike as Raj, he goes in for the flush, and down goes the dreams of Wildfangs as they bow out of the competition. And Ace, being the annihilators, they'll have a smirk on their face that lasts forever.
That is it for Wildfangs. Do they have enough points for the wild cards? We have to wait for the official scores to be announced in a couple of days' time. But as of yet, from our perspective, their journey might just be over here for the Realme BGIS 2025. But all things considered, Wildfangs, they may be eliminated, but the rest of the world are still fighting for their spot into those quarterfinals, and we have 12 teams left in this game.
Mistakes after mistakes committed by Wildfangs. Got complacent, tried to change a lot of these things, and clearly were never in it. But look at this circle shift. Had they somehow withstood that push of our Team Ace, they could have really made it. This was a zone really building up for them. Now, putting Wildfangs aside, eyes will be on Raka Esports and LOC. They would be really fancying their chances as we've got a fight now. NRI Esports against Genesis. Hitman down on his knees. Chandan not having the best of HPs, and Apollo, he's just letting the players of NRI try to creep in a little bit closer. Apollo needs to find his teammate, Cyrix. He's just beside him. But for Genesis, I think they've done their bidding yesterday only.
You know, yesterday Apollo really stepped up big time for Genesis. Both Apollo and Mac has been doing wonders for the team. So they are going to be in a little bit of a okay situation. NRI also going to be those teams that are kind of in a comfortable position now. They are in the part of the top 7 upper echelons. And now with Hitman being knocked, and it doesn't really matter considering that they have 5 finishes. So there are lesser people that can potentially overthrow them. But Ace, like you said, they have to be very, very happy. They got that full finish onto his Wildfangs. And right beside them is going to be Genesis. Huh. This clash is going to be interesting.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Apollo, okay. No chance.
They have been such a spoil spot. They have been such innocence. And Rajard, wow! That's phenomenal stuff coming out from this lad. Where was Team Ace? And you know, don't get me all riled up, I say. Are they going to pull off the inevitable? Would they be somebody, you know, like MD Esports? Would they be only gods? Because we've seen this happen in the previous rounds. Could they be the ones making all that difference? Because even Team Ace, they were sitting around 16 to 18 points. If they get a chicken dinner, if they go big, something could happen.
Well, it's go big or go home.
Yeah?
Well, in this case, LOC, they are in a position where they can go big, but with only 2 finishes, and they are getting caught off outside. It is going to be very, very difficult. Hitman, one of the star players coming from NRI, has been making wonders. He's going to be the last man standing. Nade comes through. He's going to try and put the nail to the coffin here, but seems like he might get run over, but nope, not going to happen because Ace is there, also potentially third party, and that's going to be Raj that gets another finish in the back. He's got 5 finishes and 10 teams still remains.
He is a man on a mission. At this point, Ace official. They eventually started off trying to play spoil spot, but suddenly they're starting to dream. And dreams are really what matter at this point. The hunger, the desperation, clearly visible from the players of Ace officials. Imagine them getting a chicken dinner. Who knows? Even they might make it inside of top 7. But this is a very important fight. LOC scared to death as the Grim Reapers, they arrive. It is Team Blitz as Bro is Pro. He's spearheading the attack.
Oh my goodness, the nade comes through. They get the opening. Alpha pretty much knocked and dusted. And Blitz continues with their fight. And they know for a fact that Rush is going to be coming through. And they do find Hazard. Fire is getting knocked. But the counter nade is going to be good. It's all up to Bandit and Punisher with the 2v2 situation. You can see the sprays come through. Bro is Bro shooting under the car. Gets the confirmation with the RB. And now the pump comes through. It's gonna be good. Bro is Bro. He have the shotgun. He's so low.
Wow.
And the pixel pick comes through. And Bro is able to hold on. Bandit versus Bro is Bro. But the circle comes through. He's jiggling his way through. Bandit can't seem to actually go for the fight. But he gets taken out. That is it for Blitz. But LOC holds on. But no! No! No!
Oh my god, Ace are really doing this, aren't they? 10 finishes secured already. Make it 9. Alright, inside the top 7. And almost on the verge of pulling off an Only Gods here. And for Ace officials, they've got everything right. They've got their backlines cleared. All they're gonna deal with the players of Shadow Blitz, just on their left. As for Miracle Esports, they've got their own trouble. They've got so many teams around them, but look at Raj. Look at that confidence coming from his side. He's just not a man anymore. He's a monster. Death, the harbinger of carnage and destruction inside the lobby. He looks nigh unstoppable. Gabru would of course try to lob that grenade. Does not hit its mark. Raj evades that in quick succession. He needs to collect that finish. He needs to increase his tally.
This is a big run here from Ace. Can they make the comeback? Shadow Blitz also had a very consistent run yesterday. Needs to push in towards the top 7. With this top 5 play, they've got a decent amount of finishers. Everyone is looking for those final slots to qualify. And can they do it? And Circle seems to be favoring Ace once more. And maybe this game, just maybe, might give them enough points to qualify.
Surely. I mean, look at that coverage that Team Ace have. All they've got to do is just calm down. Let Raj do all that hitting. Let him somehow pincer down the players of Shadow Blitz. And try and create some space. Let Miracle Esports fight it out against Raka. Even ESG, they're in the equation. So all these teams in contention for that top 7. At least 4 of them still alive. With Shadow Blitz inching in close. Adonis is back on his feet. Raj does have enough ammunition, but no nades. So as Adonis, that's a nice movement. He's going to spot Raj out. He's one with the nature, but he's moving a lot. Through the silhouette, through those long grasses. If he does find that opener, that could be it for Ace. They cannot mess up. Look at that crossfire setup as Tekken and Raj. They have to act, and they do. As one player gets taken down, as Tekken, he gets the finish. But this is where Adonis, he does strike. And now Tekken, he needs to come in aid for his teammate. Now there you go. He spots Adonis out, takes him down as well. But somehow, they need to get that rest back on Raj. And he does it. Tekken gets that clutch. 13 finishes I see for Team Ace. What is going on?
Oh my goodness, they're looking for more as well.
He can get the
Tekken,
res.
he got the top 2 in Erangle, and guess what? The confirmation comes through. They've got 13 finishes, a big run here for Ace. And can they just do it? What a play coming in from Ace official. Down towards the final 4 team. Circle is about to close in. They can't. They got the reset on Raj as well, and ESG is right beside them. Can they get those confirmations? As you can see, Hyper Ash, he sees all those angles, but unfortunately, he may have spotted them, but it is a rendering issue, so they are undercover from those mountain terrains.
Yeah, at least as of now. When you look at Raka, ESG still alive. It seems like Ace, they've made all that difference. Now who gets in? Which is that last team? Because at this point, Team Ace, they're looking unstoppable. Raka Esports, they have gathered 3 finishes, but they need more. And given the fact that they exposed themselves like this, oh my goodness, Ace, they're just ripping them apart. And Nanu, look at this vehicle almost on the verge of exploding. Nanu, he somehow made it, but his position completely revealed with Tekken. Having that security outpost just makes it so much easier for him as he gets those shots connected. As Ace, this time, they have to enter inside the circle. Catalyst, done and dusted, 16 freaking finishes for Ace officials.
Oh my goodness, they might get a 20 as well. 4 miracles in the ones that actually stop them in his track. And it seems like this fight comes through. Nanu might just bleed out to the zone, and he just might 1 more HP. He somehow narrowly survives this, but Ace, they don't see him, and Tekken loses his life instead. Raka SAS is gonna put a nail to the coffin, but the zone will take him out before he gets those confirmation. He's put the dent onto his Ace official. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. Reaper is pretty much done and dusted. Beard Baba versus Hyper. Who gets the pixel and the spray comes through. Hyper gets the confirmation. Beard Baba stuck out in the open. And he's going to try and spray through the snakes. Spray through the grass. Hyper Ash has those nades. 17 finishes for Ace Official. The Molotov comes through. Beard Baba not taking those shots yet. Don't think it's going to be enough as well. It seems good. But Beard Baba, he knows exactly where he is. One wrong move, he's done for, but here comes the push. Hyper, he's going to make an attempt as well. He's going to be out in the open. Spray round goes through. Who's going to come on top? Beard Baba seems to be winning this, and yes, he will get the knock. And that's going to be for Miracle that takes the final chicken dinner.
Yeah, finally they get it, but yes, the headlines have been stolen. It is Team Ace. What a performance in this game. You can look at 17 finishes collected, and somewhere down the line, we're all starting to ramble our heads around the fact, have they made the cut? I say for Miracle Esports, another feather to their cap. A chicken dinner, yes, Hyper Ash could have done so many things different, does not matter. I mean, at those moments, it all comes down to you relying on your instinct. I really felt like had he just notched things down a little bit, because it was Beard Baba who had to come out in the open.
Yep.
He barely had any cover. He could have just played the circle, got that adrenaline, get the better out of him, but still, nothing taken away. It could be a huge difference maker, because those 4 points sometimes could be the difference between you qualifying and just barely missing out.
I'm curious to see how Ace Official is going to be performing as well, because like you said, 4 points might make just enough of difference to qualify between the top 7, or maybe even just enough points to qualify into the wild card stages, which in this case, the certain point is somewhere above 36, 37 points in the top 8 position to qualify for the wild card slot. So it is going to be a very, very close call. But personally, I don't think Wildfangs would make it.
Yeah.
But we have to wait for the official results first, which, ironic to say, it's sad to see Wildfangs not making it to top 7, to the quarterfinals.
Chances are literally bleak at this point, because when you talk about before the game began, we had 4 teams contending. ESG, they were inside the top 4. We had Raka, they were also in the mix. And we had LOC also have a really good game in this one. And then Ace, they just came out of nowhere.
Yep.
Before this game began, I think they were sitting at what, 14 points? And now they had 17 finishes.
Yep.
Add along that second position where you got 6 more points. So that's a lot of points there. 23 points in a span of just one game. Now it becomes very exciting, because had they got the chicken dinner, they would have easily qualified. I mean,
Yep.
there would be no
Yep.
doubt.
It's going to be close.
But considering Raka and LOC, they had a couple of finishes and
Yep.
also a top 3 finish. So it is quite dicey if
Yeah.
actually Ace are going to make the
I know
the cut.
Wildfang is going to get pushed down.
Yeah,
that's 100%.
that's for sure.
That's for sure. So it's going to be very, very close on how the match is going to be going through as well. And considering the fact that we had 2 major big games coming from WinGod as well as Blitz Gaming, who's stealing away all those points, especially Miramar itself. That pretty much denied so many points to every single team who's looking to break past that barrier. And for Ace to pull a big one like that, we might see a potential undergods in the making here. But again, it's who would have expected this? Like, you called it out. Like, could we see a potential old gods coming in? But guess what? It might just happen.
It might happen. Still, we cannot put a ring to it.
Yep.
Like, at this point, you know, that chicken dinner, had they secured it, that would have settled.
Yep.
But now it's all out in the open. And given the fact that you just have limited slots, we had almost 5 spots confirmed. It was just a battle for those 2. So this is where things get really interesting. And Wildfangs, yes, I really feel it, because the other teams, barring Wildfangs, they were already on top. They had a couple of points. And now it is all about, do LOC make the cut, or is it going to be Ace? Who would be fighting for those 2 choices? But I mean, IC, are you really going to let me have that ranting session once again about Wildfangs? Can I rant, please?
You know, as much as I want you to rant, if you make it to finals and grand finals here, we gotta get Sensei on the English podcast again.
Now
and
we can
have
get
you
it.
Do the interview
Now
with
we
you.
can get it
If they
done.
don't- we should fly him over for the quarterfinals and get him say, hey, you know what? Let's get Fixes and Sensei on an interview again and ask him, how goes your career, Sensei?
I mean, he's doing pretty good outside of esports. I mean, he's been doing everything right, barring esports. What they have done.
Whoa,
at
whoa,
this
shots
point,
fired.
It's not about just shots being fired, right? It's about you understanding what is important. this is something that I've been constantly emphasizing throughout this tournament. You need to understand how to take a chicken dinner. The position points and Wildfangs was pretty bad. As we do take a look at the highlights of this game, I mean, they're not a part of it. That's for there. But LOC, look at that. They had around 5 to 6 finishes, so they're looking good.
Yeah, I agree. And also, LOC will almost clutch it up big time against Blitz. Yes, they got a couple of wins here, but it was, like you said as well, the team that messed things up was none other than Ace. And look at this cover fire coming from Rajroad, right? Like, he needed to make this work in order to allow Tekken to kind of survive. But because his small little foot was kind of sticking out right in the back while he's probed up, was the reason why he got picked off. So it's a little bit unfortunate. He was stuck off with those animation locks here, but Nanu was the reason why Ace could not take the chicken dinner. Because this moment, if Nanu wasn't the spoiler for them, I'm pretty sure Ace would have won them just by numbers and overrun 4 Miracles in that fight.
Yeah, this is where I'm also, going to raise questions. Were they not aware? They saw all of that. They could have deployed a couple of more smokes, but what's done is done. But Raj, bro, what a time to go big. Especially Ace Official, out of nowhere, went ham on the lobby. Yeah, Fury, his last dance. And for Dragon Esports, I don't know, their future also seems quite murky. But Blitz, pro is pro, he found some redemption. But Bandit, he played such an instrumental role over there. Those 3 finishes could be all that difference maker that ensures their qualification.
It might be just that as well, but now with that being said, let's take a look at the point standing here. Ace Official, they've got 17 finishes in total. That is going to be 23 points in total without the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
4 Miracle Esports takes the chicken dinner with 17 points. Shadow Blitz with 10 points. Raka SAS Esports gets 9 points. Dragon Esports gets 6 points. LOC X Die gets 6 points. ESG Esports get 5 points. Blitz Gaming get 5 points, but they do have 5 finishes. So, oh boy, I'm curious to see how Wildfangs did, because I don't think they got a single point off Sanhok as well. Seems to me on the bottom side, NRA Esports get 5 points, Wind God Esports get 3, and Wildfangs got absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no way they're making it to the next round, and even
9 points.
And even the wild card, I think that's also going down the gutters for them.
Oh,
with
boy.
29 points, you cannot expect to make it inside the Wildfangs, but seems like the time has come. We finally get our top 7 teams. Just about now, the overall standings in front of you folks for Miracle Esports topping the charts. But look at that cutoff. Genesis Esports, they barely survived. While Ace Official, they squeezed through.
They actually do. What a big run coming from Ace Official, because that is the well-deserved point they need to qualify in towards the quarterfinals. Congratulations for them. But of course, these are your top 7s here coming in from group number 4. However, things may change. We do have to wait for the official announcement in the later days as well, because of the fact that every rules and regulations needs to be followed through and dusted to prove the legitimacy of every single team that is played off. But all things considered, the cutoff here with 36 points. Let's take a look at the second half. LOCX Die getting taken out rather early, but is in 9th position with only 33 points. Same can be said for Shadow Blitz with 32 points, and Wildfangs with only 28 points. Oh boy.
Another major upset in round 4. We've already said goodbye to Team Insane, and now it is time for Wildfangs. Now, but for ESG, I still feel like they could go the wildcard route. They've collected 36 points. That has been the common average. So maybe that's in the making. But a quick look at our prediction. It feels like we all cursed Wildfangs together, because so many, I mean, at least 5 of us went Wildfangs. Necros is going to feel a little disheartened, but Anki, he's going to feel really good about himself.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be very, very happy about this. But unfortunately, say, in the past 4 days on the English desk, it has been Caster's curse all the way through. I feel bad now, but, it is what it is. Such is life. Wildfangs, we hope to see you again, hopefully. That's all I'm going to say. I'm just going to put it there.
I mean, I've got to say some tough words here. Do we have K-Scott in Wildfangs in the next season? In the next official? Because, honestly, he's been doing so much. I'm pretty sure after this tournament, he's going to get even better offers. Now, does he stick on with these boys, play the next officials, or does he try with a roster that is actually out there to win? Because the kind of performance that Wildfangs displayed, I think Trey Scott, he must not really be happy about it.
I-
Even Trey Scott wasn't that great in round 4.
I feel like in terms of chemistry-wise, Seth and also Trey Scott has very, very good chemistry between each other. So I feel like maybe both of them should be sticking around together.
I hope they do.
But I'm not sure about the split though. So all things considered, it is their decision. It's not for us to say. We can only speculate so much. But I'm just gonna leave it there, because for me,
I like Masala.
yeah, I know you want to have a conversation with Sensei, but the question here is,
Yeah.
does Scout still have it?
I mean, he did bring it out that these were his final days of his career, but I feel like he's still gonna play till the end of this year. But what happens to Scout and Wildfangs, we do not know. But there's still another group that is going to come into play after this very short little break.
भाई ये देख नया फोन, इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप, इसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स।
बकवास है। अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा।
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है। क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार?
ग्लो आने वाला है, ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं?
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ, मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा, नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी, हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा, FPP, TPP, FPP।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा।
कौन? लुंडरी? लुंडरी ना सर, विनर विनर चिकन डिनर।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
Well, Group 4 matches already done and dusted. Now it's time for Group 3 to come into action. Welcome back once again, folks. You're watching the Realme BGIS 25. So far, the tell-to-tell story has all been about dreams coming true for all these undergods teams that have made it into the quarterfinals. But for a chosen few, for the bigger names, they have crashed out. I do want to talk about Wildfangs Dragon Esports out of this tournament.
Oh man, that is going to be the nightmare for them for at least for a couple of weeks. What happened today, it was a really intense day. A lot of important matches for them. They have messed it up. They do know about it. But again, for Dragon Esports, I'm really not sure what happened to them in this particular round 4, because if you kind of consider their performance in round 3, it was completely different.
Yeah, I mean, round 3 to round 4 transition was just missing from both Wildfangs and Dragon Esports. But if you want to make sure that nothing is missing whilst you're in the battlegrounds, all you got to focus on your gameplay, this is the phone you got to check it out. Realme B3 Ultra 5G houses the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, which has double the performance in its segment. And guess what? It's launching on the 19th of March. So might as well check it out. All you're going to do is head over to Google, search for Realme B3 Ultra 5G, and you might stand a chance to win freebies.
Yep, but coming back to the discussions as well, Fixes, this is going to be another different group.
Yeah.
3 different matches once again coming into the picture. This is going to be the last 3 matches for this group as well. The transition for a lot of teams have been different. We have been eyeing about God's Reign being the supreme leaders of this group. The kind of demonstration they gave in the previous day itself of their gunpower was literally, they were on a massacre spree.
They were, and guess what? God's Reign massively messed up their first game. It was just by the virtue of game 2 and 3, in which they also got a chicken dinner. They made it happen. So sitting at around 42 points, I think it's safe to say at least God's Reign has qualified. So they'll not be sweating it out. They're having such a nice smooth sailing. They will see the days of quarterfinals. But the big question is, which group will they be playing under? So yes, folks, this is where we talk about the group draws. That will happen on the 19th of March at 6 p.m. So make sure you've got your calendars booked, because so many teams coming in, even from the grind, the best of the best, the creme de la creme, the cream of the crop. Everybody will be in there. All your favorite teams, they will be playing. But how will they be allotted? That's the big ask. We're going to do it just like we did last year. So 19th of March, 6 p.m. We hope to see you on the broadcast.
Yep, and everybody will be interested in seeing the seedings. But eventually diving again back onto those teams, yes, we did talk about God's Reign coming into the picture. They are sitting on 42 points, but look at the exact difference. In the second spot, it's going to be Alibaba Raiders with 27 points. So there's a huge difference that God's Reign have made with a couple of matches, but also other teams, they are in the contention. TMG is there. You talk about Arc Knights as well as Team Shockwave.
Yeah, as we take a look at the teams playing, we do begin with God's Reign. We've got TWOB, SPA Esports. They have to bounce back. We've got ENG still in the mix. Arc Knight, they have been phenomenal. For Barriers, we've got Alibaba Raiders and Last Hope Esports. Quite a lot of big names as well. And just barring that first spot, I still feel like the other 6 are up for grabs.
Completely out there. They are looking for one good match, and they will be there almost close to making that qualification mark, crossing that one thin line and kind of confirming their slot for the quarterfinals in the top 7, because once again that kind of bubble that has been created is helping the other teams, created by God's Reign, is helping the other teams to climb up really easily. But again, the different set of 8 teams, we do see Team Shockwave, Team LOL, Smith Official, CFS, I4I, we do talk about AIB, there is Team Mayank, Genix FM and Team Bot X. So all these 16 teams, they're all prepped up, but once again, I4I, they haven't had a great day yesterday.
Yeah, they did not, and that will be reciprocated in the overall standings. And this is what we've been talking about. Barring God's Reign, look at the others. We've got Alibaba Raiders on the second spot with 27. Team Shockwave on the third with 25. And look at Arc Knight, just 1 point short. And even TWOB, I think this is still pretty much out in the open. It goes all the way down, even towards Genix FM or even AIB. Anybody getting a chicken dinner will instantly bounce back inside the top 7.
Just take an example from what happened with the last match.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a kind of comeback that everybody will look forward to, but also, yes, as we were mentioning, it's still down there. Every team has a shot, and yes, one good match and some consistent performance will eventually lead you to qualify. Take a big example from Ace Official. They got the first match, got almost 10 points, then they literally riled up the points in every match.
And you know, so far our caster predictions has pretty much been about cursing all these teams. Let's see what's going on. So Spiro, oh, it's SBA this time, isn't it? And Anki and Darshita have gone in for Genix FM. I really want to talk about them. Whilst Engineer, he believes in Myth Officials, and you've gone for DMG. Would love to know your opinion. But now let's start off with SBA and Genix FM. 2 really big names, SBA especially, considering this lineup did play the previous BMPS. But even in the previous rounds, Necros, they played really amazing. What went wrong from round 3 to round 4 for SBA Esports? And Genix FM.
Yeah, I feel like the transition we're seeing from in every group, some of the teams, those who have performed well in round 3, they have kind of face the downfall in round 4. Similar thing happened with SBA. It feels like the kind of positioning that they're having inside the circle, the kind of coordination, the synergy, or maybe some gunfight issues is happening. Altogether, there are chain of errors that are being followed by SBA is what I feel like. And again, it was day 1. Yes, they have these 3 matches. We have seen teams making a comeback, but today is going to be the day where I feel like SBA, they need to keep themselves very calm and composed in order to climb up the ladder.
I think the major problem that I noticed with SBA Esports was them taking very early fights and being very hasty about it. They were not calculated. So I think for SBA Esports, chances are still there. They make it. They have to play like Wingod did. First game, be very patient. And just to make it all worse, what other game than Sanhok to begin with? So for SBA Esports, unless and until they have a really good start, things are going to go down the gutters once again. But for Genix FM, this is also going to be such an important day.
Completely. And again, similar story continues. You need to be a little bit consistent in terms of performance. You need to be a little bit tactical when it comes down to the points. You need at least an average of 10 points per game if you want to qualify, even want to have a shot for the wildcard slot.
Yeah, that is up there. I mean, we have been talking about the wild card, but for now, I'm really going to focus on the top 7 teams that make the cut. And I'm pretty sure even you know that a lot of surprising teams will come back in. A lot of action, a lot of masala, a lot of drama will await us in Sanhok, which begins just now.
The first map for today for group number 3. This is Sanhok as we start and dive into this very small tropical island. All the 16 teams all prepped up. A lot of hopes high for the teams. Those are still dwindling down at the bottom 8. We have seen the comebacks happen in group 4 itself earlier today. And we do want to see some more of those storylines being repeated in this group. We do anticipate some rough clashes, but eventually a lot of teams, those who know that they don't have ample amount of points for themselves, they will be looking forward to just kind of thrive in. And Genix FM, this time making no mistakes, takes their drop in Camp Charlie. Yesterday's game was a disaster. That was not an ideal start. Not an ideal end, I would say, for Genix FM. And when it comes down to the map of Sanhok, 4 barriers where they want to put an end to their run just after they landed. It was all about God's reigning supreme in this particular map of Sanhok. They had that Paradise Resort circle to play along with, and eventually literally had a really good hold about it. But now, a lot of teams having their own split drops, no collisions so far. Team Shockwave, they are in the outskirts of Paradise. So same goes for Eye for Eye. The points are really, really close. And that's why we were mentioning that 42 points being backed up by God's Reign in the 3 matches that they played. They had 16 position points, 26 finishes to play along with. A completely balanced proportion for this team. But the circle forms down south. This time, God's Reign, they have to leave their Paradise Resort and they have to come down to the southern side. While in the dead center, it's going to be Alibaba Raiders to have the quarry control down south. You do see Arc Knights having the cave and dock split for themselves. And that's a really good play along. I mean, when you talk about circles like this, we do tend to see those quarry end circles where for now Alibaba Raiders, they're holding a really good spot. But when we were talking about earlier on about SBA, yes, indeed, those early fight commitments, it has costed them in the first 3 games. But right now, when they come down to the final 3, I believe they need to change a tad bit of their game style, shift to that tactical gameplay, which will again help them take those end zone fights and just be calm at the very first half.
The circle looks quite similar to the previous Sanhok that we just discussed. However, kind of skewed towards quarry. So Alibaba Raiders, like you said, Necros, they've got a really good position to play with. But even Eye for Eye, if you remember Necros, in round 3, they were so good. They got that chicken dinner in Miramar, showed a lot of promise. And this player, Dead Player, I do not know why he's got such a name, because he is the one who is the Grim Reaper, usually one of the finest in his squad, and he needs to bounce back. Whilst you talk about the others, so far, it's been a silent affair. Everybody understanding the gravity of the situation, no unnecessary fights. They realize that one small mistake and they can slip up. Like what happened to Wildfangs, Dragon Esports, so many big names, already causing such a massive upset. For a moment, I was worried about Chris. Why is he not reloading his mags? He's done though. He's got Arc Knight. And Arc Knight have been nothing but stellar for me at least.
They have done an exceptional job when we talk about the players. Joel, he has been stepping up alongside Trigger. A beautiful performance being put up by them in yesterday's games. So when it comes down to those individual plays, I really think that matters the most when it comes down to the map of Sanhok. And eventually, when we talk about Destro, he has to take that responsibility. He's got the entire team of i4i right in front of him. He needs the backup to arrive as quickly as possible. He has ample amount of loots, no questions about it. But the positioning needs to be right. He needs somebody to just pick him up from that spot and exit, because he's prepping up some pre-nades. But will it be enough to stop the entire force of i4i? That's a bigger question.
At this point, i4i, they do not have the information that God's Train, they do not have all their players playing together. And Destro, all he's going to do is just buy some time. And God's Train, they're really not feeling any pressure at all. But for i4i, they cannot even fumble for a bit. One small mistake and the chances of qualification, which are already pretty slim, they become quite murky. But at this point, i4i, if you look at the setup, look at one of those players withdrawing. He's going back a little bit. Maybe he wants to find a flank angle. But for GDR, still so stoic, so composed. In that situation, Testo is still not wanting anybody to come to his aid.
Look at his positioning. Madrek literally pressurizing players of Arc Knights from behind. They did not anticipate. Arc Knights rotated a tad bit early when it came down to the circle. They wanted to have the quarry control all to themselves. Genix FM, who had their drop around Camp Charlie, they are there from the 6 of Arc Knights. It was not a great read. Arc Knights, they knew that Genix FM, they did have a different drop location, but this time in this map of Sanhok, they have changed it, which is again keeping them in that advantageous position where they can literally find at least a couple of frags from the side of Arc Knights, but also SBA chiming in from the western side of this area. It is going to be a trifecta happening very soon, but Bodex, look at this. He's all silent and all the players of 4 barriers, they're just dwindling around him.
He's literally a flower pot in this situation. Oxygen, still alive, and 4 barriers have no idea about his presence. But this could be such a bad situation that 4 barriers land themselves at. Because Kaiser, he knows that there's somebody inside. He's heard all that commotion. As of now, 4 barriers, they decide to charge in. And where is the cover fire from Oxygen? Oh my god. Portex just playing so scared. As they're letting 4 barriers just push in through without providing any amount of resistance. Now, it's just a matter of seconds before Oxygen, his position is compromised as Kaiser, he decides to run that Mirado through those crosses. Still hasn't found his position. Maybe he does now.
Oh my god, look at Oxygen. All intact, silent, steady. He just knows, if I take a single shot, I'm done now. Yeah, he spotted. He spotted and it's done. Bodex, they're out of this game. 4 finishes backed up by 4 barriers. What a great start for their side. They had 10 points before this match, adding 4 onto it. And they move a little bit forward. Total of 14 points in total, but we'll come back to it later on as we look forward to Team Mayank taking some fights against i4i. i4i was just taking fight with God's Train just a few moments ago. While God's Train, they have departed the ways as i4i, the revivals will be done by Mohan.
For i4i, hasn't been the best of start, and they should avoid getting those early knocks, you know, really depletes your armor, kind of finishes it off. You need a lot of that happening. But look at this circle shift. This has gone slightly towards Bainan. Last OP spots find themselves in such a good position. For GDR, it's pretty much a very chilling spot. They can still hold on to it. As we see majority of these teams, everybody around those eastern areas. Whilst we've got a couple of teams, in fact, TWOB, quite a smooth sail, along with 4 barriers. The question is, do they take a halt at Bainan, or do they venture in a little bit further? Because Bainan would still be a nice resting ground for 4 barriers at this point.
And they're going for it. There is no doubt about it. But God's Train, they want to take a little bit more time. Finds down over out there in the open. That's going to be the first loss for the side of Last Hope. Not a great start, if you ask me, but Faith and the other players are still in a little bit close proximity. The shots are being fired from a different direction. The Arknights, they are literally troubling TMG out there. 2 players knocked down and over. It feels like Arknights, they are still continuing their run, what they did in the previous day itself. But Last Hope, they have literally, you know, fled away from this particular spot, knowing it's going to be God's Rain. And the kind of gunpowder, the kind of domination that they have showed yesterday, nobody's going to take any early fight with this team at least.
Yeah, I mean, God's Rain at this point, they've got nothing to sweat about, right? They did all the dirty work yesterday itself and have almost confirmed qualification with just this one finish, now sitting at what, 43 points? Still enough to make the cut. Not being rewarded with extra points or would not give you any advantage once the group drawing happens for the quarterfinals. But for Team LOLs, very important day as well, because there have been certain games where we've seen them get a little aggressive. That game yesterday, Erangle was pretty good for them. But barring that, Necros, they haven't really been consistent at all.
Yeah, we did see Joyce stepping up really in a better way. A couple of games went well, but I feel like Team LOLs, they can just focus on being a little bit tactical, going with the same flow of strategy of what happened in the previous year. Some of the teams, they have done it so. But when it comes down to Team LOLs, we know they have the potential. We know that they can do it. But for you guys watching us live, you can get your hands on this beautiful Realme P3 Ultra 5G launching on 19th of March. You can directly go to Google, search Realme P3 Ultra 5G and stand a chance to win some exclusive rewards for yourself.
Yeah, if you want to somehow bring out your true potential, you need the right weapon. And this phone is exactly that. I'm going to test it out in the next couple of days, the moment it launches. But coming back, Arknight. You know, what I have been loving about this team is the fact that they are young, they do not have a lot of experience, but boy, do they pack a punch, because every single time you see Arknight, they are causing so much menace in the lobby. And as a result of which, still in fighting contention. Imagine Arknight get a 10 finishes chicken dinner. That's it. They've qualified.
Exactly, and that is the discussion we were having just before the match started. Every team down to the 16th spot, even AIB, the team who is sitting at the bottom, has a shot to qualify. Is what they need is to pull off one game like Ace Official if they want to qualify, or some consistent performance. 3 matches on a 10-point average, you go and you get the qualification. But talking about the circle, it has got some different things to say. Everybody anticipated it's going to be a quarry circle, but it has shifted towards the western side. TWOB, 4 barriers. Team LOLs will be the happiest.
Now, for 4 barriers, the biggest challenge is to somehow withstand a push that's going to be their way. Because SPA Esports, they're moving. Look at even Genex FM crossing from the same bridge. You already got Genex FM on the tails of Aryan. Somehow, there have been cover fire provided. Snowjot, he gets the better out of Vishu. As Genex FM, they cannot afford these early casualties at all. Because Vishu at this point is lying way too much in the open. There's no chance on earth that Dhruv really turns back and tries to get his teammate back alive. There you go, done and dusted.
I feel like Genex FM could have waited a little bit more. I mean, I know they wanted to get those hard compounds earlier on for themselves, because we do know that real estate prices are going to go up high for all the teams to accommodate themselves inside the circle. But I feel like it was a little rush move from their side.
No, I mean, the idea was right. It was all about trying to get those control of the southern side of Painan. You've got a little bit of those hilly edges. It's about the fact that SBA and Genex FM both was thinking of the same thing. So as a result of which, they collided. But for Team Mayank, they've got another knock, and this is an important one. Taking down Dead Player. As Light, now he's feeling himself getting a little ambitious. Demigod, he's on the retreat. Needs to back off, but Light, he knows this is the perfect time to strike. But even for Team Mayank, they need to understand that they're still outside the zone. And at this point, if they commit, or rather if they overcommit, this should not end up biting them in the back later.
They're still on the quicker end of the circle, so they need to be a little bit quicker when it comes down that they need to enter the circle. A lot of players still doesn't have the helmet and vest in a proper manner.
No meds on Mohan.
Exactly. Hyperite doesn't have a lot of loots to walk out with, but Arknights, they fight against Alibaba Raiders. Ninja OP has been taken down. This is a really important fight for the Eastern Command of the Circle. Arc-Knight knows the entire value of it, so Molotovs will be down, but Maxis tries to move forward. Chris gets taken down. Swan, beautiful name.
Oh, look at Maxis. He's taking so much fire there. Trigger is not stopping at all. We've got Rio right in front of our team Arc-Knight. And now they might be in a little bit of a kerfuffle. A little bit of a predicament in that situation. Trigger. One more grenade pinned out. Finally thrown. Does it make its mark? That's the big question. As even Arc-Knights, they need to understand that yes, aggression is good. But a little bit of a control. Focusing on what matters. That's the zone. They get it. This is where they would reap the rewards. But by all means, Alibaba Raiders, they've got to finish this. But look at the circle shift now. And Maxis finds himself in a promising position. But last hope right beside them. So Alibaba Raiders should be prepared for this incoming assault from both Arc-Knights and Lost Hope.
If they're not, it's going to be a nightmare for them. But Eye for Eye backs up 3 finishes. Stops the entry of Team Mayank that easily, though there's still one more player alive deep down in that blue zone. But talking about Eye for Eye, the challenges are not ending one after another. They're facing one or the other teams. Once it was God's Rain, again it came down to Team Mayank. Now it's going to be another team, AIB. Just wonder how the rotations are going to work out. But Last Hope, they have lost one of their players out there.
I really like this from Alibaba Raiders. Because just a couple of moments ago, they were almost on the verge of getting wiped off. But that was a nice recovery. This is what needs to be done. And Rio, he was the one who did a majority of the job. 3 finishes and now Last Hope. They are sort of clobbered down. Even for Team Mayank, the numbers are dwindling. And for GenXFM, Arc-Knight, they're not going to be making their lives any easier. But Maxis, he's heard all that commotion. Look at this. Dog Swan pretty much out in the open. Maxis, he had his chance, but he messed up big time.
But this is a big cue for the side of Alibaba Raiders that Arc-Knights, they're way outside of the circle. So if they want to, they can go for a gatekeep opportunity, but all the sounds will be heard by Last Hope. I'm not quite sure whether they can just come out. It's a dicey position for them, but for now, this is a position for Maxis to prove his worth, to prove his gunfire, the skill set that he has developed, because Arc-Knights, they're traveling in a single vehicle as what I see. They have to rotate through the ridges, otherwise it would be a really dicey move. They do have the privilege of that, but they have to be really, really cautious.
They have to be. No other option. Alibaba Raiders just hanging around like swords over their heads. And for Arc-Knights, they have to find means to enter inside the zone. As GenXFM, they bite the dust. TWOB still do have those compounds, but do not have the luxury of the circle. And look at Aryan's position. They literally have TWOB sandwich. And at this point, Aryan also trying to inch in a little bit closer. Starting to ponder what the idea is from SBA. At this point, as Aryan, he drew in a lot of attention as his teammates. In fact, it's going to be TWOB still trying to fight back. When you look at the bigger picture, it's SBA that have the advantage in this fight.
Even 4 barriers trying to chime in. They do have the visual set onto the players of SBA. The entire Pine and compound is there in their favor. They do have still a lot of compounds to play along with. Those hard covers are going to help them. But Yashu, look at this beautiful skin of the horse.
Yeah, scalloping through TWOB. They need to understand that they do not even have a single finish or to their names. And Yashu, he's going to survive. He has to be the hero for his team, at least secure 4 or 5 position points. But given his situation right now, it is going to be so difficult. Oh my god.
What?
That was a nice way to get out of the horse. Quite a filmy entrance, so as to speak, as you've got Fearless. Point is, has 4 barrier heard that promotion there. As for God's Rain, they pretty much find themselves settled on the central spot, making the most out of the situation.
4 barriers just knows it pretty well that this is a really good opportunity for them to grab a lot more points. 6 finishes already backed up. They want a lot of points for themselves to climb up the ladder. Eventually, God's Rain seems a little bit interested. SBA, they will be eliminated if I'm not wrong. The last final player who is surviving has been decimated out of this map of Sanhok. Myth Official faces that continuous barrages from the side of 4 barriers, and this is going to be a really hefty job for them to survive in that particular corner.
I'm really impressed with 4 barrier. Now they're finally are playing like how they played in round 3. A lot of finishes collected already. And the icing is the fact that they've got all 4 players alive. But now for Myth Official, a very important game. And with Aiden already on his knees and Spear, his life is literally hell in this situation around the shores. Needs to get that quick rest back up. It's going to be so difficult. Just 2 finishes collected. As for BR, look at them along with God's Reign. They've got so much freedom, Necros, to move around. And at this point, it feels like Myth almost on the verge of a collapse.
This is now the ideal spot where Myth would want to be in. The nades being tossed up on the right spot. Kaiser, once again, they are looking forward to get some really good information, get those knockouts as early as possible. But it seems like the circle is once again also favoring the likes of 4 barriers. They don't have to travel a lot more distances compared to the other teams out there on the northern side. But eventually Kaiser closes up to the compound where God's Reign, they are holding on to the spots. But does Destro have a little bit of idea that I guess there is a team just behind us, so we need to kind of be a little bit cautious about it. But Myth Official, they're playing it really, really slow out there.
It's going to be interesting as to what happened next. At this point, got 4 barriers, but look at this AIB. Wanted to take a fight against Team LOL's Crimson. Just being the hero so far. Holds the doors, but now the circle inching in. There's no chance on Earth. Could get a revive on Choice at least, as he needs to patch himself up before he marches inside the circle. But look at this. Arc Knights, they're making things possible for the players of AIB, but Oasis, he saves the day. As suddenly now AIB, they have gotten 8 finishes to themselves. And Arc Knight, despite having that high ground advantage, could not make the most of the situation. AIB, this is a team that was pretty much down at the very bottom of the standings, and now they've got 8 finishes to work things out.
This is why we were telling Fixes every team has a shot, but as of now, Team Shockwave, they're facing the backlashes against God's Reign, but Myth Official, they're trying to enter 4 barriers. The barriers have been breached. Iconic, he's there. Maxioso, he's moving up close. He needs to get a revival, then that's the most important task for him. The comrade who's fallen down needs a revival. God's Reign in front of his eyes. All the players came out, confirms 1 finish. Again backs out. Maxioso just at the edge of the circle. Gets this revival done and dusted. And 4 barriers, they couldn't do anything. The nade was almost there to take down Aiden, but he survives.
You know, I need a friend like this.
Oh, man.
I need a friend like Maxioso. Did not even budge in such tough spot, only to have Aiden get knocked out once more. As now Maxioso, he's had enough. There's no chance on Earth he can go for the revive on that one. Aiden, he gets confirmed. As God's Reign, they've got a slight inkling that tells them that Maxioso might be in front of them. As God's Reign already, they have 9 finishes to account for. Maxioso, he's been snubbed out. And Justin knows exactly what needs to be done. Through the smoke, he goes charging in. Gets that finish, and God's Reign, again having such a great day in Sanhok.
A similar Sanhok demonstration of what happened on the previous day. The entire circle control is there in the favor of God's Reign. It's down to 4 barriers versus God's Reign. It's a complete 4v3 fight. We do know the height advantage is there in the favor of God's Reign. They will look forward to get the most value out of this position. But as of now, we look forward for 12 finishes. That's what God's Reign have accumulated. But for 4 barriers, they're outside of the circle Fixes.
Doesn't matter. They have been phenomenal at this point. For God's Reign, it's all aligned for them. And for 4 barriers, they need to somehow thread the needle. Need to find that opener. Has gone against them as Ninja Jard. Again, he strikes. As Delta, so far he's been amazing. Can he find another? Iconic. He's got to make an iconic play out there. As God's Reign, pretty well aware of whereabouts of the players of 4BR. With Iconic now falling down, it pretty much seems aligned for God's Reign.
The nades, the utils being tossed up. Zeus is all left alone, and that's it. God's Reign, they will be walking away with the winner chicken dinner. What a great start for them. They have almost, how much? We kind of sum it up. 7, 8, 9, then coming up 6, almost more like a 15 to 16 finishes game for themselves. Maybe more.
I mean, if there were any lingering doubts that maybe 42 points isn't going to be enough, God's Reign say, shut up. We have qualified, we have done our task, it's all right. Now, they can pretty much chill inside the lobby. It's just mere formality for them to come in the next few games. And now, the matter of concern is 4 barriers, because this was a really good comeback from them. They had decent amount of finishes, nice position points to account for, but how much of a cushion has this game granted them?
Yeah, that's actually a really big question, but I'm really impressed by the performance of a lot of teams. I mean, Arc Knights, it was, I wouldn't say bad, it was a decent game for them. They have got some points, but they can do better is what I feel.
Yeah, I mean, for Arc Knights, they had such a nice high ground position. The only problem was, whilst they were trying to enter inside the circle, Alibaba Raiders made their lives hell. But they still withstood that, standoff there. They tried to get a little bit of those, finish points. But I think still a decent game. But for Arc Knights, I think they can live with just decent games, because the other teams, the teams that we were really eyeing out for, the likes of SBA, the likes of Gen XFM, nobody really showed up.
Yeah, only it was about 4 barriers from the bottom 8 who did manage to get a lot more points. Talking about even TMG Gaming, Myth Official, i4i, these 3 teams. For i4i, this Sanhok was something that they never expected. Everywhere they were going, there was at least 1 or 2 teams holding on just in front of them. So it was a situation where the i4i, they have to take a fight in order to move through and get inside the circle.
We did discuss about this, and this is more of a general opinion, because when you look at the performance of i4i in the previous rounds, it was that game of Miramar where they got the chicken dinner. After that, there were those plays where they looked very confident, but suddenly when they come into round 4, everything feels so much tough for them. They're struggling to find good holding areas, they're struggling in fights, and it's been all about dead player starting to deliver, and he's been doing that. Where are the other players? They have to step up. Just 2 more games to go.
Exactly, and it all comes down to a complete team contribution. We
Yes.
talk about Arc Knights, yes, 2 of the players, they were popping off really well yesterday, and that is one of the reasons we do see Arc Knights in the top 7 category after the end of first 3 games. So at least 2 players needs to step up, not about only 1. If 1 player is getting the finishes and the other 3 are just trying to support him, that doesn't work all the time, because all the 4 different angles has to be checked by all the 4 players. But when it comes down to the other teams like Team LOLs, we talk about them. This was a really crucial match for them, and we did not see them survive till the later part of the game.
This is that inconsistency that has always been hurting Team LOLs. Every single time you watch Team LOLs, you do not know what they're going to do next. Sometimes it's going to be Sai, sometimes it's going to be Joyesh. Now, so far, from the 4 matches that we have seen Team LOLs come into play, just barring that first game of Erangle, where we really thought that, oh, finally, Team LOLs are starting to deliver. Again, the next game, they're invisible. Third game, they're nowhere to be found. And even in this one, they were struggling. So you would want a team to be more consistent than rather having a team that's always going in for those fights, always is itching. Now, this is hurting Team LOLs heavily.
Yeah, they need to figure out really quick of what they want to do, what is the kind of strategy they want to implement in the matches. Because in the map of Sanhok, we do know it is all about getting some proper positionings, getting a little bit of higher land, and then playing along with it to get a lot more finishes. But when it comes down to the maps like Miramar, Sanhok, it has to be more tactical. It has to be in kind of planned in such a way where you can be a little bit silent at the first, then bounce up, get yourself oiled up for the later part of the second half of the map, where you have to go for finishes and at least back 10.
At this point for Team LOLs, I really feel like Kunal has to bring in all his acumen and put it into place. And Team LOLs, the players need to act accordingly. We know they can hit, but they should be hitting from the right position. So that is on Kunal. I think the work has been laid out, but a quick look at the highlights of this game. Because even in this game, they found a couple of finishes, but look at that. The position is so awkward. Now, even a team like AIB, they really played well. This is a team that was pretty much dead last, and now they suddenly realize that yes, if Ace could do it, we could do it as well. So who knows? Towards the end, you might see Team AIB being the ones creating a lot of those surprising plays.
I'm really up to it, because the kind of demonstration that Aegis Official did, they have set a benchmark for that. Till the very end game, everybody has a shot. But talking about this team called straight, I mean, they're literally playing with the other 15 teams in the lobby. They're like, okay, you want to try qualify? You can go, but we are the one who will be the biggest barriers for you to qualify.
Especially after Godstrain having such a rough season in 24, suddenly 25 seems like it's their year. And what a time for Ninja Jod also to come alive, because yesterday when I was looking at the top fraggers, it was Delta who was delivering, and I'm like, Ninja is like, you know what, I'm not gonna let you steal my show. And he's managed to squeeze himself in these 6 finishes, because even Ninja, he's got so much to prove. It takes you back to the BMPS when he was literally under the scrutiny of so many of those pundits coming in and telling that no, he was not the right choice for Team Soul. And suddenly he's found home under Destro. So much has happened, and look at his redemption arc. He is starting to deliver. When you take a look at the point standing, Godswin 25 points. That's crazy. But look at 4 barriers, Arc Knight, AIB. They have bounced back really well.
15 points for 4 barriers, 13 for Arc Knights, AIB having 11, followed by that Myth Official having 7, kind of tied up with Alibaba Raiders at the 6th, LOLs having 3, and Eye for Eye having 3. So from the spot of 11 in the 4th spot, and we drop down to 3 points directly in the 7th. You can see the kind of difference that has been made by the top 3 teams itself in the second chart. It is all about the disappointments from TWOB, Last Hope, TMG, Botex, a 0-pointer game, SBA, GenXFM, Mayank having a single point, while Shockwave, they have just 2.
You know, really interesting point brought up Necros, because Shockwave and TWOB did not have the best of starts, and these are the 2 teams that are still in the mix for being in the top 7. Could be pushed over. Shockwave still in the mix, but look at this. Godstraight, they are the cream of the crop. Nobody is going to touch them anytime soon. Arc Knight though, they are doing this. I feel like they're just one step close to qualification. Even for Alibaba Raiders, putting in such a young squad, one more good game and they could see themselves through. But then you've got Shockwave, 4 barriers, they're back. And now TGL for Team Loss, they're in the mix. But Myth Official, 22 points. Whilst TWOB, they've been pushed off from the top 7.
Exactly. A good jump by 4 barriers from 13 to the 5th spot, but eventually diving on to the 2nd chart, TMG on the 9th spot. It has been a big fall for them. 2 positions dropping on the 17, 16. It's going to be the points for Eye for Eye and AIP. 12 for Last Hope and Bot X. SBA having 12. Mayank and GenXFM having 9 all for themselves. So I believe 4 barriers, they have set a big example. One good match, they have climbed up to the top 5. Just imagine GenXFM or Team Mayank getting a chicken dinner like this in the map of Miramar. They will be also jumping onto the top 7 as well.
Actually, that you mentioned, even Team Mayank was such an interesting prospect, especially with how they approached Erangle yesterday. They can say that, yes, Sanhok has not been the best of our maps. We'll come back bouncing in maybe the next game or the last one. But now, I think the floor has been set. We know what we're looking out for. 4 barriers, they've made a comeback, but not yet. We can say that they have confirmed their qualification. But the next game, if SBA Esports need to make it through the quarterfinals, they'll have to bounce back along with GenXFM.
Exactly, and this is going to be really something that they need to focus on. A lot of teams, they are looking for the comeback, and the stage, the scope is still there. 2 matches, at least an average performance can back you up a good comeback. But the next map up next is going to be the map of Miramar. Let's see what happens as all of the teams are looking for a comeback.
Wait, let's go.
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
The day is all going about the comebacks and the setbacks of a lot of teams. But right as of now, this is going to be the second match which is going to come up next, which is the map of Miramar. But joining alongside me, it's going to be IC Baby 1-2. So, IC, the first match of Sanhok, it was a majestic performance coming up from the side of God's Train. And I feel like they are here as the biggest examination for all the other 15 teams.
See, it is the benchmark, right? Like, we know for a fact that Gonstring has been into its multiple layers. They also held trophies in the past. And it is the benchmark that everybody is looking to achieve. And every single team who makes it to Grand Finals, every single type of events, or like for the past few tournaments itself, the top 16 teams are there for a specific reason. They are the top of the top from all around India, competed through every single stages to make it there. So there is a reason why they are the best.
Completely agreed. And the kind of performance even teams like Fort Barriers come up with, a beautiful comeback. They have jumped from 13th to the 5th spot directly by just playing one good match of Sanhok, collecting so many finishes. Does set an example that yes, there is still a scope of comeback. One good match, a 15-17 pointer game should be more than enough.
Agreed. But all things considered for these guys watching at home, guess what? The Realme PO3 Ultra 5G is going to be launching on the 19th of March. That means in 3 more days, you guys will be able to access it. And all you guys have to do is just Google and search Realme P3 Ultra 5G to get yourselves some amazing, amazing prizes, because it is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. And not to mention as well, it does have a very, very unique, first of its kind, lunar design glow in the dark feature. So that's something that if you guys are looking to show off to your friends in the middle of the night, this is the phone to get.
Yeah, sure. I mean, everybody has talked about. Fixes was mentioning, if you're a college student, you will definitely want to flex it in front of your friends. So, yeah, definitely get your hands on this beautiful device. But coming back on the discussion as well, I see it feels like a lot of teams, they're looking for this comeback situations, but it hasn't been able to, like the other teams, they haven't been able to do so. Like talk about Last Hope, you talk about Botex, Mayang, Chenix FM, they are still there at the bottom 8.
See, when it comes to more matches, like for example, the difference between 6 and 18 matches. 18 matches is all about consistency. 6 matches is all about getting that sprint. It's a rush, it is a race, and of course, getting top 5 with high finishes is the way to go. Anything can happen. We saw it before in the previous group as well on what a miraculous comeback coming through to actually qualify into the top 7. Unfortunately for Wildfangs, they didn't qualify. Sorry guys to the fans, but this upcoming one, we know for a fact that Constraint is the most consistent, but it doesn't even matter if they win or lose anymore. It's all about those final few slots.
Exactly. Top 7 teams is where the contention is all about to qualify for the quarterfinals, but we also have something on 19th of March, 6 PM onwards. It's going to be the group draw that happened in last year, and it's going to happen this time as well. Everybody will be looking forward to all the teams' seedings, which group, which team is going to be allotted. So for that, if you want to know, definitely tune in 6 PM onwards on 19th of this month, and you will get to know where is your favorite team playing.
Exactly. Remember, check it out. 6 PM, 19th of March. Get yourself a brand new phone, which is the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and then watch the live stream, because we are going to be allocating, like I said, choosing the teams and who is going to be playing who in the quarterfinals, which is again going to be happening right after this round. Because again, like we said as well, the top 7 teams will advance into quarterfinals, and of course the remaining teams in the bottom, we are going to be summoning out every single group And the top contenders in the bottom who did not qualify will be forced to play another round in the wildcards to try and stand a chance to qualify from there into the semifinals.
Yeah, it's a long way for those teams, those who will not make to the quarterfinals directly. But still, I mean, a lot of teams, those who are coming closer to the top 7, they are still eyeing it out that, okay, we have finished in the 8th spot or the 9th spot. That means we might have a chance to qualify for the wildcard phase. Again, having a second lifeline, a second opportunity for themselves to still stay in the tournament and qualify for the semis. So yeah, that's a little bit of safety cushion. I would say safety cushion, yeah, kind of a safety cushion they have for themselves. But right as of now, the next map of Miramar is again an important one for a lot of teams. For Team LOLs, TWOB, they need to step up, get a good game and qualify.
I agree. TWB is going to be the teams that actually had a little bit of improvement coming from yesterday in terms of overall consistent. But the previous game, I don't know. Can they do it? Because I truly believe in them. But without further ado, let's not waste any much more time because we are going to be jumping into the map of Miramar to find out how they are going to be doing. Well, we are going to be heading off in towards the desert plains of Miramar. This is going to be match 5 for round number 4 for Group 3. We saw the amazing start coming from yesterday. God's Reign was one of the teams that completely dominated the entire lobby. This was their first appearance yesterday since the grind stages. And of course, during the grind stages, they had a little bit of a struggles there, especially with their rivalry alongside Team Jelly. But this time, it seems like with no Team Jelly in the picture and all the previous grind teams in the respective group itself, it seems like they're doing pretty well. However, teams like SBA Esports, teams like TMG, who also had that first-hand grind experience, and also Gen X FM as well, has seemed to be struggling a little bit to actually perform a little bit more. But as soon as I say about grind teams, who am I kidding, man? Group 3 is the grind lobby. Why? We have TWOB, we have God's Reign, we have SBA Esports, we have TMG, we have Gen X FM, we have Team Lows. That's at least, what, 6 grind teams in this lobby. And that's something that I think a lot of us were expecting some explosive gameplay, but you know for a fact that this lobby is very difficult to play. Meanwhile, for those of you just tuning in as well, a little bit of a fun fact for you guys, Shockwave was playing through their round stages, and they were a team that a lot of us weren't expecting much, but they were making waves intentionally and causing every single team to play towards their playstyle. And it's been paying off very well as well, because as of yet, they are currently in the top 5 position, maybe qualifying towards the quarterfinals, but consistency is going to be the key. And as of yet, 2 more maps can decide the fates of every single one in this lobby. But for now, God's Reign is pretty much qualified all the way through. Flight path, didn't really talk about it as well. Southwest all the way towards the northeast, a pretty balanced one for all these teams. And the circle seems to be on Hacienda del Patron.
An incredible circle indeed, but Anonymous just being silent out there. Quick rotation coming up just beside him, Alibaba Raiders. They went past and did not even have a flinch about, okay, Anonymous might be there in the compound. But slow and steady approach is what TWOB will be looking forward to get for themselves, because I really like the split of what happened in the previous Miramar. Anonymous staying in a different position from his team, while TWOB, the entirety, just stays there in Monte Nuevo, grabbing this power grid rich for themselves. Then again, the entire team reunites and get the entire upper ground advantage for their side. But Anonymous playing it very slow and steady, and he just want to climb up and get all the intel for his team.
What a very early rotation coming from TWOB. Like, they're immediately looking to try and take advantage of that high ground climb. And we know for a fact the setup to actually climb those mountains is a little bit annoying to work with. There are only a couple of vehicles that can actually climb vertically like this, and obviously the most iconic vehicle is going to be the buggy itself. And for him to not find those angles is just a little bit unfortunate. Sometimes you have to mess around with those angles to actually climb it itself. But for now, it is going to be peaceful drops for every single team. We are not going to be seeing those potential drop clashes yet. I don't want to jinx it. I know for a fact the Caster's Curse on the English desk has been kind of iffy today. Or, well, not just today, just the entire round 4 stages as well.
We gotta admit, our lucks are not lucky for the teams, but what I see in the map is eye for eye, they're closing up to the side of God's Reign, knowing that Impala It's a drop for God's Reign, and they don't want to mess with them. But sometimes I feel like if you literally cut off the most dominant team in the very early phase of the game, it becomes a little bit easier for the other 15 teams to play along and get a lot more points. Because if God's Reign survives the kind of form that they're having right now, they will crush the dreams of at least 2 to 3 teams.
Well, it might happen, it might not, but it all comes down to how well some of these teams play as well. I've mentioned as well, Shockwave, one of those teams that has been very, very consistent. Myth, a team that's coming in from the round stages as one of the potential underdogs. We saw moments coming from Maxioso, who did a little bit of work here and there, but they haven't been able to find their footing in this game in particular. So this is something that I think Myth may look to try and capitalize a little bit more, considering that this circle itself is kind of favoring them onto San Martin. Yes, it's not the best place, but I think when it comes to urban warfare, San Martin is still very much manageable compared to Los Leones.
Yep, and when we talk about all these stuffs, when we talk about the performance being better, we always recommend you to get this Realme P3 Ultra 5G for yourself, which is launching on 19th of March. Go to Google, search Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win some exclusive rewards, because this phone, again, has the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, also supports stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and has a 6000 mAh battery. So it's an all-in-one device for your power-packed performance.
Well, of course, it also boosts its lunar soil texture device, and when it glows in the dark, it does give you the first of its kind lunar design. A little bit of picture of the moon. And if you want to use it as a prop to confess to your beauty love, as your beauty resembles the moon, this is the perfect phone to get it.
Damn.
Yeah, you gotta have Riz, Brett.
Yeah. I mean, I lack it a little bit. You're a charming man, I see. I really
You're a
have to
good-looking
admit.
boy.
Oh, thank
Well,
you.
Yeah, but you're still a boy.
Oh, no. Yeah, I was thinking, he's complimenting me? Damn.
I do compliment you. You got a good-looking voice. You know, just maybe a little bit too young for me. Oh, wait.
What?
I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm just gonna leave it there. Anyways, gunshots out of the way. Eye for an eye. Do scout out members coming in from SBA. SBA Esports hasn't been able to find their footing yet. Aryan able to clip that player pretty low, down towards 1 HP. But that player seems to be able to escape his near death. Bandages are coming through. It's a little bit of slow health, but if he actually hard crashes towards the combo, he might just get knocked in there. But you know, ever since the integration of allowing bandages and energy drinks to be used on vehicles, seems like it hasn't been happening a lot that often, to be honest.
Yeah, and that has been a good sign of concern for a lot of players out there. But it's fine, SBA. They will be looking forward to hunt down the players at least, because eye for an eye. I mean, it has happened in the map of Sanhok. Everywhere you see this team heading towards, they have a team just to take care of, just right in front of them. So, for eye, but I think they need to be a little bit slow with the approaches. They need to kind of gather a lot more information before starting their rotation. But SBA, they're also on a roll. They're also trying to grab the central spot around maybe in the outskirts of San Martin, because if the circle shifts towards that area, they will be benefiting a lot out of that.
Well, TWOB, as of yet, seems like they have pretty much sacked the idea of climbing around mountains for information. They're going to be looting up a little bit slowly. They are one of the later teams to actually stock up the loot, but they are still in the quadrants of the center of the zone. So I wouldn't say it's the worst position to be in. Power Grid does have decent amount of loots, but personally, in my honest opinion, I feel like Power Grid is just good enough for like, what, 2.5 players in the team itself. So they do need to stock up a little bit more loot before they actually proceed more. But guess what? On the screen, TM going to be having a little bit of a run in here with 4BR.
Oh my god, Kaiser, he wants to go. He's done a lot of hefty damage. Finds down one of the players. Instantly wanted to switch, but there is no backup for Kaiser. Somebody needs to step in for barriers. This is a really important fight. A crucial knock has been found. You also talk about Lupin being there in the very low HP. Where are the players of 4 barriers? They're way too away from that spot. Oh, this is really, really sad for Kaiser. He came here scouting the area, finding some good locations. Zeus is dead just up there, just hiding behind the rocks, but Kaiser will be compromised now. Lupin will be going all in, wants to get this another finish registered, but does he know? Yes, the player has been knocked out, so there's going to be 2 quick losses for the likes of 4 barriers.
This is very, very good adaptations coming from Mayang as well. Lupin going for the aggression, and know for a fact that stage 2, the chances of a potential third party happening is very, very unlikely, knowing that it has been a very, very passive lobby itself, right? Like even yesterday's games, all 6 games from both Group 3 and 4 has been very, very passive, whereas Group 4 early on was a little bit more active, but today seems like playing safe is still better than, you know, going in blindly and just getting completely wiped out. And this is the perfect time to do it, because stage 2, nobody, right? Everyone's going to be busy looking for center rotations. And as you can see, they are on the outskirts themselves from side 4BR, which is the northeast section. But the problem is, look at the rest of the world. Seems like everybody expecting this circle to be in San Martin. So we are going to be expecting a mid-range urban warfare this time.
I just want this circle to go and make a sudden hard shift in some place where nobody's going to anticipate. But hey, we got to wait for that. But talking about the rotations quickly, we also see Potex from the northwestern side of the map, I see. They don't even have any other teams right as of now around themselves, but as soon as they enter and if they want to dive deep inside the circle, then the storyline can be a little bit different. But all the areas of Graveyard, Hacienda, San Martin has kind of been congested with a lot of teams out there. And very quickly, we might expect some fights to just start off.
Yep. And speaking of fights here, Team Lowe's, they were the instigators in yesterday's game. They were very, very active in terms of their overall playstyle, right? Like, this was something that Team Lowe's lacked in terms of aggression, but yesterday's performance, it felt like they were a different team in general. And they have been doing so well. However, again, I talk about consistency. Team Lowe's in the opening game just now wasn't as consistent as what we saw yesterday.
The last Miramar that they played yesterday was also not that quite good. They just backed up 2 points. So if they want to qualify, this Miramar has to make it worth. They have to make the most out of it. They have all the 4 players alive. A really good position to play along with, because they do know about Arc Knights. They're just behind them. They are watching their 6 really nicely. And Arc Knights are also in a certain position where they can't go on the eastern side. If they go further east, they will face AIP. They will face God's Reign, a team which nobody wants to go up against at this moment. So they have to be really cheeky with the decision. But Swan is going and diving deep in a really bad spot, and the vehicle has completely been damaged. Swan is right in the open yards, and definitely he will be thrashed by the players of AIB.
Well, good spot there coming from AIB, and guess what? The reason why they're able to spot it is because of the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, the segment's best performance phone. And for those guys who want to play at the best and compete with the best, this is the phone that you guys should check it out and Google it on Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is going to be launching on the 19th of March. So be sure to check it out. Meanwhile, Arc Knight, currently one of those teams that kind of wowed us during the round stages, during round number 3. They have been known to be very, very aggressive, have very similar playstyles to Wildfangs, but in this round itself, they have switched it up, and it has been going good for them in terms of the overall scores themselves. They have been very, very patient, and it's paid off tenfold thus far. But hopefully that patience is going to continue, because we are going to be expecting a potential urban warfare inside San Martin City itself, or maybe even towards a mountain terrain.
Yeah, it might just happen, and if it goes all up on the mountains, Alibaba Raiders, they have a really beautiful spot, but TMG Devil is playing with fire. I mean, peeking up to a player who has the height advantage, nothing's going to benefit him, because even if he gets Ninja out, even if he gets 1 knockout, before TMG tries to ascend the hill, the revival will be completed, the reset will be done. So it's not going to be a good decision, but it feels like Team LOLs, they are facing some backlashes by Last Hope. Down in the southern side, just above the hills of Picado, they are facing some wrath. And that's not a great sign for Team LOLs, because we just mentioned a few moments ago that Team LOLs, they need to find the best out of it from this map of Miramar.
It is going to be an absolute silence right now. You can see everybody is so crowded, but not enough gunshots, which is ironic considering the fact that it's so packed. And in this absolute silence, you can actually hear a pin drop. And people would be panicking their way through just because of the fact that this circle is so uncertain, right? Like, if it shifts towards the mountains of San Martin, everybody low ground is going to have a very, very difficult time. Whereas if he shifts into a town, well, everybody is going to be having some sort of troubles as well, because this circle is going to be a game of luck now. And even though I say it's a game of luck, guess what? God's Reign, they're going to be entering from the southeast corner. They do have a very, very nice mountain terrain, but I don't think they are going to be able to pick anybody off from that entry point at all.
I mean, all the teams are way too deep inside the circle, except Arc Knights. They are playing it really slow. They have understood the gravity of the situation because they had AIB right in front of them just a few moments ago, having lost one of the crucial players, Swan. Arc Knights, they are in a little bit back foot position. So, once again, they will be looking forward to not lose any players further. But the next shift is what that's going to determine the entire course of this map of Miramar. Because as of now, this has got an eastern shift, and God's Reign, they will be pretty happy with it.
Wow, what a prediction from God's Reign, because that southeast corner does have a little bit of room to actually wait their way out. And especially in stage 4, things are going to get extremely compact as well. So they do need to hold down the fort coming from the southeast corner. Whereas the teams from the city itself, obviously from Myth side, they still have a couple of compounds to work with. But if they want to get better positioning, which is going to be where 4BR is, every single team is going to be exposed from every single possible angle in all directions. So that's going to be a big obstacle for teams coming in from the northeast section. Or in this case, the northwest section, sorry. But southwest as well is just congested with so many players. Ayah, this circle, very, very tough to play, man. Very, very tough.
I'm just thinking of Last Hope Esports. If they do have a little bit of idea that AIB is just there in the foothills, I mean, I think they have an idea, but they are just taking it slow. One good nade IC can literally pop off 2 players out there because they're all playing in a very small shack, and Joker, he's there in exactly in front of the eyes of Over. He has no idea. Sultan gets taken down. AIB, they did not have any idea that Last Hope was there just above their heads. This is a breaching point. This is a breakthrough that they're looking for. And Over finds another one. 2 players down. AIB. This is a really tragic situation. Even Team LOL's coming up from behind. This will be the most congested, the most trifecta position happening between 2 to 3 teams out there, fighting it out for the southern corridor control. Spider Boy just above there. Sultan and Joker, they need the revivals, but that's not a really good spot. Last Hope getting the most out of this position right as of now.
Yeah, this high ground for Last Hope is just so taxing right now. Every single team is going to struggle a little bit more unless somebody takes them out. Fortunate to say, everybody's going to be pinned outside the zone as well. Even Joel pretty much stuck out in the open from the side of Arc Knight. And because of this little plays, even Joel, he's got some fancy moves. Okay, never mind. He's going to get taken out. Unfortunate to say, GDR was able to third-party this fight from on the other side of the mountain as well. So 2 sides pinning everyone out in the open alongside with Last Hope.
Oh, this is a situation Over. He doesn't have an idea that there's Sultan right in the foothills of his position. But the entire area has been wrapped up by the likes of Last Hope, and they will look forward to get the most out of it. Team LOL, they're also struggling out there, but Spider Boy just craving for a revival. Sultan's position has been compromised, just trying to survive through the smoke and get the revivals done. But eventually Joker again gets taken down, and this time it's going to be Gen X FM from the compounds below. So AIB, they're pretty much done and dusted this moment because they're kind of sandwiched from above, below, and behind.
Well, it is what it is. They have to make good on what the best situation is, and this split coming from AIB is keeping them temporarily alive, but as soon as I say this, Faith is going to be able to pick, but instead the trade coming from Wise is going to be able to hold them back, as Last Hope is going to be looking to try and reset this fight as the circle is about to close in about 10 more seconds. You can see the panic and paranoia that is going through every single one of these teams in this southwest corner, and even Team Lowe's waiting for the moment to strike. They leave Flame 12 to guard their rear from Last Hope, and they're giving comms to say, focus on Team Lowe's right now.
They are the biggest threat at this moment, I see. They just know it pretty much. Joy's position is pretty much compromised. The needs, it was almost on the same spot, but Joy's just moved up a little bit over to that one hilly area, the ridge itself. But Team LOL's the biggest threat for the side of Last Hope at this moment of time. But it's a complete 4v3 situation. This should be under the control of Last Hope. They don't want to just mess this thing up for themselves, while Kunal, he has been taken down on an earlier basis, but this is the circle. The shift is still there for the southwestern teams, and Last Hope will be so happy with this.
I don't know about Last Hope, but the happiest person is going to be Gen X FM. Their compound is very solid as well, and it's going to be one of the difficult ones to actually push through. And the only ones that can actually threaten this is going to be GDR, but as soon as that happens, Eye for an Eye is going to take shots at them. Meanwhile, Team Lowe's, from the south corner, on that mountain terrain, they are getting shot left, right, front, and center from Last Hope, and this fight is going on and on for the longest of time, and Last Hope, they still have the ammunition to actually challenge this. And look at this, Flame 12. They do also spot out members coming from the north side across the other side of the map. Absolute pandemonium, absolute chaos. Nobody is moving an inch. And everyone is pretty much stuck because of Last Hope's aggression. And same can be said for the teams in the north side.
Oh, this is going to be really interesting. Goldrain, they have kind of dived into the compounds of Gen X FM. You also see Destro from behind will be trying to chime in and provide some cover fire to his teammates. The entire team of Goldrain is already here. The nades are being tossed up. Evil is there, Thruv is there, Madrick will be also there. It's a 3v3 fight that we see against Gen X FM. The nades being tossed up. The tabletoppers are right in front of Gen X FM. This is a fight that they need to get the most out of it. But one good nade will grant them the open, and there comes Madrick, finds Justin down. That's the green signal for Gen X FM to go all in and eliminate Goldrain. But is it going to be an easy task? No, it's not.
They're holding down the fort. GDR realize that this is a very, very good spot, and they need to survive this ordeal. But Gen X FM, they're not going to let it slide as well. They are going to go for the push, but as soon as they try to go for the push, guess what? They're getting shot from outside as well, and because of this nade from Delta PG, it might flip the script for them. Gen X FM, they're in a lot of trouble, but the nades comes through once more from Delta PG out of nowhere. GDR, they hold on. They're going to be taking the compound away from Gen X FM. They get eliminated. What a play by Delta PG.
Oh, but they still have a lot more things to do. I see Team Mayank, they're just across the street, but there's another team completely directly slamming out of this compound. It's going to be Shockwave, Destro, Delta, PG, all in with the nades. He's all prepped up. One good nade can give the opening to the side of Goldrain. The shots being fired. In exchange, Shockwave wants to get the open, and Madman gets taken down, but Destro gets straight off instantly. Justin is there, Delta PG is still out there. One good Molotov in the right spot. Shockwave might be in a real shock at this moment. Delta is barely surviving in that one panic room.
It is very close, but they do get the knock as well. Delta PG, the Grenadier for Shockwave. But it's going to be a 2v2, but the nades come through, GDR! How? What? What happened to Shockwave? How did they get eliminated like this? Oh, the nade from Delta once more. This guy is an absolute madman.
It came from both the sides. The nades exchanged. Both the players got
Oh my
knocked out,
goodness,
but Team
look at
Lowe's
this.
comes in. Team Mayank is here. It's going to be a three-way fight coming in from the side of this compound. This is the death compound that is happening, but Joyce has been welcomed very nicely by Justin. Goldrain, they still have the control, but Team Mayank, are they ready? Team Laws down to a single player. One good nade still annoying everything out of the position of Team Mayank, because Goldrain, they have the control, they have the composure. 11 finishes backed up again in this map of Miramar.
What a madman, Delta PG. And guess what? They are going to be third-partying with this once more. Team Lowe's is out as well. Everybody realizes how strong this compound is in this next phase of the zone, and GDR may be the first one to start the fight, but they're looking to end the fight as well because Team Mayan, they're holding down the south side. There's nobody shooting from the south side, and they know for a fact that they are going to be having neighbors. But the question here is, do they flush the neighbors, or do they try and re-rotate? And GDR realizes that there's so many vehicles. That means there's very limited positions that Team Mayan may or may not be. And Delta PG, once again, the Grenadier, can he lob the perfect nade once more? He knows exactly where they are. They're all right on the sides. Delta PG expecting them to be inside, but seems like it's not going to connect. And TM going to be clearing all the angles at GDR, just wasting all these utilities of Team Mayan right now.
Oh my god, two nades just beside Delta PG, but he was there on the
the
right
sprays.
spot. Justin, he read it like a book and got one of the players down. 3v2 situation, nades being tossed up in the right moment. And the major factor is that Team Mayank can go from the left-hand side because they're getting shots from AIB and Last Hope from above. So this is a situation that it's not quite under their control. Well, Goldrain, They do know the gravity of the situation. They are understanding the entire play. But as of now, SPA, they're in a really, really big trouble. Confirming the players of eye for eye, definitely. But the position that they're holding, they have to be really cautious. Aryan, he has to be the playmaker. One more player alive. And if he can clutch it out, he will be the one to keep his team alive in the competition. But Raikkonen trying to get as many finishes confirmed as possible. It's a really crucial 1v1 that Nate has done a hefty amount of damage. But this is the right moment. Ryan is all coming up. He's got a shotgun to play along with the DBS. Did not make a connection. Raikkonen has to go and make a fall back. Well, SBA, they're still keeping their hopes alive on that one player, Aryan.
Oh, so smart of Aryan as well. He showed presence at the moment he showed that. You can see the panic in the eyes of Eye for Eye. And because of this, the reset comes through. Raikkonen is looking for the flank. He doesn't know that he's picked up one guy, but the nade comes through. He knows exactly where he is. He's going to try and wrap the fight. The Molotov's going to limit his position. Raikkonen in a lot of trouble here. Oh my goodness. Raikkonen, the one-man army. SBA gets another pickup once more, but he's going to try and take the vehicle. Okay, Aryan, you know, driving through Molotov. He's going to try and go for the bait and switch. But it seems like SBA, they get the reset for them, and they do get the confirmation on Raikkonen.
What a beautiful play. What a beautiful execution. SBA, this is the kind of play that we wanted to see from their end. But look at the circle. No one is inside it except the two airdrops. And everybody has to go in. It's a ridge circle, and you know you have to play through the ridges. The altitude is going to play one of the major factors. But I wonder who is going to be thriving the best. TWOB, all the 4 players alive. They might be coming in a sandwich situation if Last Hope tries to do something. But before that, even they could do anything. Anonymous finds one, gets him confirmed quickly.
Oh, Maxus sees him. He's out in open. Nice prone there coming from Anonymous. He has a little bit of cover. But AR, Alibaba Raiders, now in a little bit of a position where should they contest this, knowing that the circle is about to move in, they are going to be sharing their way through. But TWOB, they say, you know what, let's get the heck out of there. And they are going to be able to dodge the bullets coming from Alibaba Raiders. But for how long is going to be the question, because everyone is going to be taking pot shots at this as well. And SBA, one of the first teams to make it into the zone, and they have all the information against them. But the pump from Anonymous,
wow,
what a shot.
That was really close call, but Anonymous handled it pretty nicely, though his helmet is completely damaged. He needs a new one really quick. The TWOB Superman, he has been taken down by AIB. Rotation coming up from behind. They have to watch their 6. The one who was checking the backstab has been taken down. TWOB, one big task is to eradicate AIB from that positioning. Molotov being tossed up, slowing out their movement. Yashu wants to get those confirmations, get those openings, but AIB, they're playing it really smart, having a good split for themselves.
Yeah, TWOB going to be continuing the pressure as well. But wow, this is actually happening as well. Alibaba Raiders may be looking to try and third-party this in this fight. But as you can see, TWOB, they're taking some serious fire here. They're pinned between 2 teams. And Superman is trying to crawl to safety, but TWB, he is not going to be able to do that. And that's going to be Rio stealing away the finish. And Yashu now getting knocked by Maxes as well. Alibaba Raiders, they're going to try and put a nail to the coffin of TWOB right here, right now.
This is the worst possible position I see where TWB would want to be in, but right now 4 teams alive, 13 players remaining. Alibaba Raiders, this is the golden opportunity for them to go up front and finish the entirety of TWB. What is wrong with Rio? Why did he just switch the targets? But it could have been a different call. Maxis goes down as well. TWB, this is a big life-saving moment for them. The revival was completed. A big mishap coming up from the side of Alibaba Raiders where they could have eliminated the entirety of TWB. They get a lifeline once again.
Oh my goodness, they have to thank AIB for this. TWOB, because of AIB, they have some sort of natural cover, but for how long? But they know SPA, they're pushing forward, like you said as well. Guess what? The third party is going to give a little bit of a saving life for TWOB to kind of reset and gather their thoughts, because right now, low ground advantage is in favor of TWOB, but as soon as I say this, AIB, they go in for the push, and they actually lost the fight. Anonymous and Kanha, the iconic duo from TWOB right now, they're just holding on for their dear lives. Final 4 teams, and no one is healthy but SPA, which in this case, they have 3 men. Alibaba Raiders only having 2. Always last man standing, but mistakes were made. Chris, from the long range shot, he's only 1 HP. He's able to find the pick on TWOB, but the first 8 toss for him from his teammate to get him back to safety. but he's only got 30 bullets right now.
This is going to be concerning for Alibaba Raiders, but SBA, they're pushing in hard. Ryu and Chris, it's a big responsibility on their shoulder. Chris will be coming up front, Chan gets one instantly, backs out. Knows about the positioning of Ryu exactly. He's a one-man army, he has to pull off this 1v3. The nade being tossed up on the right spot, it will be right onto his face, and that is going to do the job. Alibaba Raiders, they will be out of this map of Miramar. While TWOB, AIB, last two teams, two solo players surviving. SBA, they're pulling the comeback that we wanted them to pull off. But eventually, TWOB, the run will be end by AIB, and it's going to be SBA taking away the winner chicken dinner all to themselves.
What a comeback coming from all these three teams looking to try and qualify in towards the quarterfinals. And guess what? This is a big run here for SBA Esports, TWOB, and also AIB, because this run is what they needed to actually potentially give them a shot for the race.
Exactly, this chicken dinner is what SBA wanted from the previous day. The first three games, they went all in from the very start. This time, a different approach, a different results, and this is how we wanted to see SBA performing. And finally, I believe they are having a shot for the top 7 spot, but eventually TWOB, it was going so good. They got a lifeline at that moment by, Alibaba Raiders, they kind of messed it up. Otherwise, it would have been a different storyline for themselves.
Agreed. And even the clutch coming from SBA Esports against Eye for an Eye, that was so crucial coming from Aryan as well. Because if Aryan wasn't able to win that fight, there is no way they were going to get that chicken dinner. Because it seemed like TWOB had the upper hand in those kind of scenarios. And like I said as well, Alibaba Raiders was one of the teams that could have gotten the chicken if SBA Esports didn't play spoilers. So a lot of what ifs in this scenario, and again, I've mentioned this, that circle was one of the most difficult circles to play as well. Southeast corner, we saw the fight coming from GDR. That was an absolute massacre. Like, that was, like, I don't know what was that. Like, I didn't know how Godsrain was able to hold down multiple assaults from multiple teams, but Delta, that guy can really lob a nade.
Yeah, again, they spoiled the game for Team Mayang, they spoiled the game for Gen XFM. And so many more teams were there in the contention, if I'm not wrong.
Even Team LoLs as well.
Yeah, Team LoLs as well. So, Coltrane, they had allowed around like 11 to 12 finishes in this game as well. So, that is one of the most concerning factors, I see, because every time you see Coltrane there in the lobby, they are spoiling the games for at least 2 to 3 teams who can make a comeback in the game, in the overall standings. But right as of now, all the teams like Team Mayank, you talk about Team LOLs or maybe Gen XFM, they have only just one match to just cover the entire points in the overall standings.
I like that you actually said that they are spoiling games for some of these teams. But if you think about this, if they're stealing away a lot of points, the cutoff is going to be very much lower. And in this case, I think SBA Esports might be a little bit happy, because with that chicken dinner and a couple finishes like that, they might just be at the borderline as the gatekeepers of top 7. So I think yesterday, we all predicted SBA Esports, and then today it's like,
let's not go there.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there first. But SBA, we have seen them dominate during the grind stages all the way through, right? Like, they were one of the veterans teams that everyone did not expect them to qualify. But out of 24 matches they played during grind, they were top 5 position. And now coming into this year, and yesterday seeing them in 12th place out of 3 games doing nothing. This seems to be a little bit of a experience playing into its factor, right? XBA, like, out of all the grind teams, almost 70 to 80% of the teams do pretty bad day 1, and they adapt really quickly day 2. The other 30%, well, they're eliminated, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, I agree with you, I see. It has been a lot of teams, again, that experience factor that you mentioned. It's all about adapting to the situation as quickly as possible. And they've done it really nicely, but over, like right now in this kind of matchup that we are having, a lot of teams, again, AIB, they had a really good run. The Miramar that they played previously, it was also a decent run for them. They also got at least around like 5 to 6 points, if I'm not wrong. But this game, they had some pretty more to work out with. But I was really surprised of seeing Last Hope having such a great position, but they couldn't capitalize on a lot more finishes, because I felt like they could actually come up with a better control, but they delayed the fights way too long.
I think I think I can see where your angle is coming from the south side as well. Last Hope, they were one of the reasons why a lot of teams had to struggle from the southwest corner of that circle itself, right? From that high ground, they were getting a lot of knocks. They were just getting a couple very big catches, but they just couldn't convert it into position themselves, because all they're looking is just getting knocks, getting finishes, but all those knocks and finishes could not translate into what's the next step. And that's the one thing that I think Last Hope was lacking, which is contingency plan. Like, this is plan A. What do we do after we execute plan A? Or what happens after we do step 1? Getting a knock. Do we rotate? Do we push? Do we not? So all those indecisiveness is what's making them kind of taking a back seat here. So I feel like Last Hope definitely needs to fix on their overall comms on being united as a 4-man team, as one hit.
Yeah, pretty much. And I feel like, yep, if they kind of think that in that perspective, if they rectify it just before the last match, they can come up with some better results, because we have seen some resistance, some resilience from their side in this map of Miramar itself. But talking about it, we will have some more lookouts when the highlights come in front of our screen, because that will again give us the entire gist of what happened in this entire map of Miramar. So talking about from the first hand, yes, it was a really difficult circle to play along with, but TWOB, they did come up with some really great fights.
Yeah, this is a very, very good demonstration of why the grind teams, especially in the upper echelon of group, right, like Group B, Group A, teams that really, really have what it takes to actually play the game itself. Like TWB, they didn't really do too well in their group stages. They kind of barely qualified from Group B itself. But even then, you can see that they are very consistent on what the game plan is. Like every single step that they have taken so far, even though in those finals moments, technically they were pincered. And yes, you can't argue for the fact that, oh, they were safe from AIB, you know, Alibaba Raiders were about to wipe them. But they understood the situation that, hey, sometimes in this scenario, if low ground has some kind of advantage, take advantage of it. The moment you get the knock, punish them.
Yeah. But talking about punishing, this is going to be the MVP SBA Cheyenne stepping up big time with 7 finishes and having a 78% of team contribution to his name. So man has done more than 70% of job that his team accomplished in this map of Miramar. And Cheyenne, again, him stepping up again should boost the morale of the entire team. Followed by that, Delta PG is also 7 finishes in his name. Iconic from 4 barriers have got 4. Justin again coming with 4. Anonymous having 3 all to themselves. So these are going to be the 5 top players of this map of Miramar.
Well, each and every one, except for Iconic, I'm sorry, Iconic, you haven't made your mark yet. But I feel like each and every one of these players, except for Iconic, has pretty much made their mark in other groups respectively. Like Delta PG is currently top in terms of overall finishes. But for Cheyenne, he has been the top fragger for the grind stages. And now, for him to finally bounce back, it's nice to see them being back in their element. And now, with that chicken dinner, they get themselves 19 points. God's Reign, 15 points. Alibaba Raiders, 11 points. TWOB also getting 10 points. That's a decent amount of points. But AIB Esports, even though they finished top 2, they only have 9 points, unfortunately.
Yeah, because half the lobby was kind of completed by Gold Train, but followed by that, 4 barriers having 8 points from this match. Again, average performance, so it should be fine for them. On the next chart, we have Myth Official with 2 points for TMG Gaming, 1 point for Shockwave, Genix FM, Eye for Eye, but 0 point a game for Team LOLs, Botex, and Arc Knights. So I feel like Arc Knights, they don't require too many points. One good match in which they can get 6 to 7 points should be more than enough for them to kind of cross this thin line. But now this is the overall standings. God's Reign on top with 82, followed by Alibaba Raiders in the second with 45.
Wow, that's so much points being stolen away by God's Reign. But the cutoff here is relatively low right now. The top 7, like you said, Shockwave is going to be 28. But I've mentioned that Shockwave has been very, very consistent so far from yesterday, but today's match from Shockwave has been kind of lackluster, and I feel like this is going to be a big problem. But the cutoff is going to be relatively low because everyone from top 3 all the way to bottom is not going to be safe, because in the bottom side, look at this, Myth Official, Team Lowe's, TMG Gaming, even my Yank as well. And I don't know if you're going to see a potential comeback, but just now, earlier in the previous group, we saw one of the unexpected comebacks in history here, where they were in 15th position. In one game, they flipped the script, they were able to qualify top 6.
Exactly. And I feel like all the teams there, like TMG, Team LOLs, they have to do something similar. One good chicken dinner is what they need. Even if not chicken dinner, a good aggressive game where they can amp up with like 15 to 16 points in total. If they can do it, they should be good to go and qualify for the top 7 and spoil the dreams of some of the teams, those who are sitting in top 7 currently. So I feel like every team there in top 6, top 7 will be focusing on not getting a chicken dinner, but rather coming up with a game in which they can earn at least 6 to 7 points.
Agreed. And now, and also to talk about the cutoff when it comes to wild card as well, right? 35 and above points is where you want to be in to kind of potentially qualify towards the wild card stages. Well, the OMG was currently holding it with 39 points as one of the highest thus far we've seen on stream. But so far in this lobby, if you don't make it past 35, 36, or maybe even 38 points, most likely teams here is not going to qualify.
Exactly. A lot of speculations coming in, but there's still one more match left in this group, but which is going to happen right after this short break. So see you on the other side.
बैड स्क्वाड तो बची नहीं, क्या हुआ? कमबैक नहीं हो रहा क्या?
प्रो स्क्वाड जो मैप खेले उसे मीरामार कहते हैं और उसी स्क्वाड को जो बिना स्कोप के निपटा दे उसे विक्टर कुमार कहते हैं। तेरे बैग में इतना एमो नहीं होगा जितना विक्टर कुमार एक स्प्रे में उड़ा देता है।
विक्टर, कहाँ है तू?
जिन हॉट ड्रॉप पे तुम जैसों के खोपड़े उड़ जाया करते हैं, वहां पे हम अपने एक्स सूट सुखाया करते हैं।
विक्टर, बाहर आ!
ताजमहल की कसम, इस तंदूरी नाइट में एक चिकन डिनर तो बनता है। दीवान, कम टू माय मैदान।
बैडएस बनने के लिए सिर्फ स्वैग नहीं, स्किल्स भी इंपॉर्टेंट है।
डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
Welcome back to the Realme BGIS 2025 Round 4 stages. My name is ICBP12. Joining me is Fixes as we take you through the commentary for the one last final game of round number 4. And today is going to be day number 4, and this final match is going to decide who advances into the quarterfinals in Group 3 and who is going to be potentially making it into a wild card. So this is a do or die situation, and to top it off, it is going to be the final map of Erangle. Fixes. What do you think about this game?
So far in this group, 2 spots have been confirmed. But I still feel like for the remainder of the 5, we've got a big and an important match. Because right down till the 14th position, anybody getting a chicken dinner can make a comeback.
Agreed. And now, of course, if you guys want to make your comebacks in your gameplays in BGMI, guess what? You guys got to check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is going to be launching on the 19th of March. And it is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment itself. So be sure to check it out. It is going to be coming out on the 19th of March. And if you guys want to stand a chance to walk away with some amazing prizes, just Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Very, very simple.
Very simple and very precise. But now, talking about matters at hand at this point, SBA Esports, what a time to come alive. But I'm more impressed with AIB. Because before the day began, they were sitting at what, 4 points? And suddenly now they're also starting to dream about their days of qualification. And if that happens, I'll be elated. Because this is a team nobody really saw coming. 4 barriers, they're also playing really well. They're still in it. But like you mentioned, Shockwave, they are starting to lose control of things. If they do not perform well in Erangle, I think could be the end of the road.
Yeah,
for them.
I've always liked Shockwave's play style since the previous round as well. Yes, they're not the top of toppers, but in terms of consistency and finding position, they were the teams that has been able to hold down the fort. And even earlier on as well, like they realized that there are some specific spots that actually help them out, and they will take it, but they just lost the fight against GDR.
Yeah, I think, you know, for Shockwave, Erangle has always been one of those maps where they kind of tend to thrive, and they'll have to do anything and everything that's required for them to enter inside the quarters. Because before the quarters begin, we will have that coveted group draw that we're all waiting for on the 19th of March at 6 p.m. So make sure you've got your calendars booked, because you do not want to miss out. Because in those group draws, we'll find where will all these 56 teams qualifying from here will be joined by the 8 from the grind. You've got the best teams in the country competing. And I'm starting to wonder which group will be the group of death.
Exactly, and you guys will be able to figure out where, or not where, who is going to be playing against Hero Extreme Godlike, who's going to be playing against Revenant X-Spark. Oh, that's not an easy lobby to play in. But all things considered, you have to play with the best of the best, because in the Grand Final itself, we are expecting the best of the best from all around India, the top 16 teams out of across the north, the south, the west, and the east to battle it out and take that trophy. But all things considered, the journey still continues. Round 4 still proceeds, and this one final match will be the last match before we end things for the round stages here in the Realme BGIS 2025.
And so far, it's been such a rude awakening for so many teams. To be honest, I see, because we expected some big teams to have a very easy, smooth sail. They're out. I mean, the biggest headliners, Insane and Wildfangs, two of the fan favorite teams, crashing out. Whilst we've got so many of these newer teams make a mark for themselves. So it kind of is a phase where we need to usher in that new era. But still, you know, the last game, and we've also got some consecutive groups of which we'll see the overall standings a little bit later. But this one, there's so much to be told in the final game of Erangle.
Yeah, this final match is going to decide who is going to qualify as well. But for now, God's Reign, guaranteed qualified to quarterfinals.
Alibaba Riders.
That's it.
Raiders
Alibaba Riders, guaranteed qualified. But it's the rest of the world now. And this final game, will we see a big game? Stick around to find out, because right now, up on screen is going to be the map of Erangle.
Dreams come true and nightmares become real. It's all in this game as the mystery unravels itself, folks. The final game, 4 teams playing in Group 3. And it is going to be iconic because it is in the greener pastures of Erangle. The flight path trajectory all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Yasnaya Polyana. Skewed towards the east, but teams need to understand they cannot afford to mess up. We've got almost everybody in the lobby vying for a chance for qualification. All they need to do is get a chicken dinner.
Chicken dinner is going to be the way to go, but seems like God's Reign is going to be having a little bit of company here. We do see a lot of drop clashes on towards Military Island, maybe trying to steal away all those vehicles, but maybe not. Eye for an Eye, maybe heading on towards Ferry Pier, maybe even Primos as well. We do see teams also from Gen XFM going to be dropping those Pachinki, but interesting enough, SBA going to be taking Novo, and God's Reign might be having a little bit of problem here, because it seems like Destro is expecting company coming from BotX.
At this, honestly speaking, it doesn't even matter for God's Reign. They have done their bidding. It's all about them just kind of easing up a little bit, right? At this point, Destro might want to even engage in a 1v4 at that. Just
oh my god, what is this circle?
Up a little bit, but this is ridiculous. And it feels like right from the very get-go, you've got at least 40 to 50% of the circle submerged in water. I'm starting to fathom to where the zone shift happens. Like, is it going towards hospital, or is it going to be around those western shorelines? Because it's been a long time that we've witnessed a circle like that.
Yeah, I agree. But majority of the circles that has kind of shifted onto the west side here, at least almost 70% that has been on stream here since grind until now, has been on the outskirts of Gatka or maybe onto his ruins as well. So there are a couple of very, very important houses that they do want to take as well. And so far, for the past 2 weeks, we had 2 on top of Mount Everest itself. So those are going to be the spots there you have to take a gamble. It is a gamble where if it pays off, if it doesn't, it is going to be so hard to actually get down from those mountain terrains. So that's something that they have to concern themselves. Meanwhile, Bodex, they are going to be, well, taking the long journey from military base. They do find themselves a boat.
Yeah.
I think they're heading towards Primos to loot up, so they should be fine.
No, at this point, I would really suggest that they should be taking around those western shoreline areas, just northwest to Primos, because you would want to have that center, because most of these teams dropping down according to that flight path will take some time. So if you're quick on your toes and you make that fast switch, you will find yourself a central compound. And like we said, all these teams are still in contention.
Agreed. We might see a little bit of drop clash coming in from TWB and also Shockwave, considering that this lobby, they do tend to drop towards South George and North George. And every single time the teams that drop there, they kind of had some sort of agreement where North side is handled by someone, South side is handled by someone.
Yeah.
They don't really clash against each other. But considering how far away from flight path, during rotations, they might actually run in with each other.
Now, at this point, it all comes down to the momentum game. And Shockwave surely haven't really woken up on the right side of the bed. The way they have messed up 2 games that they came into play, haven't really performed, haven't really shown up. But for TWB, I think they're starting to manifest. They're starting to realize that the failures in the past, they need to be raised. They need to rise beyond their fears. The previous game, we saw them almost stage a nice comeback there, but still not enough, I see.
Hey, sometimes in life, you don't judge a man by his past. You judge a man by what he's doing now. In this case, the TWOB has got a lot to worry about as well. Myth also going to be heading towards Georgia Pool themselves. And look at the cluster coming on Georgia Pool itself. Very, very early one as well. And if they get held on fighting against each other, and when teams start to rotate by stage 2, that is where you start to see them having very, very awkward spots. But as soon as you say not looking good, guess what? Myth, they get shot by TWOB.
You know, Myth official at this point, they cannot afford to take this fight. Surely they need to understand that TWOB just around the vicinity, Aiden, he's been tanking up a lot of damage. Even his tires have been flattened out. And just to add salt to their injury, there you have it. Yashu just opens up out in that buggy. But at this point, TWOB and Myth, they have to be very careful, I see, with their fight they've been taking.
Yeah, they do definitely need to be a little bit more careful, but look at this, TWOB, they haven't even gotten the chance to do properly as well. And it seems like TWOB, they're actually forced out of Georgia Bowl.
It's fine.
Why?
It's still fine, because now you have to understand, so many teams haven't really taken those central compounds. So, might as well not engage in those early collision, rather get away, get to a central spot, start your loot, and play around the center. It should be as simple as that. They've got their work cut out.
That's so risky. Look at this. Yashu, he doesn't even have first aids. He doesn't have the proper guns. He's got a couple bullets here and there. Scrappling, or in this case, maybe even scrambling for loots is going to be tough. But it seems like TWOB, they will settle with Hospital for now. But even Hospital is good enough for, like, what, 2-man loots overall in general. And even then, you might not even find the proper loots, like those 3Xs or even the bandages, first aids. You are going to be missing something. Or even nades in general.
At this point, being in the shoes of TWOB, I really do not fancy my chances playing around the edges.
You know what's really funny? From Superman's perspective, in the hospital, you find scopes, you find nades, you find bandages, but you know what you don't find? You don't find first aid kits.
Yeah, that's ironic, right? Especially it's hospital and do not find enough meds, but you do not have to worry about meds, because you'll always be getting a lot of finishes if you have this device on your hands. The Realme P3 Ultra 5G houses the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra 5G chipset. We've been talking about that stable 90 FPS gaming in the battlegrounds alongside that GT Turbo optimization mode. But, you know, I'm still not getting my heads right about this. Why does TWOB want to play from this area? Is it the paranoia that is taking over, I see? Because I really felt like they could have taken over somewhere those central spots around Katka, something that Arknight has accomplished for themselves.
It's so hard for them, considering that they're just starved in terms of loot, right? Like, the rotation was very, very far off. They were cut off by both Shockwave and
they're
Myth
overthinking
because of South George. And because of this, now they are just lacking in terms of loot. So I'm a little bit worried for them. But if they are able to fight a head-to-head fight and just win out of it and take all their loots, that's going to be the comeback for them. So it is going to be tough for TWOB. Meanwhile, we do see the rest of the worlds already looted up and also making their way into the next phase zone. Team Lowe's also going to be making it to potentially push up towards Everest themselves because they have the ammunition to work with, but I don't think they do. Apparently, Kunal's only got 80 bullets.
I mean, for Team LOLs, they'll have to step up big time. But getting back to the conversation that I was having, I really want TWOB to be taking that western, this is tiny hill, which gives you so much of the lay of the land. If they can take that, they'll have that western side all to themselves. They can somehow build their game up from there. But enough about TWOB. Let's see what Team LOLs are really up to, I see, because they've taken control of the Everest. I don't have a good feeling about this. Because, yes, one side, you're getting so much information, but the trade-off here is that the moment you are going to be descending down the hills, that's where you're going to draw a lot of attention. This is where all these teams should have capitalized on securing some good spaces around the western side.
Well, could you really blame them considering how the flight path is? But on screen right now, guess what? Ninja Jod getting some shots across them here. GDR having a lot of company coming in, and this is going to be eye for an eye. This is going to be round 2. But instead of having SBA, it's going to be GDR going up against them. You guys what? Ninja Jod going for the bomb. He gets the connection, but he's the
What?
But what? A shot by Ninja Jod. Yo, you can't do this. Hey, GDR. Guys, you guys are #1. And he survives. He actually survives this.
That's absolutely legal. But look at this. For Genix FM also to pick a very important fight. They have lost out on Vishu, but still 3 finishes. But I need to see a replay. Those quick reflexes, Ninja, that's not supposed to happen, right?
That shouldn't. He shouldn't even survive. Like, I know you're a god, but Ninja Jod, that was dirty. That was. Can we get a replay, please? Like, I want to see that moment where Ninja Jod just completely shut them down. What was that?
That flick really messed up with my minds there. And now, given the fact that eye for eye, they're out, I think their dreams get shattered. Given the fact we expected a lot out of them, clearly feeling that pressure and crumbling down as of TMG. This is also one of those teams we expected so much from, down to their final man, but TWOB making the right moves against Botex. I fancy their chances, I see.
This is huge. This is exactly what you need. Botex, they're so spread out, but as soon as you say this, guess what? Botex finds the pick with the S12K, and he's going to get the confirmation. That's going to be Anonymous, the star player of this round for TWOB, getting taken out, and they have to do this with 3 players left. And Botex is able to regroup this, but they do want to try and wrap things up. And they do find one. Oh, this is going to be Oxygen. They get taken out by Kana.
Yeah, really not looking good for both of these teams. Both of them in contention. TWOB more than Botex at this point as Yashu opens up, finds a good knock there. Needs to double down in tandem with his teammate over here. Kanha needs to keep their hopes alive. A 2-on-2 situation. Kunal still alive for Botex as Abhi does not have a lot of HP to work around with. Yashu making good work of that grenade, securing that finish. But Kana, he needs to act in. Now the iron is hot. He needs to strike.
The confirmation comes through, and guess what? They find another pick as well, TWOB. They have the meds, they have the manpower, they are farming finishes, and now Kunal, last man standing from inside of Botex. And he's holding down the fort. Does he want to go for the rest? He's jiggling his way through, but he can't seem to find the knock, and the Molotov is going to deny the space, but the nades comes through, and TWOB gets the confirmation.
Did you notice one of the players got exploded because of the gas can there? That's hilarious. And yeah, the nades also did follow up, but TWOB, they survived the onslaught. But the problem is they do not have enough numbers. This is where you're playing around the center and you just have one of your teammate alive. You will have a lot of loot now, but not enough to work with.
I think this is a good recovery for TWOB. Like, they needed loots, right? The only reason why they actually lost this is because they don't have enough loots. You can see they were scrambling for meds, but now they lose 2 and they have decent amount of utilities. Hopefully, they are going to be able to hold out for the longer stages, but again, TWOB still in the hot seat to potentially try and qualify into the next phase of zone. Meanwhile, the circle is going to shift into its hospital, on the outskirts of the hospital. We do see Team Lowe's already making their way down there. Last Hope has heard all the entire commotion. Myth finally getting out from Georgiopol. And also, everybody's going to be on the outskirts and south side as well. We do see teams like SBA, Gen XFM. Everybody is just loitering around, expecting to find some sort of cover. But as soon as I say this, SBA, they do find a knock on the finish feed.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, SBA, They have to make sure that every finish matters. And we have talked about manifestation. Surely, SBA Esports, one of those teams that graced the previous LAN, the BMPS, cannot be crashing out of this tournament so early. And now they've got something to latch onto. That is hope. They played extremely well in the previous game. And you do not really need to rely on hope if you have this device on your hands, folks. The Realme P3 Ultra 5G. We've talked about it having the best processor in its segment, the world's first Dimensity 8350. But when you talk about those crunching numbers, it has also got AnTuTu benchmark of 1.45 million plus.
Agreed. And of course, if you guys are looking for the best gameplay, the GT Boost is the most suitable optimization mode for gamers like you to play in BGMI. As the game continues, 2 teams has been eliminated. That's going to be Eye for an Eye and BotX. TMG might be the next to fall as well. Only 1 player left. Last Hope having 2, TWB having 2, GenXFM losing 1, Arc Knight losing 1 themselves. It is going to be a tough battle for some of these teams, but eventually they have to go through it. It's the final battle on who will make it in the quarterfinals. And GenXFM, the final player of 1 player from Alibaba Raiders. But aside from that, nothing super major yet. But guess what? On screen, AIB, they are going to be looking for the rematch against SBA, but seems like no shots has been made yet.
I mean, I would not want to take a fight against SBA at this point if I were AIB. But seems like they have to get past their demons. Maybe if push comes to shove, they'll have to engage in this. Given the fact that AIB have been phenomenal throughout the day. What a comeback they've had. And now they're in a decent position. They've got the certain side. Their back's still cleared. They know that they've got another team in front of them. There's that lonely straggler Franklin from TMG. Could pose a little bit of an issue there. As Alibaba Raiders, they lose out on Maxis. Still something that they can afford. But look at this circle shift. Again towards the eastern sides. And I see you were right. The circle goes around that Katka region, and 4 barriers find themselves in a very good spot alongside GenXFM and Shockwave.
We have had at least 5 to 6 games inside this circle for the longest time. It's either the east of this side, the north of this side, or south of this side, which is kind of weird. But it seems like people will eventually have to adapt on how to play the zone. And in this case, for BR, they do have a very decent amount of compound. God's Reign is going to be playing from the south side and outskirts. But SBA, it seems like they are going to be playing from the sidelines across the road, because that is not something that we are going to be expecting to see. But I don't know how SBA is going to be able to hold down the fort. They are pretty exposed as well. There's still 14 teams left alive. And guess what? Myth, they don't like being out in the open. They are going to try and crash into this compound. And Kunal, in a lot of hot seat, they will lose their life. And that's going to be Myth taking 2 finishes in the bag.
And Team Lols, they eliminated. What? This is looking really so bad. Because Team Lols, they had a good chance on qualification. Now it is up for a toss. For Myth officials, they somehow survived this onslaught, of course. They're going to get Spear back to life, hopefully.
It is going to be a little bit awkward as well. Like you said, all hope is relying on towards 2 more players here from the side Team Lols. And that's going to be Joyesh. They are split off, so they're still alive. They're still alive. Don't worry. Don't worry. Still alive. But chances are very, very slim. We saw moments of coming Team Lows. The scout out moments coming with AIB, Myth, and also Team Lows taking shots on towards AIB. As you can see, Sultan, ooh, almost getting clipped.
Yeah, this is not looking good, especially for AIB. But for Myth officials, they need a lot of finishes. Just having Mare 4 to 5 isn't going to make the cut. As Shockwave, back to their own natural ways. They're playing around the center this time. An artillery barrage is going to be enough to put Joker down on his knees. But this is where Team Shockwave, they need to start acting. They need to start to double up. They need to get those finishes. And just to make matters worse, look at those 2 stragglers from Team LOLs. They're also posing to be a threat. Extrovert, he's unwantedly trying to help you.
Well, this is the Shockwave we've known them for. This is their iconic signature playstyle, right? Like Shockwave, when they have the compound, they will just zone everybody out. And so far, they have been very, very successful in all their attempts. And look at this. The moment AIB tries to get close, they get punished for this. They're pretty much stuck out in open. Shockwave still deciding if they want to go in for the push because you can see a lot of people on the minimap. Look at this. I smell like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different colors, 6 different teams around this vicinity.
And look at how insecure AIB are feeling at this point. They're literally surrounded by piranhas in the ocean. At this point, it just keeps getting worse. Especially, this is where you're getting the situation, get the better out of you. Sultan, of course, a very desperate attempt at trying to get Joker back to life. But to no avail. What are you going to do? How do you get away from the situation? How do you fix this hemorrhage?
Well, in this case, they have to slowly back out because, like you said, no meds, no nothing, no whatsoever. The only thing they can do is just probably play dead. Literally just lie on the ground and do absolutely nothing. The smokes are coming in. They are still inside the zone, which is good for now, but they have to wait for some other team to save them, and that team is not Shockwave.
Yeah, that certainly is it. But now even the circle shift does favor Shockwave a little bit, but SBA Esports, they must be delighted. They have been granted the circle. They have been blessed at this point. As AIB, look at that shift. That's looking so awkward. As for TWOB, they have to be very careful. Ghana almost on the verge of losing his help out. There you go. Succumbs as Yashu. He has to fight for all his rights. He has to put the pedal to the metal over here. As Joyesh just trying to line him up. The grenade thrown in the wrong direction.
Oh my goodness, everybody is looking to qualify, and TWOB, they're not safe as well. Could they actually qualify after these quarterfinals? But they do have 5 finishes in the back. They don't have a lot of position, but Yashu, last man standing for TWOB. Same can be said for Team Lowe's. Everybody looking for those points. This is brutal. 13 teams left alive, 39 alive. Everybody is farming finishes. Well, the only team that is not worrying about qualifying is going to be Godsrain, and then like, heck yeah, I see people, I hunt them down. That's what Godsrain is going to be doing.
And the last thing SBA Esports would be wanting at this point is for Godsrain to be pushing on them. But look at Alibaba Raiders. This is also a team that has done their deeds. Now against Lupin. Oh, that's a nice knock. Rio steps up big as Alibaba Raiders start taking control over those Everest areas as Light, having no other option, he is going to dive down. Does he know he's walking into his own graveyard? As enemies all around the corners, it will eventually be Genix FM who have the last laugh.
Well done to Genix FM. Godsrain having 5 finishes now thus far. Ninja Jot being taken out. We saw that amazing clutch coming for him, but after that, well, we will see him in the next round.
Yeah.
That's all we can say.
I mean, it's still fair, right? At this point, Godsrain were kind of enraged. Why put us in the other group? They topped it, and this time, they'll fight for their right. After having quite a miserable last year, this time, looking to set up that redemption arc. Superstitious as they might be,
you know what?
The odd years are theirs. Yes.
Shockwave actually ignored AIB, and they were able to get the reset through. So they have to thank their lucky stars, because on the other side of the map, you know, they were busy shooting on Team Lowe's, they were busy shooting off everybody else, and AIB somehow manages to regroup. They're right in the center of the zone, but no compound. So that's kind of worrisome for them. Genix FM, they do have a very decent cover as well. They do see a lot of angles to work with, but 11 teams, 31 remaining. Anyone can be anywhere at this point.
And even Shockwave do have a scarcity of loot there. A couple of moments earlier, we saw they do not have a lot of grenades. There was no smoke at that one player.
Oh yeah, they used everything
to
try and get AIB, and they got absolutely nothing out of it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they need to win a fight. And even AIB, they've got a lot of grenades. I mean, I think Joker can use that. He's got around 3. He gave 3 to his teammate out, but this is the moment of truth. And AIB,
goodness.
oh my stars!
How?
They have such a nice position.
You know what's the only compound that's helping them right now? This Tesla in front of them.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. And maybe with this buggy, which is kind of run down right now. Oh boy. This is awkward for AIB. Well, you know what? Be one with nature. Sometimes in life, Tesla, when you drive into a forest, it looks like it is part of nature's natural course, even though it's not.
What if I told you it's an Indian brand? It's a Mahindra or a Tesla, I see. Imagine how technology has advanced.
Wow.
And we've got Indian vehicles also in BGMI.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I mean, you would want to take a ride. I mean, I can take you out for a spin. But now, all these teams are going to be thrown off, I see. The circle has shifted, and AIB, they've been blessed, but Team LOLs, they do not have enough players. Just 2 alive, 1 finish. They have to find some signs of success.
Well,
no, this is not making
that doesn't look like success right now because they're losing players. Joyish gets taken
and
out.
it's Yashu.
Yashu gets a little bit of revenge. Even more points here for TWOB. They're keeping the dreams alive to qualify for the quarterfinals. Siam, he's gonna get taken out. Team LOLs, they're out. I don't know if they have enough points, but now Shockwave, they finally push out. And Team Myth is gonna be there to knock him out. Oxen gets finished off, but they're all out in the open. And guess what? The circle, stage 6, they need to push out in the open.
Even Spear left fending for himself as he has to deal with the players of AIB. But those grenades could prove quite fatal if gone unchecked. And do Shockwave have that idea? All those nades coming at their direction. Now the smoke dissipates. Oh my god, Madman needs to be careful as Spear. He opens up. Madman almost on the verge.
Extrovert.
And there you have it. Extrovert. He gets that final finish, and Shockwave somehow they're still in this.
What a save. What a save coming from Extrovert. But all things considered, they need to inch into the next phase zone. They are right at the edge, and look at Extrovert. You talked about needing loots. Yeah. Guess what? There is loots and bunkers out in the open. Yashu still surviving from his TWOB. We have, he is going to be outside the zone. We do have SBA. We have AIB, one of the first instigators to kind of struggle their spot. Guess what? They find some sort of cover using the vehicle. They have 1 knock, but they do have those utilities to get those reset. But slowly but surely, it is going to whittle down. Final 4 teams. Extrovert getting finished up by Arc Knight. Huh.
They come out of nowhere. Trigger, he's getting so much done. But look at this. SBA's worst Nightwares have awakened, I see. God's Rain just decided to pummel them down. And then you had another team also doubling down on that. But Yashu,
oh my god,
this one lonely player, he's somehow making it happen. He's got that 1 grenade though. If it makes it mark, this could be really, really dangerous, like for Shockwave.
Just to be safe for TWOB, get 1 more finishes. Maybe, you know, some decent placement point. Yeah. They should be able to qualify, but all things considered, ooh, Shockwave, they scouted him out. They know exactly where he is, but the circle. Okay, he's right at the edge. He's gotta stop. Oh, Yashu, he's safe. He's safe for TWB. But Shockwave, they are checking every single corners, but I don't think they realize that he managed to sneak in. But he's only got 35 seconds left.
Yeah, and he's got to get inside the circle. What if he waits it out and takes all the players off Shockwave down? But now, Shockwave, they've got more important matters to deal with, and Shockwave cannot afford such mistakes. Joker, out in the open, gets that beautiful knock, but the smoke does save him just for a little bit. As AIB, they've been given another chance at life. Imagine now Yashu, he decides to come closing in.
Oh, he can't.
He still has 1 grenade though, don't forget, I see.
Oh boy, yeah, I think now's the time for them as well, considering the circle is going to force him in no man's land. There's only so much place he can crawl with. And it seems like he's going to start his journey slow and steady. Slow and steady, Yashu. But inside the circle, AIB still having circle. Gen XFN from the northeast. We have 4BR in the southeast as well. And we have God's Rain taking pot shots on everyone from the west side, including Shockwave. But Yashu, he's going to make a run now. The circle is going to move a little bit too fast, but this time he's going to try and hunt onto the Shockwave. You called it, you are naming it, but he gets taken out by AIB instead. So TWOB will bow out on 6th place.
Yeah,
or maybe even 7th.
It doesn't matter. What matters is Shockwave. They're making a run for their lives. They have to get inside the circle and around the center. Madman, he does fall down, but somehow he's made to that position, as even God's Rain pretty much aware about Shockwave's position. And there you have it. Delta PG, he gets that final nail in the coffin. But the big headlines, AIB, are almost on the verge of pulling a miraculous comeback. All they need to do is hug on to their dear lives. Keep the numbers up. Try and end up in top 3, and they're good to go.
Yo, they've got a loot crate to restock those meds and weaponries as well. Oh my goodness, helmets all still good. Maybe not first aid kits, but still, AIB, it's got to be counting the lucky stars. They are getting some sort of natural cover here and there. They have 2 cars. Initially, there was the only 2 cover. They have 3, and now we have a crate. Has some sort of cover, and they're taking advantage of this. But Sultan, look at this. Final 40 bullets. They make it to top 4. AIB just might be able to qualify because of this. I don't know if it's luck, I don't know if it's skill, but guess what? God's Rain, they're getting pummeled.
Oh my god. AIB is actually making it happen. And now Joker, He's got to really watch out as 4 barriers go in for that push. Guys are out in the open, a little overshot as Genix FM from nowhere make their presence felt as Fearless driving his vehicle around. Has to be very, very careful as Genix FM are unleashing hellfire from the far off fray as now even AIB, they've made it inside of top 2.
They made it. They've done it. 4v3 situation. 9 finishes in the hands of Genix FM. They might be able to do it as well. AIB, 2 back-to-back top 2 so far. They've got the spread. But do they have the ammunition to work with? And Joker is going to get scouted out. Roof gets a couple shots in. But he somehow survives for now. But I don't think they have the mats to work it out. Look at this, Gen X FM. They have so much resources. Well, maybe mats. But in this case, Nevi, he only has 2 bullets. What? He only has 2 bullets? Really?
He's going to get some help. He's gonna get some aid, but look at Dhruv's position. The moment that smoke dissipates, that's where if he can somehow squeeze in a knock on towards Oasis, that would open the floodgates, but Dhruv cannot afford a mistake like that. Gen X FM now in a heap of trouble, just 2 players alive. As AIB, they're almost on the verge of pulling off the impossible. Couple of moments ago, they were on the verge of getting exterminated. Now, they're starting to dream to get this chicken dinner. Madrick and Evil, 2 players just in front of them and their destiny as they're dancing their way. They're marching their way inside the zone. As Evil, he's got to be very watchful though. Evil and Madrick have to piece this one out together. I see, cannot afford a single mistake and they go for a revive. What are they even thinking?
Okay, they're going to go for the reset here. Seems like AIB is going to give them that chance. They do get a couple of smokes in. Fortunately for them, the circle is relatively slow. It's not moving yet, so they might be able to get the reset. But I don't think they can actually get their health back up. But now the nade comes in. Joker dropping really, really low. But AIB, they have a decent amount of spread. As Gen X FM will move inch away to try and take this fight once more. So the reset comes through. AIB, can they do it? They're spraying out in the open and always finds Dhruv once more time. And that's going to be Gen X FM. Going to be overrun by numbers now. 4v2.
And look at this. This time AIB cannot mess this one up. No chance. They let this slip away from their fingers as Madrick and Evil still around that smoke. AIB, now they're starting to feel a little restless. Sultan on the back lines, but Evil and Madrick, what are they going to do? Completely cornered out as Joker, couple of those utilities, that Molotov really doing nothing. As always, he's still trying to get in a little closer. That grenade, is it going to get the job done? It's a stun grenade. Madrick still alive, and always he opens it up. That is really impeccable stuff as Evil in a 1v3 situation as AIB. They've done it! They've done it, I see! Somehow they have pulled off the impossible. Get a chicken dinner in a circle where the odds were against them. They did not give up. They were relentless. This is a team that made its mark.
AIB Esports pulled the impossible in that situation. Out in the open, no space, no cover, no nothing. But the circles favored it all the way through, and with the power of friendship, the power of unity, they held on with four men alive, and they take the chicken dinner. What a game coming from AIB Esports, because I did not expect that performance coming from them. I thought they would have just got eliminated somewhere around like, what, 7 plays, maybe even 10 position tops, 5 tops, but for them to get the chicken when all the odds were stacked against them, damn.
Nobody expected them to survive. You know, it was all about we awaiting their demise, thought that their journey's over. Suddenly, you know, the circle shifts on them. Suddenly, Shockwave decides to push. They're getting all those finishes from the sidelines. And I don't know how they had that feeling that, okay, we can do this. Let's not mess up. And this is where the most experienced teams also tend to drop the ball. But they did not. They were very patient. And they believed. I mean, imagine, before the day began, I see, they were dead last.
Yeah,
nobody really thought AIB would sweep the floor. Get a chicken dinner, and this is going to instill them with so much confidence heading on inside the quarterfinals. Now, this is such a moment for them. This is something they need to relish, enjoy, savor.
To be honest, now I have a very, very important question for AIB. Was that luck or was that skill? Because 2 back-to-backs, top 2 finishes out of nowhere. Like you said, all the way to the last, and then now with the final circle. With only a tree, 2 cars, which is pretty much exploded, they somehow hold on. And out of nowhere, a magical loot crates appears and give them even more cover. And for some reason, they used up all their meds, they used up all their nades, they used up all their bullets, and they used up everything. But they somehow were able to survive. Like, I don't know, man.
What was more bizarre is they were all out in the open. There were at least 8 or 9 teams surrounding them. And like you said, no resources to play around with. They somehow still managed to make it work. This is, either it's IGLing to the next level. We need to have them up for an interview, something special for them. Because, we've casted a lot of games. But still, AIB, they are built different, just like this phone. The Realme P3 Ultra 5G. I mean, we have been talking about all the features, but, we missed out on this beautiful display that you have on the backside. Glow in the dark, luminous display. You've got that lunar feeling I see. And guess what? It's launching on the 19th of March.
Exactly. It is, after all, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. So do check it out because it is going to be launching on the 19th very, very soon. So be sure to Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G and you might be able to walk away with some amazing, amazing prizes. So on top of that, we also have a very, very special announcement on the 19th as well. So that is something that you guys have to look out for as well, because that is where the group draws on who is going to be advancing in towards the quarterfinals. And as of now, we are about to announce this group very, very soon. And also going to be showing you guys Group 7 and Group 8 as well later on. I feel like the cutoff for the teams qualifying the wildcard so far, I think Welt OMG, who has 39 points, is pretty much guaranteed.
Alright.
But the rest of the world, they need to be somewhere like 36, 37 points.
Oh, Professor Icy, please calm down. I mean, let's talk about some masala. Tell me about your pick. There's always a group of death. Which teams would you want to be there? I mean, this is the same question for the chat. Who do you want to see in one group where things get really nasty, really bad?
I want Revenant X-Spark.
Okay.
I want Soul.
Okay.
I want Hero Extreme Godlike, all in the same group.
I mean, as much as I would want them to qualify to the next round, you're asking too much.
No, but them in the same group.
Imagine if that happens. Imagine. There is a possibility because we're not controlling that.
Eventually, somebody is not going to qualify.
That's going to be so bad. And I mean, still, from here onwards, they'll still have a second chance at life. That's also a gentle reminder for all the viewers. They still get to play wildcard. So that's there because this was one of those toughest phases that all the top 7 teams will get past. And then after all the overall rankings do come up, we'll have a list of the other 16 teams that head on to the wildcard from over here. And that is going to be a whole different gauntlet. I mean, out of 64 teams, only 16 teams make it inside the semis.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to put you on another spot again. Imagine then Gauntlet. We have Soul, we have Godstraight, we have Hero Extreme Godlike, we have Revenant X-Spark, all in the same lobby. Just for the quarterfinals.
I mean, for quarterfinals, that would be lovely.
So
for
somebody's going to
somebody's not going to be happy about it. But then again, we are talking about 4 of the biggest names in the country. If you cannot face them now, then you are already losing a battle mentally. So they have to be prepared. Exactly. They have had better days.
And then you put K9 inside it as well.
K9 are the notorious ones, right? They literally bring in the hailstorm with them. Do not know how they play, but now, getting our heads back to one place, we have to talk about the highlights of this game. This was a weird game, man. To be honest, I mean, at this point, I cannot speculate where the teams have ended.
Agreed. Even for TWOB and Team Lowe's as well, this
happened to
is a
SBA.
little bit of worry for them. Even SBA, they were getting a lot of high finishes on the bottom side, but we saw Godstrain having a little bit of run in with SBA. So it's the worst possible outcome for SBA, who's looking to try and qualify, right? They were kind of borderline into the top 7. But this was a big run coming for EIB because, again, no one expected them to actually perform this well. They had 2 top 2s back-to-back so far. The game before this, they were in top 2. They stole it away from TWOB, and then now in third game, they also got a chicken dinner. So this is a big run for them. However, the MVP is still going to be undeniably from Delta BG. Every single game, they just destroy everyone. Like the duel from Godstrain in Miramar, Delta PG was one of it.
It doesn't matter for Delta. He's just so good in this situation. Like every single time you see GDR, even if the odds are against them, somebody steps up. We saw Ninja with kind of a clutch that I'm still not over with. But now, taking a look at the top 5 players, Gen X FM, is it too late for them to step up? Because before this game started, there was a chance, but maybe a chicken dinner could have put a ring on it. But is it enough? I think they had around 9 to 10 finishes.
It's very close, and this is going to be very, very, I would say, sad for some of these teams, considering that majority of the points has been taken away by God's Reign, and even here as well, they got 16 points with 12 finishes.
Not even
total.
sweating.
AIB Esports takes a chain winner with 19 points. Gen X FM Esports has 15 points, maybe, just enough to actually qualify. But again, like we said, God's Reign has took a majority of the points out of 6 matches in this group. That means the cutoff on the top 7 here is going to be ridiculously low.
And if TWOB make it, I think Yashu needs a hike in pay.
Yeah.
I mean, 7 finishes, he survived till the end.
He got 1 finish point.
Yeah. But still, getting...
1 position point, sorry.
Yeah, still surviving there, it takes a lot. But only time shall tell. SB Esports 3 points. Not looking good.
Team Lowe's only 1 point as well. They did really, really well in yesterday's game, but today, all 3 games has been a disaster for Team Lowe's. Same can be said for TMG Gaming, arguably one of the most consistent teams coming in from the round stages as well. That is a team that we have to watch out for. Eye for an Eye had a lot of rivalries during the grind stages, and now even in 16 plays, this is kind of worrisome for some of the grind teams. But with that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings for Group 3 on who is going to be the top 7.
Whoa, look at that. Look at that. SBA Esports missing out by just 1 point.
Oh my goodness.
Just 1 point, and God's Reign, they literally gave them nightmares. But Alibaba Raiders, AIB, wow. Even for Arc Knight, the way they played for barriers also towards the end, and TWOB, Yashu did his job there. He survived till the very end, as a result of which they made it. Even for Shockwave, that was such a close call. I mean, imagine even a second early, it could have been SBA Esports.
Yeah, it could have been either or as well. But unfortunately, say SBA Esports is just very, very unfortunate. They do have 34 points, but technically, we still have to wait for the official results or whether or not they qualify towards a wild card. So as of now, the highest point we've seen on screen yet, which is the cutoff, which is held by Wealth OMG, which is 39 points. So I'm pretty sure they're guaranteed into a wild card as of yet. But again, the average is somewhere between 30 to 40 points to actually qualify for the wildcard stages. So as of now, SBA might still have a chance, but we have to wait for the official results.
We certainly shall have to wait for the official results to be out. But for what it is worth, I think today has been a day where the casters do prevail, as we have cursed all these teams, at least for me. Personally, I have cursed both Wildfangs and SBA Esports. And that's the same passion. None of us actually won.
Yeah.
None of us.
Actually, none of us actually won. And it seems like in round 4, all the casters do not believe in our predictions, especially for mine. Every single prediction I made in round 4, in every single day, has pretty much gone south. I'm sorry, SBA.
Me too.
I'm sorry, Wildfangs.
So that means that SBA Esports, another one of those big upsets we have had added to the tally. A team that made to the Kochi LAN finals, and now they won't be any more there. But is there a stark possibility? Is there a very slight chance? I see that they're sitting what 34, 35 points.
There is still a possibility. We have to look at all the other groups first in terms of overall standing here. Now on the screen, we have Group 7's overall report. GT qualifies. Erangle Esports also qualify, but guess what? We finally have a new all-time cutoff. Earlier, we said we was Welt OMG by 39 points, but here we have Fearless 4 with 41 points. That is going to be in the wild card stages. Whereas the top of the pack, well, we have Dragon Claw Esports, we have Sister Esports, Forever Red Ross, Team Tamilas, Team Jelly. Oh my god, this is a pretty sweaty lobby too.
And imagine Dragon Claw Esports, a rather unfamiliar name, to be topping a chart and where you've got some big boys. The Sister is there, Red Ross is there, we've seen Team Tamilas, Team Jelly, Gujarat Tigers, they are potential grand finalists. And still, Dragonclaw Esports, kudos. Even Arankar Esports, I've seen them in the past tournaments, but Fearless 4, I think they're surely getting into the wildcards.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much them as well. Mysterious Esports 31 points. Okay, maybe there is still a chance here for teams like SBA Esports who's 34 points. So Mysterious Esports, the gap between here and 8 is pretty far apart, and I feel like Group 7 is very, very difficult to play. Like, this is just very, very unfortunate. XXDR Gaming, we had a little bit soft spot from them. Team Gibran.
Conqueror of Shooters.
Conqueror of Shooters.
And 7 Habit also.
They're all eliminated. Oh my goodness. This is really, really unfortunate. Now, let's give you guys a little bit more scoreboard here, because the next screen is going to be the overall standings for Group 8. Let's take a look at the cutoff from there. Meadow Esports topping the chart. They do qualify, but 34 points for Only Gods.
You know, look at this. FS Esports barely qualifying by the skin of their teeth, but Only Gods. This time they could not get away with it. I mean, they have been staging comebacks after comebacks, but 34, do you still believe enough to keep them in at least a top 6 for wildcard?
Maybe, just maybe. But what's really surprising to me is actually VST, because during Group D in the grind stages, they were #1 with 100 over points out of 24 matches, and they were the top contenders to actually win it all and actually go up into the grand finals. And for them to actually only get 37 points here in round 4, this is kind of concerning, because there are a lot of new potential undergods. Like, look at this, Jaguar Official, Acrobots Esports. I've never seen them.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I've never casted Jaguar Official, but really looking forward to.
Oh no.
Tribird, man. This is another team that I loved a lot. Hero Bots.
Oh no. Like, I really like Aimbot. Like, he's an absolute Chad. Like, he's the guy that single-handedly carries the entire Aerobots Esports. Did not qualify. And Hail Inferno squad, they are in some
even DSR were really good.
Really tight spot. Lucifer Esports is also out as well. This is unfortunate. This is really, really unfortunate. But again, we have to say there are winners, there are losers, and as the round closes and closes, there will be teams that will be eliminated, right? Like, think about this. We started the entire journey of the Realme BGIS 2025 with 1,000 over teams and also 64 teams from the grind stages. I had to do a little bit of math, but after 1,000 over teams, there will be winners, there will be losers, and as we slowly cut them all down, our favorite teams will also be cut down.
Yeah, we started this group off with 128 teams, and now only 56 march on ahead inside of the quarterfinals. They will be joined by the top 8 from last week of Grind, from Group A. So all those big boys will be coming in into the quarterfinals. But, you know, that will happen after we have the group draws, which will be held on the 19th of March at 6 p.m. We have been requesting you need to have your calendars booked, because that is where all the masala lies, right? Because that is something you cannot leave things to chance. It's all about luck.
Exactly.
If you have a good luck, if everything is, you know, going down at your side, I think you might get a better group. Otherwise, you're doomed.
So for entertainment purpose, we have to see Hero Extreme Godlike, we have to see Soul, we have to see Revenant X-Spark, we have to see God's Reign, all in the same group.
Bro, can you leave something for the grand finals? Can you leave? I don't want that to happen. I want it to be evenly balanced out. I'm pretty sure, even barring the fact there will be that one group of death. But this time, this Realme BGIS IC has been such a change of taste, because we thought we'll see those same names popping up. But this time, I must say that Undergods have really stepped up big time. So many unexpected names. So many big names have crashed out. And now so many newer teams have made their way in.
Agreed. And for those who's pretty much qualified here, we wish you guys we wish you guys to the best here for the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, for the teams who are still looking whether or not they qualify for the wildcards, you all have to wait for the official announcements, which will be announced very, very soon. We also have to check the legitimacy of every single player to ensure fair play for everyone that's going to be qualifying into the stage just to come. But all things considered, we have to close things out for round 4. We will see you guys in the quarterfinals here for the Realme BGIS 2025. My name is ICBaby12. Here's Fixers Cast. We'll see you guys on the 19th for the live draws. Remember to check it out. 19. See you there. Bye-bye.
6 p.m.